You've heard the sayings, the road less traveled, rubber meets the road, I'm on the road to nowhere. That need to get up and go, to just shut up and drive to parts unknown. It's in our DNA. But this road has an end, and the beginning, well, let's throw that in reverse.
It's over! We have a winner, Magnus Carlsen.
What has this kid got in store? He might...
One-move checkmate.
There's been curves, hills, corners, and even a breakdown or two.
The game is over.
That's a wrap.
We see a reaction. Magnus is
Magnus, mouse slipped.
Oh my gosh, look at Jordan's face.
Some have pulled over, but some
What is he doing?
slammed that foot to the floor and just kept going.
Any second now, Hikaru Nakamura is the winner. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman. He wins the AI Cup.
After 6 stops along the way, it's time for the greatest proving ground in online chess to drop that final pin in the GPS. Destination, Toronto, Canada. 8 players from all 4 corners of the globe descend on the Queen City with one goal: to prove who the one true king of online chess really is.
I think this is the strongest final there's ever been.
I know that it will not be easy.
It's nice to play in top tournament.
Magnus will want revenge. It's my last tournament of the year. I'm a bit desperate to end it well.
It's having the opportunity to play against the best players in the world. It's always a challenge, and I enjoy it.
It's going to be a very close fight. It's going to be very exciting.
Live from Toronto, Canada, this is the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Finals, and it starts now.
It is the Champions Chess Tour Final in the year 2023. We are here in Toronto, the beautiful CN Tower. Looking pretty right there. The weather has been beautiful here in Toronto. We cannot wait to dive in because we are in the building. We are here.
Here, baby.
8 players will be joining us very soon. Right behind us, it's the Champions Chess Tour. Canty, are you pumped?
Oh, I'm flexing. Sorry. Yeah, I'm very pumped right now, Danny. Of course, we got 8 of the best players here. Money on the line, rapid chess, blunders, nerves, everything you need, and we in Toronto.
We're going to have so much to break down and preview just this first round, let alone the whole week here from Toronto. I cannot wait to dive in. But as we said, he's GM Canty, I'm Danny Wrench, and with us here in Toronto also will be Kaya, and we go to her right now.
Yeah, Danny, it is so cool to finally be here. I have to tell you, when I covered my first ever chess event 9 years ago, I fell in love with the sport because of what's going to happen here in this venue. Just the intensity when 2 players are sitting across from each other. Their brains just going crazy, thinking about the moves over the board. And I think we're going to see some blood here. There's going to be pieces flying when we do hit the Armageddon. I'm looking so much forward to what's going to happen here in Toronto. I'm going to throw it over the Atlantic to Tanya and the boys. Are you guys ready for this?
We are so ready, Kaya, and so excited. The arena looks absolutely fantastic. And everyone, welcome to our studio in Oslo, where we'll make sure you stay on top of each and every move played in Toronto. Alongside me, Grandmaster David Howell and Grandmaster Robert Hess. Robert, you're back for the season and final. What are you expecting from Championship Week?
Well, I think we can expect a few things. We have 1 clear underdog, 1 clear favorite, and 6 hungry competitors looking to take this crown in Toronto.
Absolutely, that's what it's going to be about. And David, we've been building up to this moment, this in-person season and final. How do you look back to the Champions Chess Tour season 23?
It's been a fantastic season. This brand new format has really been a success. We've been treated here as well. There have been thrills, spills, blunders galore, upsets, Armageddons. The play-ins for me were a big highlight, and it's all been building up to this. This is where everything will be decided.
Absolutely. 6 majors, battles across divisions, and 8 of the best players of the season have earned their spot to Toronto.
Under 1 minute now for Hikaru, and wow, what a move.
Magnus has had no struggles against Hikaru over the board. He should be happy.
We have a winner. Magnus Carlsen takes it. He wins the Air Things Masters, the very first event.
He's trading you more.
No
London is night.
It's time to go.
No more checks. Oh, and we see a reaction. Magnus is bounced. Oh no!
Hikaru Nakamura.
It's over.
Yeah, he wins.
Hikaru Nakamura is the winner of the Chessable Masters. Fabiano Caruana resigns. What an Armageddon game by Hikaru.
Oh, you lose!
Oh my God, Hikaru Nakamura is about to get eliminated.
I like to look at him because it's fun. So.
I think he checked it right after the game and he reacts to that moment. And that's it. We have a winner. Nodirbek Abdusattorov wins the Chess Kid Cup. What a match performance this has been by the world #1. Oh, look at that!
Oh my gosh!
The pin. And Wesley, he leaves because it's over.
There we go.
Oh my God! And we have a winner. Magnus Carlsen checkmates Wesley and wins the AIM Chess Rapid. And he's done it in about 11 seconds. We did see some increment, but it looks like he knows exactly, and that is it.
Unbelievable. Black Queen on the board now is going to win this game. Magnus, he's got it. He's got it in the end. Wow, what a fight that was. Amazing.
It's over. Magnus Carlsen, he takes it. This is the winner of the Julius Baer Generation Cup.
As we're expecting, the fact
Whoa!
paused queen sacrifice. Magnus Carlsen surprising us.
Jan who's going to get flagged, and Jan shaking his head.
Checks dry up, it's game over, and Jan loses on time.
MVL is starting to let the emotions come to him. He is starting to realize he is the winner. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman, he wins the AI Cup. He banks the ticket to Toronto.
I don't know how you cannot just be absolutely hyped after watching that, reminding us how we got here in Toronto. Of course, we will be in Oslo. We'll be in Toronto. The Champions Chess Tour is global, so we are global in our footprint of this event. And those are the 8 players from all around the world. They came here, listed right now currently in the CCT points that got them here. And we highlighted the top 2 and bottom 2 players to illustrate that at the end of this round robin stage, whoever is left in 1 and 2 will move directly to the semifinals, and the 7th and 8th players will be going home. Obviously, that's likely not how the standings will shake out. Maybe it will be. Honestly, who knows? So let's talk about the matchups in this round 1. We start with the double round robin. Right there at the top, you see Magnus Carlsen versus Denis Lazavik, Nakamura and So. OMG. That is going to be a matchup I expect to go to Armageddon. Firouzja Abdusattorov and Vachier-Lagrave Caruana. All right, Kenny. It's time for us to talk matchups. It's time for us to go right at the top. All things start and end with the greatest player of all time, Magnus Carlsen, the GOAT.
The GOAT, of course, is the GOAT for a reason, obviously. Lazavik is going to have to bring it to Magnus here, or he's just going to blow him out of the water.
Yeah, this guy is just the best in every format. He's doing it and doing it well. He's been doing it for a really long time at this point. Just won the FIDE World Cup this year. That was kind of the last stop on his classical chess goal tour, if you will. Knowing that Magnus felt that way, we know that he also dominated the CCT with 3 individual event wins, Canty, 11 total match wins. Of course, that's most than anybody.
That's boy.
51 games played, also more than anybody, because that's what happens when you get to a whole lot of finals.
That's right.
He's the overall tour winner in 2021 and 2022, so in that sense, he's defending his title right now. And what can you say about Magnus Carlsen at this point before we talk about the matchup versus Lazavik?
The only thing is his self. Like, my only competition is myself type thing, of course, as you know, it really is like that. I mean, he didn't want to play the World Championship because he didn't want to.
Yeah.
Right? Well, because he wasn't qualified. He just didn't want to. So, of course, it's going to be Lazavik up against maybe a double Magnus here of himself with his mind.
And everyone else has to kind of not think about it, because if Magnus does start hot, it would be even harder to maybe not think he's going to run away with it. But all right, so much to talk about Magnus and everyone all week, and we know that Kaya has already caught up with Magnus this week, and here's how their interview went down.
Yep. Hey, Danny. Yep, you're right. I sat down with Magnus. He is the 2-time CCT champion, Magnus Carlsen, and he does not want to be knocked off that throne. This means something to him. That is definitely the feel I got from Magnus when I did sit down with him 2 days ago. here in Toronto for the tour finals with the reigning champion, Magnus Carlsen. So with this field, with the format that we have here, what do you think is in store for the fans who will watch this?
I'm sure there'll be plenty of exciting matches. Maybe I have a couple of exciting matches and the rest are pretty sweet.
What would it mean to you to win it again?
I think this is the strongest final there's ever been. I think to find anything that would top the final of the inaugural season with the 7-set match against Hikaru would be tough.
Now, we do hope we have new fans watching as well. So if we do have that, how would you describe your playing style?
I would say I'm fairly universal. Probably I lean slightly more technical than tactical. Depending on the day, I can play in any style.
Perfect. Well, Magnus, we wish you best of luck in Toronto. Thank you for joining us. The strongest CCT finals there's ever been. That definitely sounds good, Danny. Back to you.
Great interview there, catching up with Magnus. Of course, we'll have more of those all week. But yeah, this is going to be Magnus Carlsen's event, maybe to win or lose. A lot of people feel that way. Let's talk about his matchup, though, against the youngster Denis Lazavik as we break down the tale of the tape. Of course, you could talk about the rating disparity, 5 D1 appearances, compared to 2, but really, I look at the age, Canty. I don't know that Magnus has ever played someone with this high of stakes on the line who he nearly doubles up in terms of the years.
Yes, of course. I mean, he does have the experience and the age there. I mean, also having a 5-time world champ, right? Just doing his thing here. Lazavik is going to have to, bring it to him here, having only like 2 games to do it, and they only played 1 time. So.
Yeah. Well, but catching up with Magnus, I know that he said he purposely threw down in some casual blitz against the youngster we see there on camera. We've gotten to know that view well because he kind of wanted to feel him out. Instead, he thought he was a very, very strong blitz player, super solid. A lot of people know he plays this Catalan repertoire, getting a lot of positional chess. We're used to seeing him in that position, but now he's going to be in a new position behind us. That's Denis Lazavik. But your thoughts in the mindset a young player has got to have going up against the GOAT here?
Yeah, you just got to play your game, of course, right? You made it this far. You've won Title Tuesdays before. I mean, you've played these guys, right? Just a little bit more extra time, right? Really just play the board, and that's all you really can do, especially against the GOAT.
Hard not to let the nerves get to you, hard when you're young and playing in the biggest event, biggest stage ever. But a guy that has been on this stage before, quite literally, he was in Toronto and has played on the biggest stage many times. That's Hikaru Nakamura. We usually move from Magnus to Hikaru when you're talking about the chess world hierarchy, and there he is. The man with the pineapple, the birthday boy, by the way.
It's my birthday!
Happy birthday, Hikaru Nakamura. We're going to be talking more about that. Maybe even a little bit of a surprise for Hikaru later on in the show. I don't know. You'll find out. Nice looking shirt there. But, the rumors of his over-the-board career have been coming to an end, have been greatly exaggerated, as we've learned. He's a streamer first, he claims, but really, this guy is getting better as he gets older. He's a 5-time U.S. champ. He's a 5-time SCC champion. He is the reigning World Fisher Random Chess champion, by the way. We do have a reigning world champion here in the building, can't he?
I mean, look, bullet chess champion. Everything say champion up there. It's kind of ridiculous. Half man, half everything else. We don't know the other half yet, of course, but Hikaru plays great chess, and he's proving it all the time. He also said, I literally don't care. I'm a streamer first, right? And that being calm and not really caring has really been helping this game.
Maybe he's half pineapple. I don't know what he is. He's half something else, half something we don't know what to do with. But let's talk about his road and how he got here to the Championship Chess Tour in Toronto. Hikaru, of course, is known for winning events online all the time, winning Title Tuesdays, and let's see exactly what his path was to get here.
Hikaru Nakamura has faced a roller coaster of challenges throughout the 2023 Champions Chess Tour season. His journey is marked by intense rivalries, none more thrilling than the Armageddon Battles against Magnus Carlsen.
We see a reaction. Magnus is mouse slipped!
Oh no! Magnus mouse slipped, blundering into that queen.
Look at this classy move from Magnus. He's just trying to swap things off. He's now managed to get rid of the bishops, rid of a set of pawns, and Hikaru, is he going to try and flag Magnus? The answer is no, it's a draw. Magnus takes this Armageddon and the match.
And believe it or not, Hikaru is actually the one who offered the draw. That's the ultimate sign of respect.
From epic showdowns to impressive comebacks. In the Chessable Masters, Nakamura was knocked down to the losers bracket by Fabiano Caruana, but fought his way to the grand final to get another shot at his fellow American. He had to win not only one, but 2 matches to be the champion.
Yeah, but it's all about the white D pawn. If he keeps the central pawn alive, he might win.
Oh my god!
You said they don't blunder checkmate in 1, and then Hikaru immediately does. You commentators curse.
A 1-move checkmate, and that is going to cost Hikaru the whole match.
How is he going to fight on? Okay, another knight check, and this black pawn is going to completely paralyze the white pieces, and I think he's had enough.
He wins.
Hikaru Nakamura is the winner of the Chessable Masters. Fabiano Caruana resigns.
With his Chessable Masters win, Nakamura earned his well-deserved place in the Tour Finals.
You can only hope that this match between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So will be half as exciting as that epic thriller we remember between Nakamura and Caruana. But what can you say? I think Hikaru is now 37. I don't know. It is his birthday, but what stands out to me, Canty, as you look at the tail of the tape, is definitely the 57 draws, especially knowing when we caught up with Hikaru that he said he doesn't really get excited when it comes to playing Wesley So because of all of those draws.
I wouldn't either, Danny. I don't want to draw you any. I'm tired of playing you, Danny. Come on. 57 draws, bro? Yeah, this is probably going to go to Armageddon, and they're going to duke it out there.
It's going to be interesting because I agree that this matchup of all of the ones in the first round probably has the highest likelihood to go to Armageddon. There's Wesley So. He is so solid. He's the reigning Chess.com global champion. When we talk about this merging of what was 2 separate online tours, he's tough to beat because he doesn't beat himself, Canty. He's so accurate, so technical in his approach to the game and fast time controls. He's just a rock, which is why I do believe of all the first round matchups, Nakamura So probably has the highest likelihood to go the distance.
100%. I mean, going the distance, as you say, like Wesley's so solid. He just doesn't lose. And accuracy was extremely high through the Champions Chess Tour, even Title Tuesdays. I mean, it's just a very solid repertoire. And of course, sometimes Hikaru gets frustrated by that.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Wesley sent Hikaru home at the Global Championship. I don't think Hikaru wants that to happen, and he probably wants revenge here in this first round. But all right, we got more matchups to get to. Let's move on to the third matchup we haven't previewed yet. That is Nodirbek Abdusattorov versus Alireza Firouzja. 2 youngsters, 2 faces that you better get to know well. If somehow you've been hiding under a rock, take a look at who will be 2 of the best chess players for many, many years to come. These guys haven't played a ton yet in their career, but Canty, I expect this one to be a thriller with 2 dynamite approaches, 2 very aggressive players on the board, and of course, they're both very good at fast time controls.
Oh, 100%, especially Firouzja being in the faster time controls, playing in the candidates, playing bullet with Daniel Naroditsky, right? We remember that, of course. But Abdusattorov being just such a fighter that he is, even taking out Fabiano, right, in the Chess Kid Cup with that. Alireza being 2,800, playing in the candidates. So it is going to be a clash of titans in that one for sure.
I think this will be a clash for many years to come. Nodirbek, of course, is here in Toronto, as everyone knows. He had a long road to get here. Kaya had a chance to catch up with Nodirbek, and we're going to toss that interview right now.
I'm here with Nodirbek Abdusattorov, ready for day 1 in the CCT Finals. We know your travel here was just insane, Nodirbek. So how are you feeling today? When did you get up this morning?
No, I already forgot yesterday's. So yeah, I feel very good, and I feel in very good shape. So yeah, I'm looking forward to great day.
What should we expect from the big battle with your, fellow generation Alireza Firouzja here in the first round?
Yeah, I mean, we should just see and watch how it goes, and I think it will be a very interesting battle. And yeah, I'm ready.
We're so happy you're here, Nodirbek. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to admit, after such long travel, we know that he had a lot to get here. I expect to see someone who's more tired, less excited, but Nodirbek seems fresh and ready.
Of course. It looks like he maybe works out a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Maybe working out a little bit, taking some stuff from you, Danny, of course. But also he's a young kid and just working out, doing his thing, man. And of course, I think he's playing and like having all these games, playing it so much. He's just used to it, He made a little jet lag, but he'd be all right.
Well, we know the players are about to start playing games. Everyone saw Magnus Carlsen, the GOAT, enter behind us. We're going to get back to that matchup in a little bit, but there's a fourth one we haven't had a chance to preview, of course. That is Fabiano Caruana versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The tail of the tape here has 2 players the same age. They've been doing it for a long time together, playing chess at the highest levels in the world. But the CCT there, that stat at the end, shows you how consistent Fabiano Caruana was. Everyone knows Maxime Vachier-Lagrave got here because of this epic double match victory over Magnus Carlsen now behind me. But Fabi really was the more consistent player throughout the year, Canty.
Absolutely. I mean, being very consistent obviously counts here. You have Fabi and MVO. They almost kind of look alike through in the different universes, playing so many games. You just kind of blend together, as you see there, right? The Spider-Man meme, you, right? So, but of course, MVO being with the tactics as strong as he is, and Fabi with the calculation, is going to make a very great matchup for sure. Maybe a slight edge to one.
If I had to preview a matchup that I think has the second highest likelihood to go to Armageddon, I actually do think it's this one in the first round behind Nakamura. So these two guys both come in here playing some of the best chess of any two players in the world right now. Fabiano's rating surging back above 2,800 this year. As we talked about, MVL got here in just incredible fashion, beating Magnus twice at the AI Cup. It's really hard to pick one of these two guys right now. Maybe Maxime is the streakier player historically in their career, so he needs to maybe get off to a start. Maybe it's more imperative for him, but Fabiano's so consistent. And again, I think this one has a good chance of going the distance as well.
There's going to be tactics there. I cannot wait to see what happens in those games. For me, you have 2 games, 1.5 wins the match. Anything can happen for sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, we saw Magnus Carlsen. He's the first to arrive. The players have to get here early in order to go through our fair play checks. We're going to talk a little bit more about all the stuff we're doing there. The fair play checks are they're intense. They're a little intrusive. And so yesterday in the players meeting, we kind of did a random drawing of lots, and the world champion had to go first there. The highest rated player of all time, getting set, sitting, and ready to play. But we've talked about everyone's road to get here. We've previewed the matchups. Now let's remind everybody of what's going to go down here in Toronto. What is the format? How are we going to ultimately arrive at a champion? Let's let our explainer video take it away.
The Champions Chess Tour Finals are here. 8 players who have earned their spot will face off in an epic battle to determine who will be this year's Champion of Champions. Up for grabs will be $500,000 in prizes, with first place taking home $200,000 for the victory. The action opens with an 8-player round robin. The top 2 finishers advance directly to the semifinals, while the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining 4 players will do battle in a double elimination survival bracket. Again, the top 2 players advance, while the bottom 2 players will be eliminated. The final 4 champions are headed to a single elimination bracket. The winner will be crowned our Champion of Champions.
It is going to be quite the gauntlet to ultimately determine our 2023 Champions Chess Tour champion. Hopefully you understand what's about to go down here in Toronto. We're going to predict what we think is going to happen in the first round here in Toronto. And Canty, you're up first, predicting Magnus Carlsen versus Denis Lazavik.
It's going to be a hard one. I got to go with Magnus. Got to go with Magnus there. It's the GOAT.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, not going to disagree with that. I'll go with Magnus. Also, Denis, the youngest one, has seemed a little nervous in the start here.
I think Denis would admit that he probably is nervous and knows he's the underdog, so I don't think I'm going to break any news there by also predicting Magnus as the favorite in this one. But now let's move on to one that, as I said, I think this is going to Armageddon. Your thoughts on Nakamura versus So?
Well, on your birthday, it is proven that you get 100 ELO. So, in fact, I'm going to go with Nakamura. It's my birthday. I mean, hey, yeah. 100 ELO?
Yeah.
Birthday boy.
Well, I'm going to break something to you. So in the sit-down interviews I did with the players, I asked Wesley, so what was your reaction when you learned it was going to be over the board? And Wesley said, it's not over the board, is it? He didn't know this was going to be an OTB event, so I'm going to put my money on Hikaru in this one.
I think Wesley will be good either way, online or OTB, but I'm also going to go with the birthday boy, although now I'm saying I'm worried we're jinxing him on his birthday, but Hikaru Nakamura, I think, is going to get this one because I think it's going to go to Armageddon, and I think Hikaru will have the slight nod there. But all right, Nodirbek versus Firouzja, Nodirbek Abdusattorov versus Alireza Firouzja. Your thoughts?
That's a hot matchup for sure. Of course, Clash of Titans for many years, right? But got to give the edge to Alireza for this one.
Okay.
Got to go with Alireza.
Yeah, I was impressed with how fresh Abdusattorov seemed when he got here, but that long travel, I'm going to say Alireza Firouzja.
It's funny, I'm worried that we're all agreeing too much. I also thought the travel might be something that Nodirbek was struggling with, though I admit, after talking to him last night, seeing him this morning, maybe we're going to regret this pick, but I'm also going to give the slight edge to Firouzja. Last matchup we haven't talked about is Fabiano Caruana versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Canty, your thoughts?
Heat, MVP, MVL. The P and the L kind of look the same, so I'm going to go with MVL here. He's been very sharp.
Okay.
I'm going to agree with you again. So from those sit-down interviews, one player stood out to me, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He seemed so calm, so confident, just in a great state of mind. I think he's going to win this one.
I think this one is also going to go to Armageddon. These are two friends, two coin flips. I don't know what to say. I'm actually going to give the slight nod to Fabi. I think it's going to go to Armageddon. I just feel like something about the 2023 tour has felt good to Fabi. We saw the consistent performance there. So as hot as Maxime is, I'm going to give the slight edge to Fabi. Levy, what do you think?
What do you think, Levy?
What do you think?
Buddy? Great answer.
Great answer.
Great,
For those who don't
man.
know, Levy Rosman will be joining us at some point here. Right now, the matchup is currently 1-0 COVID over Levy. But Levy will get here soon. Don't worry. We miss you, Gotham. But all right, it's time for us to throw to the studio. They will be having the chess as the moves are about to be played here from Toronto. We'll see you in between games, our halftime report. Until then, Tanya and the boys across the sea, take it away.
Wow, we've got some hot takes coming in from Toronto, and we'll keep checking in with Danny and the gang for all the action happening on site. First time ever that I saw Magnus being the first to arrive in the playing arena.
Yeah, it wasn't by choice. He had to go through the fair play scanning first, so he was at his seat first.
We've got a very, very cool day of chess coming up, and there we see Magnus Carlsen, who will be taking on the 17-year-old Denis Lazavik as he gets ready for what is, well, the tournament of his life so far. Such a big platform for the young Grandmaster, and he starts the day against the world #1. And we've got Wesley at the back there.
Yeah, Wesley looking pretty confident. He and Hikaru have played each other countless times. They know what to expect. We're seeing the players trickle in now, but Denis Lazavik, the nerves, imagine, just 17, first time over the board, getting stared down by Magnus Carlsen. Wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
And I think the one guy who's happy to be here is Wesley. So one of his biggest career wins, the Chess Global Championship, happened at this very spot, where he took down Hikaru Nakamura in the semi-finals. Robert, what is the mindset for Wesley So today, taking on Hikaru at the very exact playing arena?
We caught up with Wesley yesterday, and he has fond memories of Toronto. He won a huge prize there by beating Hikaru in the semis, Niall Sarin in the finals, the tournament of his life. And you see Wesley there. He's always calm. And Hikaru himself said, no fun playing that guy. He rarely loses. He's that solid.
Yeah, for me, it's about how Hikaru reacts to it being his birthday. From my experience, it's hard. It's hard to focus. You want to be out there, you want to be celebrating, you want to be relaxing, but nobody gives you gifts over the chessboard. What do you think? Is Hikaru going to be able to celebrate?
Oof, that is the big question. Hikaru has been on fire. It's hard to bet against Hikaru Nakamura. Now, Hikaru versus Wesley is a rivalry that we are very used to watching. Now, one rivalry that we are going to be seeing over the many coming years is going to be Abdusattorov, who is taking on Alireza Firouzja, and Nodirbek is ready to go, waiting for his opponent. How close is this one to call?
Well, Firouzja reached 2,800. Everyone was talking about him. But when we look at these two players, who actually has the best title between them? It's Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He won the World Rapid Championship ahead of many of the players who are sitting across the boards in Toronto. So Abdusattorov, he is unbothered, unfazed, undaunted. He is a champion in his own right, and he's an absolute beast over the board. They all picked Alireza. I think that Nodirbek could surprise people.
And as you said, Robert, that Nodirbek is ready to go. He wants a big start. He is playing against his colleague, his compatriot, the same generation. There is rivalry. Both players fearless, ambitious in their play. This is going to be fireworks. Now, another big favorite coming into this tournament is the world #2 in front of us, Fabiano Caruana, the reigning US champion. And what a fantastic year Fabi has had. Just amazing, incredible chess. He's just fresh out of his victory in the Grand Chess Tour. He's already booked his spot into the 2024 candidates, and today he will be playing against his good friend, the 2021 World Rapid Champion. He's up against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. They're friends off the board, but over the board, there's no friendship.
You don't pull any punches. It doesn't matter who you are playing. Fabi knows that just as well as anyone. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, let's be honest, he's on fire. The way he beat Magnus Carlsen not once but twice just to get here, we know what Maxime has in store for Fabi. But look at Fabi. He's looking fresh as ever. I think he feels like everything's under control.
Yeah, there's no friendship here. Fabi just breezed past his good friend Christian Carilla. He barely blinked. He's a man in form, maybe the man of 2023, especially if it comes to classical chess. And both of these players have such high ceilings. For me, it's about whether Maxime can ride that wave of beating Magnus, whether he can keep that form, that confidence going. If he can, it's going to be a big, big match. But Fabiano, I mean, nobody can match him for his results this year.
Yeah, and speaking of ceiling, the one player who needs to raise his floor is Denis Lazavik. For the first time, he plays against the very, very best in the world over the board. This is a huge, huge platform for Denis. Robert, what does he need to do today to make you think that he'll hang around this week?
Well, we spoke to Denis the Menace yesterday. He admitted that he's nervous. He's playing the best players on the planet. It's his first super tournament like this. But he's a boss, right? This kid won Title Tuesday when he was 15 years old. Everyone's like, who's that? Then he's become a grandmaster. He's made his way here through the series of events. He didn't win one, but he was consistent. He's hard to beat. He's kind of a mini Wesley in some ways. He draws a lot, but he is very difficult to take down. And I think it's good that he plays Magnus first because he's expected to lose to Magnus. So if he does lose, he's like, well, okay, let's get the next one.
And speaking of that, Magnus tends to be a little shaky in the early rounds, at the early start. Could that give Denis a little bit of hope here, David?
Yeah, you have to take hope where you can get it when you're playing Magnus Carlsen. And you're right, Tanya. Historically, throughout the Champions Chess Tour, throughout other events, it does take Magnus a bit of time to click through the gears to really hit top form. Magnus looks pretty focused, but yeah, Denis, he has to hope. And he can take solace from his results throughout the season. Online chess is, of course, different to over the board, but he's got a chance if he plays his best.
For Magnus Carlsen, nothing but a tour victory would be enough. And one player who will be giving him a big fight for that, another huge favorite in the tour finals, is Hikaru Nakamura, who is ready for his big first round matchup. The birthday boy. He's probably had his birthday cake. Is he going to get to eat it too? He starts with the white pieces. What are we expecting in terms of opening plan from Hikaru?
Well, it's Hikaru's birthday, and he'll make Wesley cry if he wants to, because Hikaru Nakamura sees Magnus as the favorite. He admitted that to us yesterday. But why not Hikaru? He has been able to take down Magnus in extended matches before against Wesley in the opening. Probably a Berlin, hopefully not a Berlin draw, though.
Absolutely, Robert. I think we're all hoping that we don't get to see those early quick draws from Wesley with the black pieces. We've seen so much of that. And we saw some fair play checks earlier on. Hikaru takes his seat. He's ready to go. We're all hoping for a not Berlin game. But Wesley, he's so solid. How do you create your chances against him?
Well, we were lucky enough to sit down with Hikaru before the event, and he was saying the secret, or one of the secrets to his success, is the fact that he feels free. He can take risks in the opening, he can freestyle, he can kind of bluff his opponents. Everyone expects Hikaru to try and stay in control, but he's been throwing out new openings this past year. He's been playing every opening under the sun, pretty much. And if he can surprise Wesley, that's the start.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be part of the agenda, right? In this format, you want to try to at least get your opponent to think early on, burn the clock a little bit. Do you also feel that this is perhaps a little bit of a grudge match from Hikaru, taking what happened exactly a year ago in this exact very spot?
Yeah, Hikaru can say he literally doesn't care all he wants, but you know he cares that Wesley So was the person who knocked him out of the Global Championship a year ago. And for Wesley, how did he win that match? He capitalized when Hikaru went all in. And at that moment, the tables turned. Wesley was able to seize the advantage, win that, and then win the whole thing. So for Hikaru, he knows when to take his chances. And for Wesley, he's always ready.
Yeah, I think for Hikaru, he might actually enjoy the fact it's a shorter match this year. Armageddon would happen just after 2 games if it got to that point, and that does lend itself to thinking he might start solid, especially on his birthday. You don't want to maybe take too many risks, but we'll see. We'll see. He's looking calm. He's looking confident. The player's getting ready to start any moment now.
Any moment now, and we will see in just a couple of moments as the fair play checks are still on. We've got 2 players who are right now undergoing that. And I have a feeling that Magnus cannot be too pleased about the situation. Now, he's someone who comes barely seconds before the start of the game, sometimes not even on time. Today, he was the first to arrive through the fair play checks, and he's been on his seat for quite a while. This is not something that makes Magnus Carlsen happy.
I would be happy sitting there. It looks very cozy. Right? That looks like a very comfortable chair. So for Magnus, he's settling in. He's taking on Denis Lazavik, but this whole field is just so strong, and I think they're all anticipating the start.
Absolutely, Robert. And each one of them has earned their spot right here. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who had only one chance, only one opportunity to make it through to Toronto, and he did it. And he did it in style, taking down Magnus Carlsen, the only player to have done that throughout the tour. In the finals, not once, but twice. Punching his ticket into Toronto. He starts against Fabi. We've been talking about Fabi's form, but Maxime as well has been on fire. He finished second in the overall standings of the Grand Chess Tour, had a big win in the Tata Steel Chess India, a very convincing performance. We've seen him be adventurous with his openings throughout the season. Are we expecting more opening surprises from Maxime in this final?
Possibly. It's going to be hard to surprise Fabiano, who's a well-known opening expert who has ideas everywhere. But Maxime has freshened things up, and it's really helped him throughout this year. By his own admission, he's still a bit inconsistent. Some opening experiments haven't worked out so well. But yeah, in rapid chess, it really suits his strengths, having a well-formed repertoire.
Yeah, for Fabiano, it's hard to surprise him. But Maxime, by his own admission, he's been inconsistent. Maxime himself believes that when he's playing his best chess, and the whole chess world would agree with this, he can beat anybody under the sun. But then he gets rocky at times, and he doesn't keep that form. We saw his classical rating take a huge nosedive, and he knows that he has what it takes to get back to the top 5 in the world. We'll see if he can start that trek here in Toronto.
These players are ready to go now. The one player who is waiting for his opponent is Nodirbek Abdusattorov, as Alireza Firouzja is undergoing fair play checks. Not anymore. It's handshakes, and that is our final 8th player who takes his spot.
What you call being fashionably late. Look at Alireza there. There's been so much talk about his new career in fashion, and we spoke with him. He is interested in fashion, but he's focused on the chess.
Yeah, and chess is fashionable, Alireza is fashionable, and I think starting these games would be on point right now. We're ready, the handshakes, you can see the players, we're off.
We are off, and Magnus Carlsen, he starts with 1d4 against Denis Lazavik.
Yeah, you just see the players. I'm just always interested how they make their first 3 moves, because some people, they spend a little bit of time, others, they slam the first stage of the game. But we do see a queen's pawn opening from Magnus Carlsen. I wonder how Denis is going to play this game.
Yeah, solid has been his trademark throughout this season, Denis Lazavik. We see him open as black with the Queen's Gambit. The Queen's Gambit declined. Rock solid stuff. Magnus trades off a set of pawns in the center. Really interesting that neither player really showing too much speed with the way they're moving. Looks quite lethargic, if anything, the way they're moving the pieces. Just calm start to this game, Robert.
And I'm looking at Denis, who's holding his head already. I think something that he admitted to was that when he's playing online, he's not looking at his opponent. But here he is Magnus Carlsen, the highest rated chess player in history across him, and he probably just doesn't want to look at Magnus. He said, I'm going to focus on the board. Let's be objective about things.
Let's pretend it's I was going to say offline chess, online chess even. This is offline chess over the board, of course. But Denis so strong with a mouse, so strong when it's online. And okay, this is interesting. Black already ambitiously attacking White's bishop. This knight on the rim, far from dim. And a bit of a rare position, forcing Magnus to take the first real think of this game.
I like the choice because he is being very clear in his intentions. I want to take that bishop off the board and claim the 2 bishops advantage. The best players in the world, they prefer to have a pair of bishops rather than a knight and a bishop. It's equal in terms of point value, but bishops longer range pieces. So Magnus is actually sitting in for a think here. David, why would he be surprised by knight h5?
Yeah, I'm shocked. Magnus is a big expert in this opening with White and with Black. And to surprise the world number 1 will be a big psychological success for Lazavik. Either Magnus is totally shocked and is out of book and has messed up his move order, or he just knows too much about this position and is trying to juggle, trying to weigh up which option to go for. White, of course, doesn't even need to move the bishop. It is protected by a pawn. White has various squares for that bishop to retreat, to move, to even go and capture Black's knight over on b8. So I think Magnus, probably not that surprised, but certainly not looking too warm right now as he weighs up this decision.
Yeah, as you said, getting your bishop captured is not the end of the world, and Black has spent 2 tempi with that knight. So Black has not castled the king. White has 3 pieces out. Black just has 2. You can bring that 4th and last minor piece in the game, developing your light square bishop. And you see Magnus has taken my bishop on a 4. Let's first go with the queen. Now he's flexible. David, is he thinking about castling queenside?
Definitely. Magnus Carlsen, he's universal in his own words. In terms of style, he can play any style. But especially, I noticed against lower-rated players, he takes risks, he plays provocative moves, and always the most ambitious ones. So Yeah, interesting moment. I would never dabble in anything like this. I'm a much more classical player, but Magnus, he's really putting pressure on Lazavik at an early stage.
It's smart play by him because he is trying to put the ball in Lazavik's court. And now there are going to be double pawns on the board. That sounds like a bad thing, but inherent to having double pawns, open files. And also there's a 4-on-3 pawn majority for white on the king side. And if black's king ventures on over there, then we could see the makings of an attack.
And this is exactly the kind of outcome that we want out of the opening. A non-standard position where there's already an imbalance with a knight versus bishop trade. So we know that it is going to be a well-fought middle game. One of the things that sets Denis Lazavik apart from his colleagues, his young colleagues, is that his positional style, his strategic play. And Magnus Carlsen, how do you find your chances of defeating the world's greatest player with that style? Will Denis Lazavik, with the black pieces, be able to hold on in this one and make a go of it with the white pieces in the next round? We will keep an eye out on this one, but we've also got moves coming in from our other big matchups, and let's check in with the two players who have been recently on fire, and that's a position on fire already. A very different front, one from where we just left. There's a white queen on 8-6. What is happening here?
This is a crazy position if you're new to it. This is actually deep theory, old theory in the Grunfeld defense, one of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's favorite openings. He's the world-leading expert in this one. Fabiano testing him, going right for the attack, going for that black king, which is a bit vulnerable. White's king, meanwhile, is castled to queenside. It's wild. It's crazy. Level material for now, but anything can happen, Robert.
I just watched Maxime roll up his sleeves here. His understanding of this position, his pre-game knowledge, that preparation, it's just getting started. And we're in a position where both kings are looking vulnerable. The black king has that white queen sitting menacingly in front of it. And then the white king on c1, it doesn't have so many pawns in front of it, so there are open diagonals, open lines. This one is getting very spicy.
Because it's getting so spicy, if I was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave right now, unfortunately I'm not, but if I was, I would want to get rid of that queen on 8-6. A queen to f4, give a check, try and trade off the queens, because I'm just really scared about black's king coming under so much fire once that white knight jumps to g5 or the h-pawn, harry the h-pawn, h4, h5 coming in. Is this the moment you try and bail out with a check?
Yeah, I think you might have to, at least now, if not now, then in the next few moves. There's one trick as well we should point out, Tanya. You cannot play knight takes knight. You cannot take this white knight off the board because look, whoops, loose pieces drop off. LPDO, as Dania always says. This would be a bishop check, a discovered check. And once the bishop was captured, black's queen would disappear. White would emerge with a decisive material advantage. So, yeah, you've got to get rid of pieces. You've got to get rid of attackers. Not this knight, however. Trading queens looks by far the most sensible move. But is it Maxime's style? Does he want to head for the endgame? He would force the queens off the board. That was the check. And maybe at the very end, white would win a pawn. Still some calculation to be done. You just have to weigh up whether you're surviving this endgame.
And black is kind of playing without those queenside pieces. So even if you trade pieces off the board, get to what looks like it might be an appealing endgame, it's not a full endgame just yet because there are so many rooks on the board and minor pieces. And black is not fully developed, and that center could collapse, as you're indicating. So I would be nervous if I were Maxime here, and that's why he's taking his time. I said he was still in his preparation. Maybe he's out of it.
And he reaches out and he doesn't trade the queens. In fact, he falls back with it to a square to defend the 7th rank. 8-7 is protected. He steps out of all the checks, the discovered checks along the D line, David, that you were pointing at. And I think you raised a really good point there. That queen to f4 feels like the most human move, and you really want to make it because you don't want to come under fire with your king on g8. But is it really Maxime's style to go into an endgame?
Well, it wasn't his style, apparently, but maybe it should have been in this position because suddenly, look at the eval bar. It's really risen for white, and you could imagine an attack brewing already. The typical thrust of harry the h-pawn marching up the board, opening up this rook on the h-file. One more move, and black's kingside would fall apart. The shelter would be wrecked here. So already, Maxime might be living to regret this decision, Robert.
I don't like black's position at all. I think white's play looks quite natural. As you said, throw the h-pawn forward. What can go wrong? The black king is going to be in some huge danger. The knight can join the party, as you're indicating. And at some point, this knight on c3 can also jump into d5. And if you trade, the bishop suddenly opens up towards the black king. I'm worried for Maxime in this position. He's kind of living on the edge. It's his style. But Fabiano has proven in the past, like including in the Canada tournament, sometimes he just out-prepares Maxime.
Yeah, dangerous position, and it's just one of those cases of, wow, Maxime away from the board, I just noticed. Well, very rare thing to do, and very brave thing to do in rapid chess, but I think he'll realize how bad his position is if and when Caruana pushes the h-pawn.
Yeah, maybe sometimes when you feel your position is so bad that the only option you have left is actually to walk out of it and just to get up and leave. But we see he is coming back. His action is just getting started in this one. Fabiano Caruana, for the first time, takes a pause. He can feel that he's got the momentum going in this one. An attack we're expecting from the white side. Black really can be in big danger in just the next couple of moves once the H-pawn starts moving forward. Robert?
Yeah, and there's just one thing I noticed. You mentioned LPDO, loose pieces drop off. That knight on b6 is not defended. So pawn h4, as David was calling for, followed by pawn h5. That knight on b6 is actually in the line of fire from the queen on h6. So that could actually be to Fabiano's advantage here. Just to quickly show a line, h4, bishop g4, thinking you're stopping pawn h5, I still push my pawn forward, and once you take my pawn with your bishop, I sacrifice my rook for that piece, and then you look not at the h5 pawn, but the b6 knight. The queen gathers it, and white wins the game.
Oh.
Oof. This is actually a really important variation, Robert, and easy to miss from afar. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in big, big trouble if Fabiano throws his h-pawn forward. And I guess we'll check back on this one in a bit.
We will, David. And h4 does look like the most natural, most tempting move that you want to make in this position. We will come back to this, but we've got moves on the other boards as well. Let's check in with the two youngsters, Nodirbek Abdusattorov taking on Alireza Firouzja. A very different position from the one that we just left. And this is a Berlin endgame.
Berlin endgame, queens off the board. Black has the bishop pair, but Black does have a fractured structure and a slightly odd-looking king. Black's king gets in the way often of the rooks connecting, the rooks coming to the center. And White's knight on d5, Robert. White's knight in the center looks really strong right now. Who would you pick?
I love the last move, rook to a2, though, from Nodirbek, because that bishop on f5 was trying to go into c2. The b3 pawn is the base of White's position. If the rooks go off the board, White could just be losing at that point because of how weak that pawn is. But rook a2 covers the square, tries to double, slice across the second rank. I actually really like Abdusattorov's position.
Yeah, he's up on the clock as well, just putting paid to the fact that he had that long journey. He looks fresh, he looks sharp, and this position, despite the fact queens are off, really dangerous for Black. Black needs to be accurate to keep the balance.
Just amazing fighting spirit there by Nodirbek Abdusattorov. This one's going to be a big battle, but Nodirbek has already had quite the battle coming to Toronto. And we're going to head over to Kaya, who had a chat with Nodirbek on his journey to the season and final, what it means to him, and how he got here. Kaya, what happened?
Yeah, it's been quite dramatic, Tanya. So I spoke to Nodirbek yesterday. He left Uzbekistan on November 30th to come here to Toronto in Canada. He left for Berlin, and he had to stay there for a week waiting for his visa to be approved. When it finally was approved, after a week in Berlin, his plane was cancelled, of course. When he finally got on a plane here to Toronto, that arrived here way past midnight yesterday. I mean, imagine the jet lag he must be feeling, the fatigue, and it's been quite dramatic. We didn't know up until very last minute if Nodirbek would be able to participate here in the CCT finals, but he has been so determined to actually get here, to participate in the finals, to be here with the best players in the world. So let's see, Tanya, how this works out for him, if he is fresh, if he is ready to be here and fighting.
Wow, thanks a lot, Kaya. Wow, that is absolutely crazy. A week to get his visa sorted, and then we had the chat with him before the start of the round, and he said he's already put that past him, and he's ready to go. These youngsters have insane amount of energy and passion for the game.
There's endless determination when you think of Nodirbek Abdusattorov. The way that he looks at the chessboard, the way he stares his opponent down, and just the way he plays. And when we were covering the event in Calcutta, Tanya and I had the call, and Nodirbek was offered a draw in a position where he was down a pawn, and he said no. He just wants to fight every single move of every single game. Give him a lot of credit. I love the way he's playing chess overall. I loved his position in this game with those pawns in the center. I mean, he has a shot to take this whole thing.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of that will have to do with how these two start. We had a chat earlier on with Hikaru where he mentioned when it comes to Nodirbek and when it comes to Alireza, if they get the momentum going, if they're able to get those early wins on, they can go the distance. They can win the whole thing. But it's also easy for these two to go on a tilt. So this match is so important for the 19-year-old Nodirbek and the 20-year-old Alireza Firouzja. And of course, the other match that we've got our eyes on is Hikaru Nakamura taking on Wesley. So much history between these two players. This is no Endgame. This is no Berlin. This is fire on the board.
Yes, it is. And this actually looks quite peaceful right now compared to what we had just 2-3 moves ago. So I actually want to do a quick action replay on some of the crazy tactics that Wesley threw at Hikaru Nakamura. And then we'll catch up with the current position. Just a few moves back here, White developed his queen, Hikaru, and now gave a check. It looks like a deadly check, hitting the king, hitting the knight as well. But this was simply blocked. Wow, nice to have the player mics there. That wasn't me, I promise. Black simply blocked with the bishop. This is a piece sacrifice from Wesley. So if queen takes knight, however, this is not a blunder. Simply rook to c8, sliding across. And this is a effective skewer, hitting the queen. And if the queen moves, no matter where she moves, this check will be devastating. White has forgotten to castle, and the rook will drop off in the corner. This is beautiful vision. And after bishop takes bishop, this same tactic persisted. Queen takes again. Queen takes knight. This was a poisoned piece, and this would have been a winning tactic, hitting the queen, and a simple check, winning the game. Hikaru had to dodge these tricks. He had to castle. And if we catch up with the current position now, the offer of a queen trade, what do we think? Who would this favor?
I think this is going to shock everybody, but this game is looking very level. I think these two players, there's just not much between them. There's little separation. We saw the overall record in Rapid heavily in Hikaru's favor. That surprised me because every time I see them play, it looks like they're making draws. I hate to call that to be the likely outcome, but we're looking at this position. It's evenly matched between these two.
Yep, relatively balanced pawn structure here. Not too many kind of deficiencies in either side's position. I'm looking at Black's bishop. It does have great potential, but yeah, on the face of things, when we look at these two players, Hikaru, Wesley, it's hard to imagine any big blunders here. Looking relatively even. Tanya, prove us wrong. Tell us what we're missing.
I'm listening to you guys, and I want to always agree with what you two say, but I have to say it still looks like there's fire in this one. There is some poison in this one. You pointed out the bishop. The pawn structure, it's even material, but it's not completely symmetrical. And White also has control on the d file. The knight from b1 can come on to d2, can find a nice post on the c4 square. Yes, I would agree with Danny's earlier prediction that this is a match that's most likely to go into an Armageddon. But I think there's still a lot to happen there, and this is a quick action replay of what's happening.
I can tell everyone what just happened. When they're playing over the board and someone slides a piece, sometimes they kind of press it against a square. So it looked like queen d4 happened. That would have been a queen blunder.
Whoa.
Instead, the queen went to e4, a safe square offering a queen trade. Queen trade declined. The game continues. No queen blunders here.
I like that. I like that the queen trade has been declined. It means it's going to be still a fun middle game. There's a check on b5 being threatened. It might be time for Black to consider getting the king to safety, go short side castle. Eventually, we might see the f-pawn advance to f5 to open up the bishop. Now the queen on e4. Yes, you offered a trade, but what you also did was put the queen on a vulnerable square. When Hikaru's knight does come out, it hits the queen on e4. From c3, or from the d2 square. We will keep a check on this one as the players continue to blitz out their moves. f5, without castle. Does that surprise you, David?
It doesn't surprise me that Wesley's being ambitious, actually, because it looks like he's got a very solid position, and we will come back to that one roughly objectively balanced, but still alive, as you say, Tanya. In the meantime, Magnus Carlsen against Denis Lazavik. This is heating up. It's a crazy position, and it has evolved massively since the last time we were here. Denis Lazavik actually has some holes to look at near Magnus's king, but Magnus does have some beautiful knights right now.
Those knights are outclassing the bishops in many ways. We typically say the bishop's advantage. There are two of them, and White has none. And yet that knight on c5 is about to chop off the bishop on e4. Down it goes. And even though Black seems to have good play around the White king, I'm more concerned about Black's pawn structure. Those are some weak pawns, double isolated eyesores on the a file, the isolated c pawn. And if Black can push through an e3 push and shatter White's structure on the king side, maybe you'll have some chance to attack. But I do see the long-term advantage here for Magnus Carlsen.
Really nicely pointed out. And that Black queen, it really doesn't have that much assistance to actually create threats against the White king. Now, traditional chess knowledge, right, David, is that you should place your pawn on the opposite color of your opponent's bishop. But here, what Magnus has done is actually placed a lot of his pawns on the dark squares, because the good side of that is that you limit your opponent's bishop's activity. And what is he doing instead? He is just going to attack the weaknesses that you pointed out, Robert. Black's bishop doesn't really have those many targets in the position. White's rook sliding onto c1, doubling up. It just looks like it's the kind of position that Magnus Carlsen is going to enjoy and grind down eventually.
Yeah, at least to me, it feels like Magnus, he's a different generation. He's, of course, the favorite here. He's actually taking as much risk out of the position as possible, and he's just playing strategically. He's just, as you say, Tania, trying to kind of limit Black's bishop, trying to go for those weak pawns. And I don't really see Black ever winning this game. And in a two-result situation where you have that safety net of bailing out for a draw, you have quite a calm kind of position where you can improve with very simple, natural moves. That's where Magnus really thrives. It feels like Denis, tough start to this game.
There's just no weaknesses in White's position. Maybe the d4 pawn, it's isolated itself. It's on a dark square, so a bishop on f8 in the future can go after with a pawn f5 push, bishop g7, and so on. But with the black king being where it is, maybe it's going to be exposed. You might need to trade the queens, but the black queen is doing such a good job of defending the vulnerable pawns. I just hate that queenside pawn structure. If you could put that a6 pawn back on b7, we're talking about a whole different position. But with it, those pawns split the way they are, it's all White's fun right now.
He's already going for those pawns. I'm slightly surprised by this one, I must admit, because it does hang this pawn on a2. Perhaps this pawn is not as relevant as some of the other pawns we're looking at in the position, but Denis, he's playing very quickly, I've got to say. It looks so tempting to capture this pawn if you take it. Okay, he hasn't taken it. If we go back, taking this pawn, I guess would have allowed this central pawn to drop, and Black's queen is so far distance from its king right now that maybe this is just a bit too risky. But yeah, Denis here taking some risks, both strategically and now dynamically. He's hitting this pawn in the center. Okay, he's not dead yet. It's far from decided. I think we all would take White here, but he's fighting.
Yeah, he has great chances because he's Denis Lazavik. I mean, the guy does not lose very often, and he also has a lot of experience. So his age may be small in number, just 17, but he's played so many different online events that he gets that experience trying to defend tough positions against the best on the planet. And now the knight is gone. So the more pieces that come off the board, I think the more likely that we have a peaceful result.
Yeah, I think take that pawn, Denis. That a2 pawn that I was highlighting, try and remove as much material from the board as possible. Because essentially you're left with weaknesses. And long term, if you're suffering, you have to speed up the game short term. He's just been doing great. I mean, considering his lack of experience at this level over the board, still having 5 minutes left in a relatively complicated position, I think he's actually going to save this one.
Oof, that's going to be a massive, massive start for the young Grandmaster if he gets the draw with the black pieces. We will come and check in on this one, but things are getting exciting on the Fabi Maxime Vachier-Lagrave board. It's the endgame. We've got a pawn on e7, just one step away from becoming a queen, but it looks like Black's got enough resources to keep things under control. The Black king extremely close to that e7 pawn, can start coming to f6 already, start targeting the pawn.
I'm just counting the pawns really quickly. So it's even material. Both sides have rook, bishop, and 5 pawns. That wasn't immediately obvious to me. And that e7 pawn, is it a strength, is it an asset about to promote, or is it a weakness because Black can try to bring the king closer? But I love the positioning of White's piece. If you bring your king up to f6, the rook on e1 jumps right next to it, hits the king with check, also attacks the queen side. So I would say that White still has some chance to win this game because of piece activity.
Yeah, it looks like that white pawn, it's very strong at first. Then you think, oh, maybe it's a weakness, but it's really unclear. And I think it will come down to who maneuvers better in the next few turns. But yeah, right now it's hard for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It's roughly level on the clock. He just needs to find a few accurate moves, and it should be safe enough. We see the evaluation bar planted in the center. It means it should be a draw with best play, but enough material for now to cause some problems.
But the more we look into this position, the more it becomes clear that it's not so easy for Black to actually start targeting the e7 pawn because of the threat that you pointed out of the rook jumping onto e6. So it looks like Fabi has placed his pieces beautifully, the bishop on d5, rook on e1, coordinating perfectly well. But the question is, how do you make progress from here? If Maxime just plants that bishop on e8, stopping the pawn from progressing any further, the rook on a7 ties down the active rook on e1 to defend the e7 pawn. Yes, you can't go king to f6 next. But also, Fabi, how are you making progress here?
Well, the essential question is, what are Black's moves going to be? And the bishop can't move because then the pawn promotes. The rook can't slide to d7 because then White has bishop c6, hitting the rook and the bishop behind it. So Black doesn't really have moves, at least not obvious ones that I see. So maybe you try to improve this location of your king, maybe push a pawn here and there. And I don't see many options for Black. Black could run out of moves, so he goes king f6 on the live board. He's giving up the queenside pawns, and wow, his king is getting very active.
Wow, it's getting very active. But yeah, giving up these pawns feels fraught with danger long term. Fabiano's going to go capture them and watch out for this A pawn marching up the board later if the black pawn ever disappears. So this one really heating up in the endgame now.
White's up a pawn. I was having trouble counting before. Now I think it's pretty obvious that the rook takes a6. That will be an extra pawn for white. And as you point out, David, not just any pawn. It's an outside pass pawn that will be supported by the rook and that bishop on d5. Maybe it'll slide back to e4 eventually. The pawn and bishop will defend one another, but it covers the a8 promotion square. This looks really challenging for Maxime unless he has a quick initiative that will help him survive.
Yeah, would you say this is a common theme in Maxime's games? Every time I see him with black, he's a pawn down. And he's going active, of course. He's prioritizing kind of piece activity, but it's risky in this type of position. He barely thought about this massive, massive moment.
I agree with you, David, though, that this is Maxime's style. He's not one who we think about when we talk about passive defense. He's always looking for the initiative, trying to get rid of any lack of space, lack of piece activity, even if it comes at the cost of a pawn. And that's what he just did. He sacrificed a pawn for king activity, getting rid of that e7 pawn. One idea, one plan that comes to mind for black is, of course, you want to try and trade off as many pawns as possible when on the defense in these kind of positions. I'm at some point expecting those kingside pawns of Maxime, the h and the g pawn, to start moving up the board, to challenge that f pawn that Fabi has, to try to destabilize that bishop on e4. The big question to me right now is, do you go ahead with that king to f4, start pushing the g pawn ahead then, and strike with g4? Is that a defensive plan?
I think we'll see it on the board, Tanya. That would be right up Maxime's alley. Just a very kind of linear plan. Active pieces compensates for the potential pawn deficit. But suddenly he's paused. It feels like he should have paused earlier before going down this route. He's kind of walked down this alleyway, and there's only one thing at the end there. He could have, there was a fork in the road. I don't think he needed to rush for this, Robert.
He's in trouble, and that move, bishop e4 check, that's a great inclusion by Fabiano. So many of us, myself included, we just taking the pawn on a6. Why not steal a free pawn? Nothing's defending it, but instead he closes down the open file from that rook by giving the king a check. So the king has to move now, and only after the king moves, you take the pawn. That is what the best players on the planet do, is they don't rush their decisions over the board. They make this little intermediate move, this little in-between move, and then grab the pawn so it's captured under the best possible circumstances.
Yeah, maybe Maxime missed this just to prove your point. Rook takes pawn, and black would get active. Black's rook will come down with a check and maybe slide behind, and big, big counterplay. So this has been eradicated, and Maxime now realizing he is in massive danger in this game.
Really nice technique there by Fabiano Caruana. And finally, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave does go for the plan that we discussed. He wants to try and trade off the pawns on the king side to make sure that his chances of securing the draw increase in this position. Meanwhile, there is a lot of action on the Nodirbek Firouzja endgame. It started as a Berlin, but the position that I have in front of me on my screen right now, and there we see the two players who are fighting it out. It looks like a crazy outcome of a Berlin. And definitely needs a deep dive. Full concentration there. Look at that.
Wow, Robert's peering forward here. I think we're doing a material count. We're wondering how white's pawns suddenly, magically got so far up the board. Both players look super focused. Abdusattorov here, he's up on the clock and up on material.
Yeah, he's up a pawn and up about 2 minutes on time. But that d6 pawn, at some point, black will consider chopping everything off. You take the knight first, then you start taking the pawn. But that doesn't solve all of your problems, because that pawn that was just captured by white is an outside pawn, the rook pawn. There's long-term potential for white to move the bishop out the way, start running pawns up the board, and then we may see an outside pass pawn cause black some problems. So the king moves away, the pawn's captured on c7. David, why is white not just up a pawn here?
I'm struggling to understand here, Robert, as well. I've played the Berlin from the black side my whole life, and this looks like a disaster. You're just a pawn down. I think what he might have to rely upon after trading off a set of rooks, winning one of the pawns back, is that he does have a trick. Maybe he can push forward with b5, start throwing queenside pawns forward, because white is a bit vulnerable on the light squares over here. And actually, we see this whole variation play out. For example, if white is slow, if white just makes a kind of random move, b5, I think, would create enough counterplay to hold the balance, undermining the protection of this knight, and counterplay for the first time. So it's not one-way traffic yet.
That is a great find. And Tanya, when I see something like that, I'm like, that was not even on my radar.
is so instructive, right? You want to try and target the base here, and that's understanding that that's the b3 pawn, holding that knight on c4. That's such a strong piece. So b5, you sacrifice a pawn again for piece activity. And for all these guys at the top, it's so much about this active defense in these formats. They're never just trying to hold a position passively, but finding ways to create these dynamic chances. So, David, in this position, if White was to advance on the king side, try and make something of the pawn majority, it will be time for Alireza to try and strike with b5, and that threat has been stopped with this last move targeting the a5 pawn.
Really classy move there. White's bishop was looking pretty on the edge of the board, but it's dropped back, and actually, as you mentioned, Tanya, it's got an eye on Black's queenside pawn, so trying to slow down Black on that flank, on that side of the board. And yeah, these players, they're always not just focused on their own ideas. White's idea, for example, to throw kingside pawns forward, but they were also balancing that out with their opponent's threats. And this move, perhaps missed by Firouzja, has caused him to think. And now down to 1 minute on the clock.
That is the big element of this position, is about a minute left for Black. You're down a pawn. In your head, sometimes like, how do I get that pawn back? What can I do? You may make a quick choice. You don't have time to calculate everything. And those pawns on the on the king side for White, you can start throwing up the board. G4, maybe an H4 and F4, and there could be a pawn storm. You have a 4-on-2 majority on that flank.
Yeah, and we've seen throughout this season players get down to 1 minute, living on the increment, but over the board, it's far more difficult. We might start seeing pieces fly. We'll see the hands start to shake, and having 1 minute over the board is no time at all. This is getting really dramatic now, especially for Firouzja, as the pawns start flying forward already for White, as Robert predicted.
It just feels like so much easier to play with White. You've got a straight-up plan. You start pushing the f-pawn next, f4, f5 coming up. And David, as you said, over the board with a minute is so hard because you don't have the option to pre-move anymore. You've got to be quick on that, and this position is going to be a difficult one for Alireza. But we know just what a speed chess specialist he is. He's still eyeing that idea of trying to get the b5 break in. The other player who's down to a minute on the clock is Denis Lazavik against Magnus Carlsen. But it looks like Denis, with the black pieces, has managed to equalize, neutralize Magnus's pressure. Look at that. He's going to lose that d pawn. Or Rook e2, King f2. He ends up losing that d pawn, but it's not going to be enough for Magnus.
Yeah, look at the eval bar. It's in the middle, saying that this should be a draw, but should is the key word in my sentence there. Magnus Carlsen has won more draws positions like that. Sometimes I feel like he could win king versus king, and the rooks are sliding across the board. Look at Denis bringing his rook to an open file. He should hold this. This is a position where White can't create an easy pass pawn, but if Denis allows the trade of pawns on the king side, then Magnus would have winning chances.
Yeah, this is not the position. This is the position from Firouzja Abdusattorov against Abdusattorov. Let's hopefully get up this Magnus game right now, where, okay, we suddenly see the eval bar.
We need to jump straight away to the Magnus board. Let's bring up the Magnus versus Denis Lazavik as we see the eval bar shoot right up. What happened there?
It probably was. This keeps happening today. When players are moving on a DGT board, sometimes it gets stuck on a square, but it actually went back and forth. So we will try as soon as we can to bring up the game between Denis and Magnus, because if Denis can hold the #1 player in the world to a draw with the black pieces, maybe he could even take this match when he gets White in game 2. And meanwhile, Alireza Firouzja, he broke with b5 in this game, and it's Abdusattorov on the clock. But yeah, this game between Magnus and Denis, that will be exciting.
Yeah, that will be exciting. It is a rook endgame, and there are notoriously drawish tendencies there. And there we saw the chair that the players are sitting on. Comfy stuff. Trust me, I've had the luck to sit on one of them myself. And in the meantime, okay, here we get a playthrough of the game, the Magnus game. For those who are really fast of mind, you can follow this. But this is the current position. I actually believe Black's rook is on a8 rather than c8, behind Black's passed pawn. Yeah. So let's not trust the eval bar right now. Black is holding this one. Black's rook on a8 makes the White rook passive. White's rook simply cannot move. And I think this is going to be a simple draw for Denis Lazavik.
Even with 10 seconds on the clock?
Even with 10 seconds on the clock. I think his moves are very easy. White doesn't have a clear plan. And you start thinking when your opponent has something that they can do. And the rook is definitely on 8, and that's what probably caused the problem, is when you slide a rook from e8 to a8, sometimes it gets stuck on c8. Sorry for the technological issue, but Denis Lazavik, he's having no issues at the moment. He is holding on against Magnus Carlsen.
Yep, he is going to draw this one. You can see Denis, despite the fact he has 10 seconds, doesn't look too stressed. Head in hands, but he's making the moves, getting them out in time. And Okay, there is a critical moment on this board. We have had a few moves since we see them happening. Maybe we just get a up-close camera on the players on the board right now.
Let's try and zoom in.
Let's try and zoom in.
Let's get a close-up shot of the board if we can, because this is the critical moment. Can Denis Lazavik secure a draw? Magnus Carlsen, is he down to a second? What happened there?
No shot. No shot. So we apologize for what's going on. We can zoom in on the players. There we see Denis Lazavik hunched over the board there. Magnus Carlsen trying to figure things out. The A-pawn is gone. The white king has sprinted over there. But if I'm looking at this position correctly, white has 2 pawns remaining on the king side. And is there one next to that black king? That's the big question.
No, it's 2 pawns against 0. So Magnus is 2 pawns ahead, but the white king is cut off. The white king is so far away from protecting its pawns. And the question is whether Denis can make the most of that. He's playing moves with under 10 seconds on his clock. He's going for the white pawns now, but he cannot win them. Black's king also unable to make headway towards those pawns. Maybe Magnus now has the time to bring his king. If white can coordinate, if white can use his whole army together, he's simply going to walk the pawns down the board.
It feels like that's going to be the case. You just start bringing your king closer to the king side pawns, because black never has the opportunity to actually pick up one of the pawns and trade the rooks. All king pawn endings will be lost.
But there's something very smart that Denis Lazavik is doing. He's trying to provoke a pawn push, because then his king will step in front of it, and then the king may go forward. Now, the rook and king can team up on a pawn, but you can't capture it, because if the rooks get traded, then the other pawn will sprint to the other side and become a queen. So what Denis is hoping for, he's trying to get some kind of fortress where the pawns can't go forward, but it looks like Magnus's king, it's venturing closer and closer, and after rook f5 check here, it looks like it's going to be done in Magnus's favor.
Yeah, even without using the white king now, as long as the white king keeps itself safe, the pawns and rook actually guide each other towards the promotion square. So Magnus has this. He doesn't even need to show much sophistication here. Unfortunately for Denis, I think he had the draw in his hands, but the time, the clock.
That's it, handshakes. And Magnus Carlsen takes the lead with a win. Denis Lazavik so close to securing that draw.
Yeah, so close, yet so far. Unfortunately, the result is 1-0 in Magnus's favor. But Denis Lazavik, he should be proud of the way he played. He got himself in time trouble. He actually still had drawing chances, just a few moves before the game ended. But the game is over. Magnus is our first winner here at the Champions Chess Tour, but they will get another game.
And Magnus Carlsen stops by to take a look at the Alireza Nodirbek board. He's got to be pleased with that outcome. Magnus Carlsen, with his endgame touch, wins it. And let's head over to the 2 players in front of us who are still fighting it out, duking it out in an endgame. And Wesley So makes that move with just a second on the clock.
Wow, things are really heating up. We hear the pieces being knocked over as Wesley starts to fidget. Nerves jangling. It looks like Wesley's actually doing extremely well on the board, but no time. And it's a scramble.
And you see the players, they're both nervous here. Wesley slamming down that move, slapping the clock. Hikaru shakes his head. There's Magnus Carlsen, the #1 player, looking on. And Hikaru doesn't know what to do, so he brings the rook back. And look at Wesley go. David is looking really good for Wesley.
Wesley is 2 pawns up. I'm hoping at some point we are able to show you some of the highlights of this one. But Wesley, 2 pawns up right now. Black's king is actually deep in enemy territory. And unless Hikaru pulls a miracle here, Wesley will take this game.
Wesley's just knocking off all the pieces, not only on the board, but off the board as well.
Feel the nerves, right? The atmosphere, the tension. And moves being played so quickly here. We see on the small board on your right, the current position. Wesley's actually had to give material back. Black's king would have been trapped otherwise, and suddenly Hikaru's back in it. He's got 2 rooks against 1. He's the exchange up, but Black does still have those 2 extra pawns.
Unbelievably resourceful is Hikaru Nakamura. It's his birthday. Maybe he'll get a gift because he was losing earlier, and if Wesley had more time, he would have been able to secure that point. But instead, he's pushing pawns forward on the queen side. Rooks are running across the board, but I'd be most concerned for Hikaru as that pawn on h3 looks so dangerous.
Oh, it does, but look at that black king. It's being chased to the edge of the board now. If white lands a rook on the h-file, this is checkmate. Massive threat on the board. Rook to h8, trapping the black king.
Do you have to block the g-file, bringing your own rook to g3? You've got to find a way to get out of that mating trap.
He plays it, but now Hikaru has a draw at his disposal if he wants it. Does Hikaru have anything more?
David, he's going to go for it. I think rook h8 is coming up. It's so hard to imagine with that pawn on h3 just 2 steps away. This is looking dangerous if you go for more. He's going for more.
He's going for more in this position.
He's threatening mate again, checkmate, but Wesley just gets his king out.
And Black's winning.
Hikaru, he gambled, he bluffed, and the bluff was called. Wesley's pawn is simply going to march down the board.
Oh my gosh. There's no mate. The bishop slides back, and you see Hikaru resign. Wesley So, the magic continues in Toronto.
Wow, what drama.
Unbelievable. Wesley So does it. He takes down Hikaru. Nakamura takes the lead in his match. Hikaru could have repeated the position, bailed out, taken the draw, but going for more loses.
Hikaru, he's going to regret that. Losing with white against Wesley So is what not to do, essentially, and he should have taken the draw. He could have taken the draw. Wesley, look at that bounce in his step as he walks out. Oof. Let's catch our breath.
What a round this has been, just from start to finish. Just incredible stuff all around. Denis Lazavik almost holding Magnus Carlsen. The incredible game, the incredible end to the Hikaru-Wesley matchup. What stood out for you, Robert?
Well, history repeating itself in Toronto. Wesley So was the recipient of Hikaru Nakamura's ambition a year ago, beat him in the Global Championship, went on to win the whole thing. In that game, Hikaru could have made a draw by putting his rook back and forth. Black had no choice, yet he wanted more. He tried to checkmate his opponent. There was no mate to be had. Wesley gets the win. Fabiano also got a win. We didn't even look at that, but he played a great game.
Great games all around. Too many moments to pick from. David, what was the highlight for you?
I think we need an action replay of that game between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. Robert broke it down really well, but let's put those moves on the board. And it was here where Black is actually up on material. Black has 3 pawns and a bishop for White's rook. However, Black's king is in mortal danger, and after a couple of checks, we saw a big threat on the board. Black's king forced to h4, the rook now threatening to come behind, and a threat of checkmate in just 2 moves. Rook h8 would be deadly. However, Wesley found the only way to save the game, rook to g3, and after a couple of checks, this is where Hikaru, unfortunately, self-destructed. He should have kept giving those checks. Perpetual would end the game, but instead, rook takes rook, a rush of blood to the head, based on the fact that there's still a checkmate threat in the position, but Black can clear a path for the king, simply stepping back with his bishop. There's a safe escape route now, and after a rook check, h2 was the killer blow, based on the fact that a check can simply be blocked. Black makes a new queen, and Wesley So won the game.
What an amazing finish that was. And it is only a best of 2 for these players. And look at that, 3 have already taken the lead. Wesley So wins against Hikaru Nakamura. Magnus Carlsen, with his endgame touch, takes down Denis Lazavik. Fabiano Caruana takes the lead in his match against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. These players have to strike back in the final second game, while Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Alireza Firouzja. What a game that was. It ended peacefully, but the game itself was anything but peaceful.
And the funny part is that was maybe one of the wildest games of the round, and yet it ended in a draw. Those 2 players gave it their all. Nothing could separate them. It was good defense from Alireza. And then the other 3 matches, whew, we have a winner in each one.
The action is just getting started in the season end final in Toronto. And we've set ourselves up for a fantastic final from this city, as the 8 of the best players from the season are battling it out. We've already had 3 decisive games. 3 players are playing catch-up going into that final second round. And we're also celebrating the amazing community that we've created at ChessKit, with a big surprise coming up for all of you this February. It's going to be incredibly fun.
ChessKit is going live and in person at the ChessKit National Festival. Bring the whole family. Meet your favorite chess masters. Solve puzzles, play K-5 tournaments, compete for the ChessKit National Championship title, and so much more. This festival is surely one for the books. From February 16th to 19th, 2024 in Charlotte, North Carolina. Book your seats now before they're gone. This December, they're back for one more round. ChessGPT.
I'm already liking this bot. It's such a big troll.
Dead Lost. Grandpa Gambit.
Decides to get a bit crazy because he sacrifices the queen.
Frank and Isla. And everyone's favorite kitty, Mittens.
Well, if I go here, it's a fork. If I go here, it's another fork. So I guess the only safe move is this. I didn't even see that! Oh!
Oh, that is so sick. That's actually sick.
Oh shit, there is 95. Oh my.
Play them again while you can on Chess.com.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from Chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
Those are some really cool chats, and if you saw the players earlier, you know that's an easy way to boost your ELO rating, getting yourself a Secret Lab Titan Evo Champions Chess Tour 2023 edition. And we've got a very cool giveaway for all of you. One lucky winner will win this beautiful chair, and all you gotta do is follow Chess.com and Secret Lab Chess. You've got to like this post on Instagram, tag a chessmate that's also watching the tour finals, and we will be revealing the big lucky winner on our final day. That's December 16th. One of you will win that very cool chair, and the best part, it is signed by none other than Magnus Carlsen. So get ready to enter that giveaway. How cool would it be? I want a secret lab chair. Where are our secret lab chairs?
I need a break, Tanya. I need to write in. I need to sign up for this competition. I want one too. I
feel like it'd be a lot of pressure, though, if Magnus' signature was in the chair and I'm playing chess and I'm not nearly his level. That would kind of hurt me a little bit.
Well, you know, one player who's hurt right now has got to be Denis Lazavik. How close was he to secure that draw in the first round with the black pieces? Magnus Carlsen doing Magnus things in that endgame. What was the big takeaway for you, Robert, from the round one action that we just saw?
Well, specifically in that match, my takeaway is Denis Lazavik is legit. Everyone should remember that name. He is just getting started. He's 17 years old. But Fabiano Caruana, in great form. The way he played, we didn't see the conclusion live in front of you all, but I looked at that game. He is just a stellar player in some of the prime of his career.
Yeah, it just feels like everything he touches right now, Fabiano, turns to gold. He had one chance against Maxime. He took it. He never gave Maxime a look back in. After that moment we showed, actually, in the endgame where Maxime rushed his king forward, it was a flawed plan, and Fabiano made him pay the price. He's looking like the man to beat right now.
Wow. Well, number two, Fabiano Caruana looking unstoppable, but the other player who's always unstoppable, no matter where he's playing, Magnus Carlsen. Kaya did catch up with Magnus earlier in the day. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Here with the reigning champion Magnus Carlsen coming from setting a fresh rating record on Chess.com. So that must give you some confidence, Magnus.
I don't know, but it was good to get some reps in, sort of, before the tournament, since I felt a bit rusty. But I expect, you know, still the first couple of days maybe to not be quite as sharp as I am sometimes, but I think, you know, eventually I'll get there.
You start off with the youngest player. He's by far lower rated than you and the other players here, Denis Lazavik. What are some possible slip-ups against him?
I think he's very strong. He's obviously not as experienced, and you can see that sometimes when he gets shorter on time that he starts to get nervous, but I think he plays like very ambitious positional chess, and when he's on his game, he can compete with everybody.
We wish you best of luck, Magnus. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, that was Magnus Carlsen. Back to you guys.
Wow. Big praise there from Magnus Carlsen for his round one opponent, Denis Lazavik there. And he mentioned an interesting point that Denis, it's about experience for him. He probably lacks a little bit of that. And when he comes under time pressure, that's when Denis gets a bit shaky.
Yeah, felt like Magnus is being a prophet. These top players, they're not just great at chess, but they're great at understanding styles, reading opponents' strengths and weaknesses. And Magnus pinpointed something there. It came to pass on the board. As soon as Denis ticked down under 10 seconds, that's where the small mistakes started to creep in and Magnus was able to pounce. So clearly he's done a good read on Denis Lazavik.
And Denis told us when we talked to him yesterday that he was nervous. It's different sitting across the board from somebody versus playing in the comfort of your own home. And Magnus, he picked up on it. He smelled it. He was able to get that full point. But Denis, as Magnus himself just said, he is legit. He is great. And he can take down anybody, including Magnus himself.
Wow, well, Denis does start with the white pieces in the next game. His task is clear. If he's got to go to the Armageddon, he's got to take down probably the player who's hardest to beat, Magnus Carlsen. How will Denis do that? Well, the other player who had a great start was Wesley So against Hikaru Nakamura. A close match at the end, but Hikaru getting ambitious at a wrong moment. And then it was all Wesley So. Kaya caught up with Wesley after the game. Let's go to Toronto.
Well, here with Wesley So coming now from a win here, first game. Congratulations, Wesley.
Yes, thank you. It was a weird, crazy game. I think I was playing decently. Like, I didn't get much problems, and he got a bit lower in time, so that gave me confidence. But I was playing very slow in the end and was very nerve-wracking. So I need to play a bit faster because I almost messed it up totally in the end. And I think in the end I blundered somewhere, and it was a total draw. But then he got too ambitious with 6 seconds on clock. So crazy.
This must give you some confidence, though, heading into the second game, being in the lead now, first round against Hikaru.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I wish him happy birthday. It's unfortunate he has to play on his birthday, but he's been very impressive throughout all the last 2 years. I'm very impressed by the way he's playing, the way he's doing. So hopefully I can do well in the second game against him.
Finally, what will you expect from him now coming into a must-win game?
I'll go all out, play the King's Indian, probably Fianchetto is kingside bishop like he did last year, he got nothing to lose. So I have to, have to take it as if it's the very first game of the match.
Wesley, good luck in the second game. Thank you for joining us. And back to you guys.
And Wesley So needs only a draw to take his first match victory against Hikaru Nakamura. And these are our results going into the final game of the first round. As we see, Denis Lazavik has to win against Magnus Carlsen to take it to Armageddon. Alireza Firouzja, Nodirbek still equal. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave loses to Fabiano in the first round. And Wesley So needing only a draw. How surprising was it for you, David, to see Hikaru not go for that repetition at the very end?
I mean, it was a shock, I think, to all of us. If this wasn't the first game of the event, if Hikaru was a bit warmer, if he was in the swing of things, in the rhythm already, he would never have made that blunder. I think as soon as he played that move, he realized he was lost on the spot. But yeah, Wesley, he's going to take anything he can get. Small margins at this level.
They say you got to risk it to get the biscuit, but in this case, all he got was a 0 next to his name. So for Hikaru, you have to applaud the confidence, the way he tries to go for glory. But unfortunately for him, he gave a win to Wesley So, and Wesley went black. And winning with the black pieces, that's a treasure.
It's a big treasure, and defeating. Wesley plays white next. He needs only a draw. A player like Wesley, one of the most solid players, the hardest to beat on the circuit. I mean, this is an uphill task for Hikaru Nakamura.
Hikaru did almost take him down in the Global Championship with the black pieces, so Wesley knows that what Hikaru is capable of. That said, Wesley So may be the hardest player to beat. I know Magnus Carlsen is higher rated, but Wesley just doesn't lose. He doesn't win as much as Magnus, of course, but the guy never loses, so I don't envy Hikaru's task whatsoever.
Yeah, I see two possible scenarios right now. Either Hikaru does play something a bit wild, a bit wonderful, and gets punished for it, or he is able to kind of bully Wesley. Wesley plays a bit too passively, goes too much for the draw, and actually gives Hikaru some chances in the process. Hikaru has to hope it's the latter, of course, but it's not going to be easy. This is a real uphill struggle.
Is Hikaru going to be hoping that Wesley starts with 1d4 so that he gets to play his pet King's Indian defense?
Wesley gave it away in the interview. He said it's going to be a King's Indian. Wesley basically told Hikaru, I'm going to play d4.
Wow, that's really some next-level trash talking there, giving away the opening prep. But Wesley, will he stick to his interview with Kaya and actually start with 1d4, allowing the King's Indian? We will find out. And Fabi, what a start for him against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He wins the game. I mean, this has been some of the best chess that we've been seeing from Fabi. I think about 2018. That was the year of Fabiano Caruana. And then he was a little shaky. He had a couple of rough years there, Robert. But 23 has been the resurgence for the world number 2.
And I think people forget that he is dominating so much in classical chess that they don't look at his rapid success. He won the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz very recently. He's been a mainstay of the top division here in the Champions Chess Tour. And so Fabiano Caruana, he was so often maligned in the past. He can't play quicker time controls. Magnus beat him in the Rapid. It was just a walkover. He's actually improved his Blitz and Rapid skills tremendously, and he's proving game after game that he is a man on a mission, and he is hard to beat, and he can beat anybody.
He can beat anybody. And you mentioned St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Do you know who finished second in St. Louis Rapid and Blitz? This man in front of us, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who was in fact leading the event until the very last day. What a performance it was by Maxime, who ended up finishing second in the overall Grand Chess Tour as well. If anyone can make a comeback, it is the French maestro. He is the 2021 World Blitz champion. David, what does he need to do to take this one?
I think he just needs to do his normal stuff. Maxime is so powerful with white. He has a very fixed repertoire. He has ideas there. He knows everything deeply, all the pawn structures, all the middle game plans. And I've always seen him as a player who actually overachieves with white because his black repertoire sometimes let him down. It's a bit too predictable, meaning that he has great experience, vast experience in these must-win situations with the white pieces. So I don't think he needs to do anything too different. He needs a bit of luck. He needs to hope that Fabiano's off his game, which at this point looks unlikely. But yeah, I'm not going to rule this one out yet.
And one of the big questions when you're Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and he's looking at the wall, what do I play against maybe the best prepared player on the planet in Fabiano Caruana? I mean, Fabiano has shown that he's versatile in any opening, but if I'm Maxime, I think I play something a bit wild, something that Fabiano probably hasn't looked at recently. I just don't know what that is.
Yeah, and here we see Hikaru Nakamura hoping to bounce back, needing to bounce back against Wesley So.
But he's got a lot to take away. He's got a lot to be happy and proud about in the first game as well. He got into trouble, but resourceful play, as always, what Hikaru is known for. He managed to survive for the most part of it and then just got too ambitious. Well, this is the moment for him to get too ambitious. Is that the Queen's Pawn opening? Will we see the King's Indian Defense by Hikaru Nakamura?
Wesley so was not bluffing. He did play 1d4. In the meantime, here we see a clash between Lazavik and Carlsen, and looks like a Queen's Pawn opening in this one as well. Lazavik, he's renowned for the Catalan.
The issue, though, is when you're young, as Denis Lazavik is, you may not be as experienced in a variety of openings. You can't be predictable. Magnus, he prepares for his matches, and if you're playing something that Magnus expects and something Magnus himself has played in the biggest of stages, he may be able to just shut it down.
And by that you mean the World Championship, the Catalan. We saw that so much by Magnus Carlsen himself with the white pieces. But the thing about Denis Lazavik is that he's got a narrow repertoire, Robert, but he has a deep understanding of the positions and the Catalan middle games that we do see. It's going to be really something if he manages to achieve something out of the opening coming out in this one with the Catalan. And it's Magnus who plays A5 and Denis going into the first think.
Yeah, really trendy move, A5 for black, just defending the dark-squared bishop. I played it myself just last week, and Magnus, he knows that if he's able to equalize in these early stages, I think he'll be able to guide this game towards a draw. So actually more important than ever, this opening right now for Lazavik, and slightly strange considering he's played this opening his whole life, that he's paused a bit, but maybe it's just trying to come up with a new strategy in this must-win situation.
And I was about to say there's not too much tension in this game, and suddenly Magnus pushes his pawn forward, challenging White's center. White's king has not castled, so Magnus is taking this opportunity to seize the momentum in the center of the board. Things are clarifying at the moment, and the d-pawns are gone. This is actually becoming a position that's going to get a little messy.
This is an opening that I've played with the black pieces. I quite like this facing the Catalan. And black, before capturing on d5, hits that knight on d4. The usual standard move is to push that e-pawn to e3. You can also fall back with the knight, and that's when black captures on d5, develops that knight on c6. And I'm expecting he does fall back with the knight to f3, a capture on d5. I like these positions for black. I think Magnus should be pleased.
And remember, he's played all these World Championship matches, Magnus Carlsen. He's even played the Catalan from the white side as one of his kind of main weapons. So he knows everything under the sun. He studied this before in depth. This looks difficult for Denis Lazavik. You can see head in hands already. He really, really does need something special to throw the world number one off his rhythm.
And one thing I'm very curious about, if Denis can make a draw, does he go all in? Because a draw versus a loss, he still loses this match. So I kind of want to see what he's made of here, because why not take your shot at the number one player, the highest rated player in history? You don't get this opportunity so often, so why not test him and try to take him down?
That being said, Robert, you did remind me in the break, this tournament is FIDE rated for Rapid. And Denis Lazavik, look at the ratings there just below or just around the player cameras. He's so far lower rated than everyone else. Any draw, he's going to be gaining points. He's going to be climbing that rating ladder. Of course he wants to win. Of course he wants to fight back in this match. But yeah, nothing to lose at all for Denis Lazavik.
It's going to be about the chances that he gets on the board, right? That will determine how far he is able to push. And it's things are just getting started in this one. White has just got the king to safety. But it is a dynamic position because black has created this isolated queen's pawn on d5. And what is the compensation for that is piece activity. You get your rook on the open e line. You start targeting that e2 pawn. And we see the players are blitzing out their moves, both very familiar with this position. But given the structure, how dynamic it is, in a must-win situation for white, should Denis be happy with the opening outcome?
I think it depends on how much Magnus knows, simply. There is actually one trap, for example, in this position, having studied it myself, and Magnus will never fall into opening traps, of course. He just calmly pushes a pawn. The problem is Magnus, he's taken on this kind of deficiency. He's taken on this isolated pawn with black. He's got such great pieces, though, to compensate for it. And often in chess, targeting one weakness is not enough. Also, Magnus Carlsen, he's kind of on record as a big fan of these types of positions. He says, even if everything goes wrong, you just defend a slightly worse endgame and you're fine. And with a draw being sufficient here, feels like more than enough. Maybe I'm being too negative. Maybe Denis will surprise us all here with some deep preparation. But now is the moment. He needs something special before it's too late.
Well, he's gone into a think right now, and we will check in with this game. Meanwhile, we've got moves coming in on the Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Fabiano Caruana board. Maxime with the white pieces in a must-win game, this one. It was the Spanish, the Roy Lopez. And David, break it down for us, because it looks like to me that Black has made a lot of progress on the queen side.
Fabiano, just one of the best prepared players in the world, as we've mentioned. And I think proving it here, Black has no problems at all. He's undermined white's center as well. If we jump in and just highlight a couple of key factors in this position, we saw just a few moves back. If we rewind here, Black has space on the queen side, but often this amounts to nothing. Fabiano did actually find the perfect moment to throw the c-pawn forward, and after a trade, we realized that white's central structure here is a bit flimsy. You cannot, for example, play the desirable move d4, occupying the center, because Black could simply trade off and now win the pawn on e4. I don't see any reason not to grab this pawn. Maybe white has compensation, but here Fabiano would be happy. Instead, he's been forced to play the move queen to e2, and if, for example, Fabiano continues just keeping the tension, how is white going to untangle? There's a bit of a traffic jam with his pieces. And I think Fabiano will be extremely happy.
Really instructive by you to defend the pawn rather than capture on d3, because what white actually is perfectly set up for is bishop takes back on d3, and then the queen and bishop line up against this pawn on b5. There may be some tactics in the current position where allow Black to escape, but that would be something that I would be concerned about if I were Fabi. So he's choosing between these options. He, in fact, took on d3. He is sometimes considered a machine at calculating, and the engine backs him up. This is apparently good for Black, even though the b5 pawn does look a little bit loose.
You mentioned tactics, Robert. I would have been reluctant here, but as well, I agree. This is a weakness, can be targeted, but suddenly, boom, d5. And I talked about the traffic jam. Suddenly, white's pieces are real targets for these Black pawns. If you capture on d5 now, it's a simple fork, and white would lose a piece. So already, tricks in the air, and Maxime, in a must-win situation, has to dodge them. The desirable move here might actually backfire. Bishop takes pawn, and I think Black is just doing extremely well. Something is going to come to e4, something's going to land and win one of these two white pieces. Oof, tricky times already for the Frenchman.
Speaking of tricks, I'm also trying to get my radar on this position. After bishop takes pawn, can the Black knight also jump to b3, creating some double attacks on white's position? You probably have to take on it. e4 is hanging. It just doesn't look like white will have enough time to capture on b5 in any of these lines.
Yeah, simple and strong, Tanya. I think you're right. This looks good for Black as well, and that's not good news for Maxime if Black has multiple options to give a good position.
And Fabiano quickly played pawn takes d3. He was not phased. He didn't think about the b5 pawn. He saw through the position and noticed that d5 push, or even just knight b3. So if queen takes d3 is your best option, you look like you're going for a checkmate, a battery in the diagonal. There's a pawn in your queen and bishop's path. You're not getting there. I think that Black's pieces are going to come into play, and I would say that Fabi is definitely not worse here.
Yeah, we're expecting Fabiano to be very comfortable in this ensuing middle game. And already big questions to answer for Maxime.
Wow. And it looks like it is a dream start for Fabiano Caruana up in the match. This is the final one. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave not happy with the position that he has out of the opening. Fabi looking strong in this one. The other player who has to win the second game is Hikaru Nakamura against Wesley. So did we finally get the King's Indian that we were hoping for and that perhaps Hikaru was hoping for?
We did not. We got a Benoni structure instead, and you can also see in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, the eval bar is up near Hikaru's face, which is actually going to cause him to frown rather than smile, because Wesley has a dream position from the white side of a Benoni. You can't fault Hikaru. He needs to win this game. He doesn't want to make a solid draw, but that knight just went down to d2, will hop forward into c4 at the right moment. The d6 pawn is often tender. And again, Hikaru played rook b8. He wants to strike with b5. So if he gets that pawn break on the queen side, he has chances. However, Wesley is covering that for now.
Yeah, the Benoni defense, it's got a bit of a dodgy reputation at top levels. It's often only employed in must-win situations. And in Wesley's defense, he did say that he did kind of name-drop the King's Indian, but he did say Hikaru's going to fianchetto his bishop. He's going to put the black bishop on g7. So he was semi-right with his opening prediction. And it is imbalanced enough, this position, to give Hikaru some hope long-term. If Black can survive what might be a bit of an onslaught in the center, for example, if Black can trade off a couple of pieces, free up the space there, then still chances long-term. I like Hikaru's choice, despite what the evaluation bar says.
So would you say it is an interesting opening choice by Hikaru?
It's always interesting when Hikaru plays chess.
I actually do agree with you, though, that even though the engine is suggesting that white is significantly better, this isn't a marginal advantage, that it's a great practical try because it's going to be a chaotic mess for Wesley to deal with, and he prefers those solid structures where he's ever so slightly better. He would rather have Denis Lazavik's type of position against Magnus, where he can just press a little bit against an isolated pawn. So Hikaru is doing the right thing, and for now, Wesley's dropping below him on the clock, and that could be a big part of the story.
Yeah, and these types of situations, especially when the nerves are really playing a role, it's all about control. And control here, it's never really going to happen. That's the beauty of the Benoni. I've dabbled once or twice myself, not with much fortune, but yeah, you simply do not allow white to create a bind. And that's why Wesley's pausing. Look at the clock times already. You can see Wesley's not as comfortable as he would like to be.
And that's exactly what's so fascinating about these openings, right? Like the Benoni and the King's Indian, we often see the eval bar favors white in these openings, but the waters can get so muddy and things can get so complicated that it's extremely difficult to prove that engine evaluation. And things can change very quickly. And I have to say, Hikaru Nakamura, he looks very confident right now on the screen. Like you pointed out, the white knight from d2 does want to land on the c4 square, but right now it's not such a tempting option because that allows the pawn to move from b5. Meanwhile, black also has these ideas of trying to advance that f pawn to f5 at the right square at the right moment. Wesley does take the decision of clamping down on the queen side, but I've always felt once you commit the move a5, you actually invite black to open up the b line with striking with b5 immediately. Is that a possibility in these positions?
Definitely. I think black needs activity. If you look at the black pieces, only one of them has crossed your first two rows. That's the black knight on h5 on the edge of the board, which is a bit misplaced in certain positions, certain variations. So Hikaru needs something active. He needs something to give his pieces life. And we might see him take a long pause now because it's all about planning. Often these top players in the world, they kind of invest their time when it's these maneuvering positions rather than the calculation, which they're so quick, so fast at. But once Hikaru does decide on that pawn push, Tanya, I think the position will spring to life. We'll see fireworks potentially on the queen side on the board.
It is all about trying to get activity. And for activity, we often talk about pawn breaks. That's what you're looking for. And here it feels like black has two of them, Robert. You either try to get f5 in or you try to get b5 in. And that's definitely on Hikaru's radar. Now, to move the f pawn forward, you first have to get that knight on d7 out of the way. What do you think are the options going on in Hikaru's mind right now? Which one would he be more tempted to try to make a reality given the match situation currently?
Probably opening the queenside, but Wesley knows that he just needs a draw. So he's allowing a queenside break, understanding that there's a downside there, that if you push your B pawn, your A pawn is left behind and will become a target. So I'm looking at this position as one where Wesley, if he had drawn game one, I'm not sure he would have played a5 there. Of course, Hikaru wouldn't have played the Benoni to start with. But for Wesley, he knows that he just needs to keep everything under control, and he actually can meet both pawn breaks successfully. I don't think he's actually that worried. He just needs to keep an eye on his clock.
All right, so Wesley so down by a minute on the clock. We will check in with this one, but let's get a quick update on the Alireza Firouzja Nodirbek board. Currently, the match is even after that first round draw. Nodirbek with the black pieces there, head in hands. It is Nodirbek's move right now. What are the chances of this one going to Armageddon?
I'm going to say quite high. Both players looked in great form in the first game of the day. That being said, this position is cagey as anything, and it will explode at some point. We see both players just camped out, just waiting, tiptoeing around each other. As soon as white decides to pull the trigger and push the e-pawn forward, or as soon as black does the same and push the c-pawn forward, oof, I think we're going to see some action, Robert.
Well, Kanti has been saying that Nodirbek looked like he's been working out. He's clearly been rook lifting, because this is the second game in a row where he brought his queenside rook up a square to then reroute it towards the center. I love the way he's playing in this event thus far. It's only the second game, but he's got his eyes against Alireza's king. There are queens on the board, unlike the Berlin in the first one. Look at the bishop, the dark square bishop on b8. It's aiming all across the diagonal towards white's king side. The bishop on c8, it's on its starting square also heading in the direction of the white king. So I don't see how white gets a pawn break. Normally a move like e4 would be available, but that seems like black will meet it by maybe taking on g3, then going on e4. There's a lot of things hanging in this position, so I don't really trust it for white, and I think that Nodirbek, with his lead in the clock, he's in great shape.
Yeah, you mentioned that rook slide. At some point, it will land on the e7 square, maybe even on the d7 square if the center opens up. And I like black's position as well. This black knight looks beautiful on b4. Nice outpost there, by far the most active piece on the board. And yeah, it just relies on whether white can push successfully. If not, then white's pieces just look a bit stuck, a bit silly in the center of the board. So anything can happen. It's really in the balance. And Firouzja, his clock time is a bit of a red flag right now. I think that might be a big factor later on.
When someone spent a week getting a visa to a place, to a tournament, you know he means business. He's there with his determination to try to win the whole thing. And even in the first game, we were talking about how Alireza is the one who's pushing in the Berlin endgame. And this one with black as well, he's got the piece activity going. All that said, I also feel that once white does get that central break in, and I don't really see a way for black to stop it from happening, I'm expecting e4 to arrive on the board at some moment. I think Alireza will also get his chances in this position.
All right, I'll have to get very chessy for a second. If we can analyze the position, I'm looking at an exchange sacrifice.
Ooh.
I put my calculating cap on, and I'm thinking after rook e7, pawn to e4, I'm going to take your knight on g3, and then I'm going to keep taking on e4 until I can't anymore. Because all the pieces are coming off. White will get a rook, black will get a pawn and a minor piece. And at the end of the line, he didn't go for this, by the way. At the end of the line, I think that black has such great light square control that it should at least be balanced with some dynamic chances. But how can I blame Nodirbek for avoiding this? You don't want to go down material when you've drawn game one. He plays bishop e6. It's the more solid approach.
The more solid approach, but sometimes solid isn't the name of the game in these positions. Sometimes you don't want to wait too long. And big question, Tanya, you called it. Is white going to push this pawn or not?
I would really want to see that on the board. And I think the problem with that is that once the bishop is on e6 and the trade happens on e4, what Nodirbek wants is that bishop from e6 that gets really active lands on b3. You're attacking the rook, and it's not very pleasant. I see that Ivanbar doesn't like this move, but it does discourage white from playing e4. Perhaps this is something that that's on Nodirbek's mind. I would have wanted to go bishop b3, but the Ivanbar disapproves right now.
Maybe it's rushed. Maybe you start with rook d7, so it's a good idea, just in the wrong order. Because you start with rook d7, then you aim for the b3 square in the future. The d4 pawn does feel very loose with bishop takes g3 still on the agenda. And we have a move played from Alireza, knight c3 back to e2. He wants to go knight f4 in the future, just like Magnus against Lazavik in the first game. He doesn't mind a capture doubling his pawns because it brings another pawn towards the king side, maybe for an attack. So this is a double-edged position. Both players have their chances here. I love the way these two youngsters are duking it out.
Yeah, balanced position, and it will come to life sooner rather than later. Wow, really tense stuff. Just looks like these two just bang in form, and we mentioned their high ceilings. Whoever wins this match is going to be thrilled, and it's going to be a hard man to stop.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. It's not only like the confidence boost that comes from taking down, well, another great of your generation, but it's also just the fact that, you know, this tournament means so much to each one of them. And we've seen these two players, once they start on a high note, there's no stopping them. Knight e2 played on the board, Nodirbek in a think. It's a game that anything can happen, playing for all three results, all four minor pieces on the board. And we see a quick action replay appear again, just as Nodirbek doubled up the rook on the e line. And it's really, the whole game is centered around this e4 break. Black is fighting it, white is trying to get it at the right moment. We will check in on this one. Meanwhile, action getting pretty hot on the Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura Benoni that we checked in with. And it looks like all the breaks on the board that we were discussing have arrived.
Wow, we were tossing out random ideas, and suddenly it's overload here. Hikaru has thrown all of his pawns forward. He's also thrown a pawn away. Wesley is a pawn up right now, and it's reminiscent of something that Fischer did many, many years ago. He just allowed a capture of the black knight on h5 at the cost of white's light squared bishop, and white might have won a pawn on the king side, but actually black's piece is super active now. I think great compensation in practical terms.
David, before we deep dive into this, Robert, can we do a quick action replay of what just happened from when we left it last?
Sure. I mean, it looks like at some point, white retreated that bishop on the light squares to attack the knight, and Hikaru says, I literally don't care. Take it and grab the pawn with it, because he wants to open up the position. And that's exactly what happened. f5 was played. White took twice on h5, was now a pawn ahead. Black plays on the queen side, and look at Wesley's response. Instead of taking en passant, For those new players out there, learn your en passant. You can do it right now and right now only. He says, I don't want to open up the queen side. Let's, instead of allowing that rook to attack the b pawn, let me play on the king side with bishop to h6. I really like that choice from Wesley. He only needs a draw to take this match, and why shake things up? Let's just keep things going on the king side where he's up a pawn.
Yeah, and big moment for Hikaru Nakamura, because if he isn't able to keep this bishop on the board, and if he isn't able to kind of dodge some exchanges, dodge maybe the position opening up, then the black king might be the weaker of the two, and he's a pawn down. So big moment, what to do next? Does he open the position? Does he maybe kick this white knight away? Does he close the center down by pushing a pawn to f4? A bunch of decisions, and critical moment for Hikaru. Needs to justify his sacrifice.
It's clear he's going all out, right, for the initiative. He's given up a pawn to try and get piece activity, to try to create his chances. Really the way to go when you're in a must-win situation. But who would you pick right now? Would you rather be white or would you rather be black in this position?
I'd rather be a point up in the match. I'll take white.
Fair.
Though the position is starting to get a bit dicey, and I'm looking at the clocks, both players at around 5 minutes, 40 seconds. So if they get into time trouble, I think Hikaru can turn this around, because that knight on d3 not just pokes at the b2 pawn, it can also slide back if the bishops get traded to the f4 square. So there will be tactics at play here. Wesley needs to be careful and needs to keep an eye on that clock.
And you were talking about rook lifts. I think that's also on Hikaru's mind, picking up that rook from f8, getting it to f6, trying to get it to the G line. I can see this becoming very tricky for white.
Yeah, either way, no matter the end result, I think this is really instructive what Hikaru's done. He's chosen an opening where Wesley cannot force a draw, cannot force any exchanges, cannot force the queens off the board. And he's saying maximum tension, maximum practical chances. And I'm going to make it complicated. I'm going to sacrifice pawns. I'm going to go for you. No, kind of no backing down. And f for forward, it's Wesley So who throws the f pawn forward. And this feels a bit scary. That white king might live to regret this, but I think he has another rook lift in mind.
Tania, you said rook lifts, I guess, for who, right? Call the ambulance. Not for me. Rook f3 is coming your way, and that rook will slide to g3 after the black king. So this is looking quite dangerous. And for Hikaru, I mean, he needs to find a way to get his queenside pieces into play. That rook on b8 not connected with the rook on f8. And if white is going to bring another piece into an attack, as Wesley So, he clears his throat, and he's ready to go for the jugular and go for black's king.
You sure that's Wesley? I'm not so sure. Probably it is.
It wasn't me.
We trust you, David.
Yeah.
All right, well, f4 on the board, so it looks like both players are wanting to get the rook into the attack, but Wesley's rook is the one that's coming in with the power attack on that knight to d3. Things looking like they're getting out of control for Hikaru. How does he keep this going with the initiative?
It's really tough. You need to play actively, and normally that means forcing moves, threats, captures, and checks. I don't see any good checks right now. This is one check simply. The white king would be extremely safe on a square like h2, and suddenly the black king is bare. So I think you need to go for some threats. Maybe a move like pawn to b4, attacking, kicking away this white knight from a good post. Maybe it's that rook slide you mentioned, Tania, trying to use the rook as a blockader of the black king. Hikaru's going to make a move. Is he going to be greedy and take this pawn? That looks so risky. The knight will be so far offside in a position like that, unable to contribute to the real action that's happening on the king side.
You couldn't pay me to take that pawn on b2. And when you need to win, you might have to do something that's objectively not the best, but instead he takes on e4 that opens up his bishop that has not developed yet, and that can get into play. But you see the engine, it's starting to favor white more and more. A knight can take that pawn's place on e4. That d6 pawn, yeah, that's a target in the Benoni, but also the g5 square if you want to head to the king side, and maybe even to the e6 back towards the center. Those knights are just darting back and forth.
I do like that dark square, the bishop, the light squared bishop that's arrived on f5. It not only defends h7, you've got ideas of blocking the g file once it does fall back to g6. So trying to keep everything under control. It's still pretty messy, the position. And the big question right now for Wesley So is, does he keep that knight on the central e4 square, or will he get more ambitious? And meanwhile, I do see a big eval-bar slip on the Maxime Vachier-Lagrave Fabiano Caruana board. Perhaps we can jump to that one. Is Fabi about to get his second win of the day?
It looks like it's back towards the middle, so don't trust it at first glance. We apologize, everybody. Sometimes things are going to go back and forth like that. I have a hard time imagining Maxime making those mistakes, but actually the Firouzja bar versus Abdusattorov, that looks legit. I peeked at that game quickly, and it looks like Alireza picking up steam in this position and the match. Remember, it's only a 2-game match, so if he can win this game 2 against Abdusattorov, he's going to take the tournament lead.
Just looks killer, his position. And yeah, it looks like Firouzja, a big favorite right now. Okay, quick action replay of the Wesley So against Hikaru Nakamura game.
Did you see the way Wesley just grabbed a bunch of pieces and just holding on to them? That's a new way of doing the piece twirl that we're so used to from the players. And we've got a completely crazy position. What just happened, David?
Wow, yeah, things are turning, things are changing, and I think we're changing focus as well in this game. We're rushing over to the biggest drama right now, where Firouzja is most likely about to take a win against Abdusattorov. He still needs to be accurate. It's still level material right now, but it's all about the Black King, and he's going for it. We see the White Knight closest to our camera here on the board, and it's poised, it's ready. The Black King in huge danger.
Alireza, I mean, he's looking sharp. Everyone has been talking about his fashion career. He's like, what about my chess career? I am still here. I am still powerful. And that rook that is on A3, as you see in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, it's going to switch flanks in the near future. Black's king is in a world of danger with knights attacking it. The rook will slide in. The queen is in the sight to the H6 pawn. Oh, boy. I think that when I was talking about rook lifting, it was really Alireza that I should have focused on.
And you're mentioning a knight's jumping, the queen targeting the H6 pawn, which actually stops Black from making the only move that stops knight jumping to F5. G6 right now is impossible because notice how the queen just takes the kingside pawn, the H6 pawn that Robert was pointing out. And if not G6, knight F5 is a huge threat on the board that's just going to collapse Black's kingside. How is Nodirbek fighting this very natural move that's about to happen next?
I don't think he is. That's the problem. If you think about the black pieces, they're all so passive. The only piece, again, that's crossed his first 2 rows is that black knight on b4, but suddenly it finds itself stranded on the wrong side of the board. And if you don't have any defenders, you do not fight off an attack. And especially when it's Alireza, Firouzja, it's going to be fire breaking through on that black king. And yeah, I think he's going to go down in flames here.
And how critical is the clock situation in this one?
Defending is so hard when you have no time on the clock. He's got 3.5 minutes here, Abdusattorov, but objectively, there's no good defense, and trying to kind of work out a miracle here, it's going to be hard.
You could give him 3.5 hours. He's still not defending his position. His king side is just going to collapse. I mean, there's going to be a sacrifice right in front of his king with one knight. The second knight will join the party. The queen will take that H6 pawn. I mean, you look at Nodirbek, he always fights to the very end, but it looks like the end is near for him, and he's trying to come up with an attack of his own. I just don't see it working.
Yeah, this is just, I mean, I mentioned a miracle. This is praying for a miracle. The black queen and dark square bishop are now lined up on a diagonal. The problem is there's a knight in the way. There's no way Alireza will ever allow a check.
He does it. Knight takes pawn.
He's going for it. He's going for the black king. And this is elementary stuff for Firouzja. And at this level, I think simple tactic. If the black king takes this knight, the other white knight lands on F5. Check. The white queen joins the action and game over. It's literally a checkmating tactic.
Wow.
No way to defend here.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov is about to collapse against Alireza Firouzja in the final game, and that would mean the end of round 1. Alireza, what a start. What a game start to finish. This just looked like an Alireza show, this one.
I've been very impressed with his play. During the break, I quickly looked at that first game. His defense was impeccable. Here in this game, too, he just was able to bring his pieces, the forces on over. He struck in the center at the right time, and you saw Nodirbek there. He's like, ugh, this one hurts.
And is Nodirbek's secret lab chair just shaking a little bit faster than usual right now?
It looks that way. It looks like the panic has set in, the realization that there's simply no way to even try and defend this. If you ignore this knight, simply white is going to eat up everything on your king side. White can take the long route round and start kind of retreating a knight, going for pawns. Black's king will simply be bare. It's going to be stripped of its shelter. It's just game over. You cannot touch this knight. It is poisoned. That will lead to checkmate. And I think we might even see resignation in the next minute or so. He's now down under 2 minutes. And like you said, Robert, 2 days, 2 hours. He takes this knight. It will not save him, though. And a knight check should lead to the killer blow very shortly.
Yeah, they're just going to make the moves right now. So many options here for Alireza, but he's doing the right thing. Everybody at home should look at him. He didn't play his move in 1 second. He spent a little bit of time. He forced Nodirbek to part with his queen. The king is still going to be checkmated in just a few moves. So it's a great showing here from Alireza as Nodirbek, he is just going to play it out a little bit, but it's over.
It's over. White can recapture this bishop if you want to play super safe, but I think he's going to play queen takes pawn, threatening checkmate in 1 if White's queen lands in front of the black king on g7. Kiss of death checkmate there. Black simply has to play the move f6 to stave off the mate, to delay the inevitable, but yeah, everything's dropping. You're losing on material, you're losing on the board, checkmate, and he resigns. Firouzja takes the win, first match winner of the day.
Alireza Firouzja with a big win against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. What a game this was, and it finishes their match. They will, of course, be playing the second round of the day. Alireza Firouzja gets up and leaves. He's got to be a happy man right now. First game was a little shaky for him, but quite a power performance with the white pieces in game 2 as he walks out. And we'll start thinking about the next game now.
Yeah, you have another match today, but for Firouzja, a fantastic start. Could not have gone any better. It looks like, is that Denis Lazavik standing up there too? His game against Magnus Carlsen has finished. They drew in their second game. So Denis Lazavik draws the #1 player in history, but that #1 player gets the match win. Magnus Carlsen joins Firouzja as an early winner.
Yeah, Magnus was cynical in that one. He forced a draw with black. Not much young Denis could have done about it. Put up a good fight today, but ultimately he was up against the best. And this is a tense position between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Fabiano. Look at the nerves. Both players looking over, peering over at the clock there. This one, drama ahead.
We should do a deep dive into this one. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has to win on demand to force an Armageddon, and it is his move right now. He does have an extra pawn. Fabi with the bishop pair, but to me, it doesn't look like it's enough compensation for black. What's going on here?
Yeah, let's ignore those engine suggestions below the board. Black is not minus 14 up right now. It is actually white who's up a pawn, as you mentioned, Tanya, and I think it's actually all about this black king. Look at the white rook on the 7th rank. The black king is a big target there. White's bishop as well, lining up against the black king, and Maxime should be winning.
And here's, David, how we got here. Just a quick action replay to take everyone through all that just happened. And in that last position, I think it's such a critical moment. The H-pawn coming on to H5. Did he make that move?
No, he didn't, Maxime.
Ooh, he's retreating. Why? Instead of pouncing on Fabi's king, instead of retreating his pieces. But Fabi, you see how quickly he played that? He's getting in time trouble. This is a nerve-wracking moment for these two.
And Maxime, suddenly the white rook finds itself almost trapped behind enemy lines. Fabiano has broken the connection between white's queen and rook. Maxime has to keep the material on the board. He's still a pawn up. Suddenly black has the bishop pair. Suddenly white retreating, as you say, Robert. Never a good sign. You've put your pieces on bad posts, simply. And anything could happen now. It's all about the time scramble. We've got to keep half an eye on the clock where Fabiano is really struggling. But on the board, it's really improved in the last few moves for him.
And white is up a pawn and has been. There's a pawn on b4 all the way closest to the clock. If pieces get traded, then that pawn can push forward, try to become a new queen. But for the time being, the white king is in some serious danger, and there goes a queen up the board for Fabi. What just happened?
Wow, Maxime sacrificed a bishop just to lure the black king out into the open. Maxime's going all in now in this must-win situation. He's checking the black king, but there's no checkmate. The black king has to move. It has to dodge.
Whoa!
And there's got to be a checkmate here.
He's made that move with 1 second left, and there is a checkmate, I think.
Look at Fabi, David.
Oh my gosh, you made that move with 1 second on the clock. The queen can't slide over next to the king because the bishop on e6 covers the square. I don't immediately see a checkmate. Does Maxime continue thinking, or does he make a quick move and he goes up the board?
Knight check.
Oh, the queen's lost, and that's game.
Just resigns. Maxime makes a comeback. This one goes to Armageddon.
Wow, we will break this down for you. We will explain, elaborate on what just happened. But Maxime fighting back. At the end, it was a simple fork, and he wins the game. Magical stuff.
Players, they're discussing their lines. Whoa, but there's not that much time to discuss because we will have the bidding Armageddon as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave makes a comeback with Fabi's king marching up the board. Wow. And look at that. They're actually putting their bids right now, guys. This is Maxime writing his Armageddon bid.
Wow, we will delve deep into how these Armageddon bids work, but Maxime, he's riding high. He's going to be feeling confident. Both players winning with white. I think it wouldn't be the end of the world getting white in the Armageddon here.
and barely any time to get their reasonings together to really think about. Just immediately after the game, they had to place their bids, which have been handed over. We will get to that. But there's one more game still on. Will we have an Armageddon in this one?
It's looking unlikely. Hikaru just peering off to the side there, not in love with his position right now. A quick count shows that white is 2 pawns ahead. And we're in the endgame, Wesley, so a draw is enough as well. Hikaru offers a draw, and Wesley takes the win in the match.
That was a kind acceptance from Wesley because he had the upper hand pretty much from start to finish in that game, but he does not care. He won the match, a couple of rating points. You'll get those later. He takes down Hikaru Nakamura once again in Toronto.
Wow. At that exact same arena, the exact same spot. And Wesley So does it again. He did it last year in the Chess.com Global Championship, where he did go on to be the winner. He took down Hikaru in the semifinals, and he starts the Champions Chess Tour Finals, taking down the man who many would think is impossible to take down. What a win for Wesley So, and what a win that we saw from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as well.
Yeah, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. When it mattered most, he fought back. And the Frenchman on fire at the end there. Let's delve into that game, show exactly how he managed to achieve that fight back. It was in this position where actually Maxime, with white, had lost a bit of control, but Fabiano here let things slip. He allowed a trick that fought back for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Instead, he could have banked it. He could have secured the draw with a move such as queen to e5, trading off the queens. And at the very end, white simply has too many weak pawns, and I think black would have safely drawn this game. Instead, queen to d2, a slip up. Bishop takes pawn, check, a sacrifice. The pawn cannot take because black's bishop would be loose. Instead, the king took this bishop. And now the big blunder. King to f6 would have saved the game for Fabiano. A fight still ahead. Anything could have happened. 3 results possible. King h5, too brave, reckless, allowing a check and another check. And here Fabiano simply had to resign because his queen is lost on the next move.
Just what an amazing gamble at the very end, sacrificing the bishop. But these are the practical decisions that get the win in. Sure, Fabi could have saved with king f6, but good luck finding that in seconds.
It's just brilliance from Maxime because that objectively was the best move. He sacrificed his bishop, exploiting the fact that black did not have so many defenders in front of the king. Sure, Fabi could have hung on there, played it out more. It was actually doing okay with the best moves. Hard to make the best move with just mere seconds on your clock. Great bounce-back game from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Which means we are heading to the Armageddon, and we did see the players right after that placing their bids. We will get more action and news on that, but this is where we stand after our round 1 of day 1 of the Champions Chess Tour Finals. Magnus Carlsen making it look easy there against Denis Lazavik, and this man, it's all eyes on him as he made his big comeback against the world number 2, the unstoppable Fabiano Caruana. They will face each other in the Armageddon, and we will have the bids right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a Chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Grow the game, find your local group or take the lead at meetup.com/chess. And right now it is exciting chess on day one of the Champions Chess Tour Finals, as we already have our very first Armageddon with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave making a comeback against Fabiano Caruana. And we did see the two players right after their game placing the bids. You could see the nerves on both Fabi and Maxime while they were writing it down. They barely had any seconds. And the big question is, how low can you go to get the black pieces? And we've got the bids coming in. And it is Fabiano Caruana who does take the bid win with 9 minutes 52 seconds. He will start with the black pieces. Maxime starts with white. We'll have 15 minutes on the clock. Black. Low time, less time, but gets the result odds. A draw means Fabi takes the match. Maxime with the white pieces will have to win. Fabi, 9 minutes 52 seconds. Do you think that was too low a bid? What is your take on that, Robert?
I think David had a very good point that the players don't mind having the white pieces. Traditionally, you prefer to have the black pieces. The game is underway right here. We have liftoff. But because both players won with the white pieces, you're feeling pretty good about having the first move advantage.
Yeah, you've got to feel confident. And Maxime, he's done it once in a must-win situation, needing to win with white. And he just needs to do it again. So both players it's worth mentioning, noticeably higher bids than throughout the rest of the season. That's because we're playing over the board, so they want as much time as possible. But Fabiano needs to hold this draw under 10 minutes. And here we go. Game is off. And, OK, we'll get to it. But it looks like a Scotch game, a Scotch opening, and a rare guest at the top level.
Ooh. Yeah, I see the H-pawns already moved forward on the board. But I had to ask you, we saw the two players immediately placing their bids. Is that something that's thought of by by the players who are fighting it out here? That if it does get to the Armageddon, what are we going to put our clock times to?
I think it's entirely dependent on what just happened in the two games. Because if they had two solid draws, maybe they'd really prefer to have the black pieces, and that could change their bid. And, well, Maxime just won with white, so he clearly doesn't mind having the white pieces a second time. Now, this is a must-win game for Maxime. He just had a must-win game. It's more of the same for him. And for Fabi, he needs to hold. He failed to do that a game ago. So I think both players are in familiar territory, including in this opening.
Yeah, and for our new audience, let's break down what the Armageddon rules are and what's happening right now. This is what their match has come to. This is the tiebreaker. Well, Fabiano Caruana, he starts with a little less than 10 minutes on the clock. Starts with the black pieces. He's got the result odds. Draw means he wins the match. Maxime, who bid higher on the clock, starts with 15 minutes and the white pieces, but has to win on demand. Until move 60, there is no increment. But after move 60, the players will get a 1 second increment. Right now, Maxime still keeping that clock advantage, continues to put the pressure on the board. And David, we see a big rook lift there.
Yeah, rook lift theme of the day, Robert. You mentioned it earlier. You tempted fate there. But either way, it's a really unorthodox opening. I think Maxime, in Armageddon chess, when you have white, there are various strategies available to you. Maxime has chosen one where he just surprises the opponent, goes really direct, creates chaos on the board, and hopes his extra time really pays off. That being said, this can backfire if your opponent is well prepared. This is a check from Fabiano, suddenly throwing his queen forward. White's king is hit. How do you block, or do you have to move the king? Big questions already. Black's king far safer than its counterpart.
What a weird opening we have seen here, because white has this A2 sandwich with the rooks and A1 and A3. You would love to throw that pawn off the board to double up your rooks on that line, but the king is in the center, and you just saw Maxime grab his head. He's like, what am I doing over here? I can't block this check by developing my bishop, because that drops a critical pawn that actually would lose a rook. So the king slides over. There's a black rook on d8 after the castle queenside. If that d7 pawn now disappears from the board, it's the white king that's in huge danger. I think Fabi's looking at this position like, oh, I must have a winning move, and he plays d5.
Oof. Looks powerful, looks strong, looks simple as well. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave really on the ropes here in the early stages with white. He's taken massive risks, of course, but how does he survive en passant? You said it earlier, Robert, that was not a mouse slip, a finger slip. It was a legal move, taking the pawn as if it just moved one square. But look at this white king in real danger. It slides across to c2, but the black queen is lurking nearby. Black's bishop, black's knight, black's rook on the open d-file. Wow, this king is living a charmed life already. Can black profit? That's the big question.
In an Armageddon with the black pieces, I mean, this has got to be a dream position for Fabiano Caruana. You've got to win this at all costs, and look at the placement of the pieces. Black's king absolutely safe. In the previous game, it was Fabi's king that was out in the open. Now it's Maxime's king. But how cool and calm is Maxime? Just moving quickly, keeping the pressure on the clock. Are we being too critical about Maxime's chances here?
You know, Maxime, he dabbles in poker, right? So he is bluffing. His opening has failed miserably. He has an awful position, and I promise you he is regretting playing this line. And Fabi, he is really perked up. He's looking at this board like, what is my opponent doing? I know how strong he is, but he is playing a very bad game to start with. He's not developed. He's not coordinated. He probably won't even be ahead on the clock that much longer, considering how tough his position is to play. David, it's one of these situations where it's easy to sit in the chair and criticize, but you know that the biggest critic for Maxime right now is himself.
Yeah, exactly. And he veered away from the strategy that served him so well eventually in the previous game. He was just trying to avoid preparation, but ultimately it's backfired, and already he's forced to find only moves. This last move, I think, was the only way to keep the game going. That's how narrow this tightrope is right now for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. His queen was hit. He had to block by developing a piece, but Fabiano is the calm one this time. He's opened up his light squared bishop, black's light squared bishop, threatening to land on e4 with a nasty check. This looks terrifying. Looks like you're facing a scary attack. All of black's pieces really perfectly poised right now. White's, meanwhile, some of them asleep, some of them on odd squares, not making a great impression. He's trying to trade off pieces. Survival is the name of the game for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
And the more pieces that get traded off, the pressure against the white king eases off. The big question is, what is our clock situation? Are we able to get a read on that one? Maxime has been blitzing out his move, but has he managed to keep the time advantage that he started with?
Yeah, he does have a time advantage. I'm looking at 11 minutes and change for Maxime and nearly 7.5 minutes for Fabi. So he does have quite a substantial lead on the clock, but I'm looking at this position, and Maxime is one move away from castling by hand. He can slide his king back, and then it looks like everything is under better control. So Fabi, he's looking at this position like, now is the time. I need to find this knockout. I need to find a tactic that works in my favor. And he is really deliberating right now because he does not want to let Maxime back in the game. And Maxime, by the way, just grabbed his head. He is very unhappy.
Yeah, he's not happy at all. But in practical terms, if Fabiano doesn't find anything in the next few turns, actually this could turn around. And wow, rook to e4. Big attack now on the c4 pawn. Black's queen, black's rook, black's knight, all ganged up against it. And actually, this could be a bit of a knockout blow. How does Maxime defend that c-pawn? The h-pawn a bit vulnerable as well if white moves his knight. Strong
Black's
move.
got 3 attackers on the c4 pawn, and white's only got the queen and the bishop lined up on f1 and e2, which is guarding the c4 pawn, a big threat on the board, not giving Maxime the time to get his own king to safety. Do you have time to retreat with the knight? Is that an option to keep things defended on c4?
You just make me sad.
Retreat. You don't want it, Robert.
No, I don't want to retreat, but you have a point. You might have to do that. And if Maxime can just keep this game going, he has legitimate chances. It's a bad position for white. It has been a bad position, but it's the type of position that if Fabiano can't deliver that final touch, then suddenly Maxime's like, well, it's double-edged. Let's go.
Yeah, things can only get better for Maxime. It can't get much uglier than this. The problem with dropping the white knight back is, at the very minimum, Fabiano can go up a pawn, take the h4 pawn off the board. Black's rook looking in 2 directions. Maybe there's more. Maybe Fabiano will be more ambitious than that. But Maxime, he's got to keep his time advantage. He's on the back foot. He's defending. The one positive is his clock time, and he needs to move quickly.
And it already feels like it's leveling down. Big pressure on white's position currently. All of Fabi's pieces in a play. Attacking white's king on c2, c4 pawn dropping right now. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in big trouble after bidding for close to 11 minutes. And it felt like he really wanted the white pieces, but everything went wrong from the start.
It did, and he now has to bring that rook that was lifted all the way over from the king side to the queen side rook file back towards in front of his king. He's defending, he's holding on to everything just for the time being. And, well, if he can, again, keep himself alive, then he has a legitimate chance. It doesn't matter what an eval bar might say. If Fabiano gets to, say, 2 minutes under that on the clock, that's where mistakes start to happen. But Fabi, he's done well in the clock thus far.
Yeah, I think if it gets to that stage, Maxime will be the favorite because he knows he will have survived the worst. Momentum would have had to have changed at some point. Bit of frustration there from Fabi. Just scratch of the head there. Maybe one hurdle is the fact that he has too many tempting moves. His position looks too good for black. How to improve it, how to land a blow, how to transform the advantage into something more tangible right now. How can he win a pawn? How can he kind of win material? He needs something, and okay, he's burning a lot of time. 1 minute on this move alone. Suddenly, things less clear.
Wow, big moment here for Fabi. Well, the first thing came to my mind was jump with that knight to the edge of the board, hit that rook, but that allows Maxime to actually sidestep with the rook targeting Fabi's queen on b4. So knight a4 really doesn't get you anywhere. And if white's given one more move of getting the king to safety, Maxime might be back in the game. He's a player who's always looking for activity. He can't be too happy about his position, but the king has stepped back.
Whoa, and so maybe there's some tactic that Fabi wants to rely on with the rook on d1 being loose in some lines, but Maxime is playing this quickly, and these are the most frustrating types of positions where objectively Fabi knows he's ahead, but he has to find the right continuation, and he does just that. Great move there from Fabiano Caruana. I mean, if we can get an analysis board, it would be great to dive in, but the point here is that the rook on d1 is loose, so after rook takes knight, black takes back, and it looks like, well, black just blundered some material. But after queen takes rook, black says, I'll do very much the same. Thank you for your rook on d1, and that would be game over. So for Maxime right now, he's dropped a pawn. His king has found some safety. I don't want to call it much, but Fabiano's still clearly in charge.
Yeah, and beautiful tactics here. Just to kind of push on your point, Robert, rook takes knight. It looks like white can actually, instead of taking this rook, just fork the black rook and black queen. But there are very strong replies here. Very minimum. Rook to b4 pins this white pawn and kind of bags the material. So instead we see this same idea but in a different move order. A knight check first. White's king marching up the board again. Black's queen finds itself out on a limb slightly but can use a safe square. It drops back to a5. White's king, I think, is simply the big target here. It doesn't even matter that black's won a pawn. There's always going to be ideas on this diagonal, for example. How is Maxime going to survive this onslaught? Not looking easy. Looks like Fabiano, he has turned it into something that he can cling on to now, this advantage.
An absolute nightmare for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's the player who wants to play for the attack. He wants to play the one who's sacrificed material to get the dynamic going. But here, Maxime in big trouble, also down a pawn. Queen d2, this looks like desperation. Black's the one that's coming in with all the power play. Is there a finish immediately? Because we do see the eval bar has just slid all the way down in Black's favor.
I would be thinking, how can I move my bishop away from d6 with check? Because if I could pick that bishop, throw it off the board, the rook on d8 will win the queen on d2. So I'm already looking at moves like pawn to c4, things of that nature, just trying to rip open the white king. The eval bar seems to back it up, and I think that Fabi, he is ready to take this game and take the match.
Yeah, for example, if pawn takes pawn now, just again to push on your point, Robert, knight takes pawn would be a killer blow. If you take this knight back, bishop lands with a check, you gain that necessary tempo to win the white queen next move. So this would be a killer right now. And actually, we see the engine suggestions just below the board there. Pawn to c4 is by far the best move. Gives a winning advantage, almost +6 for black. Anything else? And white's actually alive. White's in the game. Rook to e8, and now suddenly turn around. Wow, white is suddenly winning on the spot with a simple rook retreat. This is incredibly difficult. Trying to trade off queens. The problem is black's knight is trapped.
Yeah, that move was not played because instead he brought his bishop out, finally developing the piece. Even that move, rook c1, it didn't look so clear because the black rook could have slid on over to b4, things like that. But that is a miss. It's very easy when you see the eval go, oh my gosh, Maxime, how could you miss that? He's been defending since the start of this game. He is probably still in that mindset. And as a chess player, you need to be objective. At every single turn, it's a new position, and you need to evaluate in the moment, not about what's been happening. So for Maxime, maybe a missed opportunity, and Fabi may not give him a second chance.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it doesn't follow the momentum, that opportunity. It's so hard, especially with such high stakes, with the clock ticking, to suddenly realize your opponent's left something a bit loose. But now, again, momentum back on black side, still a pawn up, still the white king is a target. And for white, it's really hard to find natural moves. Nothing instinctive here for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, so he has to burn time on the clock.
And black's next move is the most natural move in the position. You just want to go c4 next, regardless of what white plays. You've lined up the rook on the b line, targeting white's king, the queen on a5, knight on a3, beautifully placed. c4 is coming up.
Also, ideas of getting rid of that white knight. Bishop takes knight on f3, and then the black dart squared bishop suddenly comes to life. If it ever lands on the same diagonal as that white king, black dart squared bishop, it's game over. Bishop to e5. Would be a deadly pin. So multiple threats in the position.
And I thought Fabiano noticed that he blundered at some point because after Maxime made his move, he looked like, whoa, something happened there. Whereas Maxime still seems to be in the same exact shape he's been in all games. So for Maxime, he, after the game, will kick himself because I just quickly looked, there were like 4 different winning moves for white. Any rook move over there, even rook take on c5 was available. But I just don't think it was on his radar. He's instead grabbing pawns in front of the black side of the board. It seems to be irrelevant, but I'm also looking at the clock. Fabi down to 3 minutes and 45 seconds. This game is so far from over.
Yeah, no increment over the board. That's incredibly tough. These days, players always have increment when they're playing OTB, and it's not going to be a pleasant situation if Fabi has to just rush And no matter how winning his position might be eventually, a race against time is never fun.
There will be increment, but only after move 60, and that's a far way off. Given the position, I don't believe we will get up to move 60. One thing Black has to watch out for, the idea of taking the knight on f3, landing with the bishop on e5, right now doesn't work, because notice how, with that last move, Maxime has cleared up his own queen and rook lined up on d7. So whenever Black's bishop does land on e5, there's a queen d7 check coming in. Is it time for Fabi to strike instead with the move that I'm hoping to see on the board, c4?
Looks so tempting, hard to resist. Go for that white king. But his clock is ticking. He's under 3 minutes, and he drops back with the knight. Also very natural, attacking white's rook on c3. Just hinting at a possible queen check. Black's queen could replace the white knight, replace its own knight, sorry, on a3 with a check. And I can't fault this move at all. White now, wow, according to the engine there, only has one move to keep the balance. Not an obvious one. White has to sacrifice his rook here. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he has to randomize it even more. Rook takes c5, rook takes pawn. And
there's that tactic, right? That if the bishop takes queen, slides up to d7 with check. So the black king is actually in the line of fire. So you can't actually grab this rook on c5. That's keeping white in the game. But to play rook takes c5, and knowing that your opponent won't recapture right away, then you're going to have to move your rook to the next move. It's getting very tricky here. This is all happening. And if you're Fabiano, if there's a forced draw, you play it immediately. Maybe there's a rook takes b3 at some moment after king to b1. And that could lead to some kind of drawing potential as the queen on d2 feels tethered to the rook on d1.
Let's show that, Robert. Rook takes pawn now. Would this force a draw? That's the big question. Would be sufficient for Caruana in an Armageddon situation. And I think you're right. How does white evade these checks? If you march to c1, still this check, and it's hard to block. For example, if queen takes, then now finally bishop takes rook. And I think black here would emerge in good shape. Wow, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, in order to keep this game going, he might have to play king to a1, which the engine says isn't the best move, just to avoid that perpetual check. And it's random, but he's still alive and still has 2 extra minutes on the clock. King to a1, he's got to do it.
It is the best move, right? The engine says in this game it's not, but in order to stay alive in this match, you needed to play king a1, but king b1. Rook takes b3 check. That should allow Fabiano to force a drawing sequence.
He does it immediately.
Instantly. And Maxime, he needs to evade these checks, but white's queen cannot move. Has to defend the d1 rook. And no other way other than marching your king to c1.
And then there's the line you just showed where the queen goes to a3, you pick up the rook, and white's not winning that. And I'm looking at Fabi's clock. He's doing quite well. What move number are we on right now? 28. So we're already 28 moves in, almost halfway to that increment part of the game, but under 3 minutes left for Fabi. That's tricky territory.
I don't think he's going to need that extra second on the clock, Fabi. I think he's got this. Queen to b2 played, and does he just pick up material now? Is it time to go for bishop takes rook?
Yep, take the rook back. It was the rook you sacrificed. Now black's a pawn up and an ongoing attack if the queens stay on the board. Maxime therefore has to trade the queens, and okay, we're in the endgame now, as Dr. Strange said, I think. But yeah, it's anyone's game, especially with half an eye on that clock.
The Bullet Chess Championship did not go well for Fabiano Caruana. He's going to be in a type of bullet scramble, OTB. His hands are going to be flying. The pieces may fly off the board. That sometimes happens. So watch out for the clock. They're only 32 moves in. You need to get to move 60 to get some extra time. And it's only 1 extra pawn for black.
Oh, and counterplay, it's not an easy extra pawn suddenly. I was kind of writing this off. I thought Fabiano would bank the draw that was needed. But suddenly white, with the kingside majority, 3 versus 2 on the other flank, could become a race, and anything can happen in races, especially with that clock ticking. He's trying to trade off now, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Okay, he's trying to get that white rook to the 7th rank, and Fabiano says no.
But the clocks are leveling out. Now just about a minute ahead on the clock for Maxime. Fabi up a pawn, no increment, at least for the next 30 moves. And we see that there has been progress by black. The bishops are off, the king is moving forward. It just feels like the next few moves should flow easily. He wants to start pushing the a-pawn next.
Yeah, and you offer to trade. When you're ahead material, you often want to trade pieces. And that opens up the rook on e4 to the e2 square eventually. You can start trying to take some of white's pawns if white goes after yours. But that a-pawn, Tania, your point is well taken. Just throw that pawn forward. It may not be able to be stopped.
Yeah, simple moves for black and nothing easy for white here. A pawn down as well. You can bully the opponent in Armageddon with the prospect of drawing motifs, of exchanges, of trades. They always have to take the worst way out. And okay, there we go. Maxime retreats his bishop. It will come at the cost potentially of the f2 pawn. Or black can just push the a-pawn. That's your trump card. Just push it.
And he does it. Fabi now under 2 minutes. This is going to be about flagging. Maxime has to keep the game going. He has to try to flag Fabiano Caruana. It is a dead last endgame at this level.
It is, because that a-pawn is just unstoppable. You're going to have to bring your king in front of it, but there's still a rook and minor pieces on the board. So Maxime's doing the right thing, but Fabiano's unfazed. He's doing everything correct in return. He's protecting his only weakness, and now it's actually Maxime on the clock, and the time advantage isn't very much.
He's undaunted right now, and knight back to e1. That's desperate. He's trying to somehow race with the white knight over towards the queenside to stop that black a-pawn, but Fabi just grabs another pawn. 2-pawn advantage now for black. Only needs a draw. This is getting close now. It's all about the clock. That's the only chance for white.
It's getting close to the pieces flying off the board territory right now. As we're about to touch the 1 minute mark, and Fabi falls back with the bishop, the a-pawn advancing next. I'm expecting a3 on the board. He's got about 1 minute and 40 seconds, and the clocks are really leveling out now. And Maxime, he's thinking too much.
It's been kind of perfection, though, from Fabi, because he's, moved 44, and he spent almost no time. So all of these moves have been happening in a flurry. That's good news for Fabiano, and while he's winning completely on the board, he has plenty of time to get to move 60, and all he needs is the draw. It doesn't matter if the eval bar goes to equal if it means the game will conclude.
Yeah, he's keeping control. That's, again, the main thing. He's making his moves, his plans easy. And here we go. The black pawns are just marching 2 pawns up still. And if he can remove white's remaining pawns on the king side, even at the cost of his material advantage, that guarantees the draw. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave actually resigns.
Wow. And that's it. It was a double attack. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave losing more material. He resigns, and Fabiano Caruana wins a dramatic Armageddon, which he did make look easy with the black pieces from start to finish. Maxime coming under tremendous pressure right out of the opening, and Fabi doing everything right there as we see. The players are leaving the board, and we're going to head over to Toronto with Kaya and Fabi.
Yeah, Tanya, I got Fabi over here right away. That was intense to be in here and watch Fabiano. What was it like to play that Armageddon match?
Yeah, it was a very, very intense match, and Armageddon is always tough, although I was lucky that the opening went very well. So usually I think if the opening goes badly, then you don't have much of a chance, but I got a huge advantage, probably winning at some point, and okay, Maxime was being very tricky, so I had to kind of go into an endgame where I'm definitely better, but it's probably I had more, but okay, I only needed a draw, so I had this drawing margin, which was very helpful.
And going as low as 952 in your bid. Take us through your tactics behind that bid.
I don't think it's so low. Like Magnus and Hikaru were at some point going to like 730 or something.
But isn't it different when it's over the board, though?
Yeah, it could be a bit. I haven't thought about it too much. Usually my bids are around that. And the issue is I wasn't sure what to play against Maxime with the white pieces, and with black I was fairly confident that at least I would know what to do in the opening. So I think that's the most important thing, that you have a game plan. And with white I wasn't really sure I have a very clear game plan.
So how do you feel right now, coming out of this match with a win?
Yeah, very good, of course. I mean, Maxime is one of the best players in the world, especially in this format. So it was. I knew it would be a tough match, and I'm very happy.
And you have another match coming up as well. You're going to play Alireza Firouzja in the next one. First of all, what will you do now leading up to that match? You have a little break, but it's not going to be that long.
Yeah, it's not a long break. I'm not sure. So I'll ask how long it is and then figure out what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Have you prepared everything you need already for that match against Alireza?
I guess we'll see.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. Well, what should we expect when you two face off? He's also coming from a match win.
Yeah, I think it'll be another very tough match. The thing with Alireza is that he's a huge fighter. So you always have some very interesting games, very fighting games. And I think also I'm similar in some ways, that I'm not opposed to an open fight. So that's probably what we'll get.
How important is it to take momentum from this big match win into the next one?
I'm not sure how the momentum will carry. It's still the very early stages of the event, so I can't say for sure. I hope that I'm in good shape. I mean, I think this early match is still too early for me to say if I'm playing well or not, because it was a bit shaky, of course, the second game. And also probably for Alireza, he's not exactly sure where he's standing yet. So we're trying to feel out the event a bit.
All right. Well, I have to let you go. Get prepared for the next one. Congratulations and good luck, Fabi.
Thank you.
All right. That was Fabiano Caruana. He is the winner of the match against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's going to have a next one coming up against Alireza Firouzja. Back to you guys in Oslo.
Thank Thank you, Kaya. Congratulations to Fabi. But as he said, it's too early on in the event, and he does face the first round winner, Firouzja. That's coming up next. There is going to be exciting chess, and this was round one. We've got one more round coming up. Magnus wins his match. Wesley So wins his match. Fabi wins, and there we see our standings going into round two of the round robin at the top of the board there with 1 point. Alireza, Wesley, Magnus, Fabi, and then Maxime, Denis, Hikaru, Nodirbek. They've got to try to win a game, and what a start this has been. What an Armageddon that was. I have to say, Fabi did make it look easy with the black pieces, David.
Yeah, very convincing performance from Fabiano, straight from the bid, from the opening, right to the end. Only one slip, however, and I wanted to show a cool tactic that would potentially have led to a turnaround. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, of course, he was on the defense, and this one was tough to spot. In this position, Fabiano had many strong moves. He could have, for example, played pawn to c4, an idea we were throwing out there, but rook d to e8 looks natural. There was a flaw in this plan. If white had moved the rook from c3, for example, dropping it back, suddenly this queen trade would have favored white. If queen takes queen, white can recapture with the knight, for example, attacking this knight and this rook simultaneously. However, if the rook had blocked, this was the trick. Easy to miss in time scrambles. In Armageddon chess, rook takes pawn would have been a killer blow because the queen is attacked, and if you take this rook, suddenly white is the one to land a devastating check and would have won the game. Ultimately, however, once this chance passed, Fabiano calmly, skillfully guided it towards victory, with the final killer blow being this one, knight to b7 in the endgame, if we fast forward. And this rook is attacked. If you move it, the black king simply slides back, trapping the rook, and the bishop hit as well. Really nice technique.
Really nice technique, a really nice middle game, a really nice opening. Such sharp play from Fabi. He's really on top of it. Robert, is this some of the best chess that we're seeing from Fabi?
Yeah, you look back to 2014, the Sinquefield Cup, 7 out of 7 start. That's the highlight of his career potential. Then 2018, playing for the World Championship match, almost leapfrogging Magnus by rating. And now here in 2023, everything seems to be going his way. I think dinner's on him when he and Maxime go out because the winners of each match get $1,000. So that feels like, for those two friends, it's on Fabiano to pay the bill.
Well, there's still a lot of chess coming up as Fabiano Caruana will be taking on Firouzja. And not just that, we've got another big one coming up as the youngest ever world rapid champion, Nodirbek, takes on Magnus Carlsen, and they mean business. We will be back from Toronto with these clashes. And look at that. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Vanakkam.
Vanakkam. So this is where the magic happens, and this is where all the magic has already happened.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. That's my World Junior.
87.
87. It's difficult to tell you how many doors that opened for me and what historical moment it was, and when I got back. The Chess Oscars, very nice. These 5 of them.
5 of them.
The Wanderers.
5, and there's one on top that is the 6th one. So since he had already got 5, they didn't want to give him the same trophy. So they gave him a trophy of a king with the world in his hand. Yeah. This is Anand's first ever mention in a newspaper.
Oh.
So this is his first ever he was mentioned.
V. Anand achieved a national record by winning all the 9 rounds to notch a maximum of 9 points in the Sub-Junior Championship.
But imagine now T.S. Ravi's daughter Rakshita is part of the West Prajanand Chess Academy. I mean, it's so beautiful to see how life comes around.
So World Rapid Chess and Mind Champion. So this was NIT gave me this nice trophy.
Why do I get the feeling that Aruna knows all the trophies and why you won better than you remember it, Anand?
Because I cleaned and read.
Because it's true. Because it's true.
Whatever, did you have a favorite? Thank you so much, Anand. I feel this is extra motivation for all the youngsters, this opportunity to actually come here and witness these achievements and spend time with you in this stunning room. Anand, Aruna, thank you so much for this.
We developed the knight out to f6, and after nearly any of white's moves, for example, short castle, we played b5, bishop to b3, and bishop c5, and this is the introduction to the Archangel. My name is Fabiano Caruana, and I'm a chess grandmaster, and here I welcome you to my course, Caruana's Ruy Lopez Dark Archangel.
This course will provide you with a full repertoire with the black pieces against Ruy Lopez. So let's say after h5, white plays h3, because white can always take on b6. Black plays h4, bishop h2, g4. We've seen this idea, we need to open up the king side. We need to play for the initiative. Take, and we take with the knight. And the idea is to play h3. We also always have the option to take on h2, and if knight takes b6, rook b6, it doesn't really change anything, because we still have many attacking pieces. Knight on g4, knight on g6, pawn h3 coming, and rook h8 coming. All of black's army is actually concentrated at white's king side.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from Chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
This is the 1 hour chess lesson you could take to make sure that you have all the starting tips, strategies, and basic understanding to really be ready. By owning the D file, White can do anything that he or she wants. If you don't understand what to do here, you might move the queen to safety on c6 and immediately lose the first lady to bishop to b5. King on the 6th, pawn on the 5th is a winning king and pawn ending where no matter what black does, we are going to be able to bring a new queen to the board. You can also skip the parts that maybe you already know how to move the pieces or the language and jump in at a level that's appropriate to you. We are back in Toronto, Canada, with one round in the books here at the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Finals. The weather outside looks welcome. It's not too chilly. It's beautiful. And we've had some beautiful chess played already here in round one from the lovely city of Toronto, back here in the playing hall with James Canty. I am Danny Wrench, and man, did we just have some crazy action on the board. Only one Armageddon battle, a little surprised about that. Yeah. But are you surprised by any of the results here from the first round?
Absolutely. If I'm Lazavik, I'm like, hey, I drew the world champ. I'm feeling good, right? I didn't lose both games as expected. First game jitters are kind of out. First match jitters are out. I got more matches to play. I feel really good.
I think one of the maybe not biggest surprises, but Wesley beat Hikaru Nakamura. It didn't go to Armageddon. The birthday boy not off to a good start. Of course, many Nakamura fans out there wanting him to rebound. He has Maxime Vachier-Lagrave next. But to me, if there were any other big results that maybe didn't surprise me, but we should quickly talk about, is Fabiano Caruana takes down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in Armageddon. And then we have Nodirbek Abdusattorov go down against Alireza Firouzja. Either one of those surprised you?
You know what, the Nodirbek one was really tough. I mean, he was fighting, obviously, in that game. Firouzja found some good things. And also in the MVL game, that one was actually really crazy for me. Because it made it to the Armageddon portion. I actually thought that in the game with the Scotch as well, looking at E5, the lines got crazy. He had his chances, but he wasn't able to convert. Made it to the Armageddon, obviously, 5-1.
I think Nodirbek had his chances in the first game, and after that, you give Alireza the white pieces.
It's a wrap.
It seemed to go Firouzja's way the entire time. But all right, we've seen one round in the books. Let's move ahead and look at round two. The pairings are changing, but we still have a lot of excitement ahead. Again, you start at the top. Magnus Carlsen will get Abdusattorov, the second youngest player in the field. They're giving Magnus all the youngsters first here, apparently.
Trying to get the kids out the way, first, right?
After that, you've got the birthday boy taking on Vachier-Lagrave. You know that Hikaru is going to be hungry to rebound in that one.
Yeah, not just for the cake, of course, but definitely want to rebound on my birthday here. Didn't get a good start, so I got to bounce back right now. It's my birthday, Danny. You can't do me like that on my birthday, bro.
Probably the one to really circle, though, is Firouzja Caruana, because here you have two people who won their matches. Whoever wins this match is going to, in theory, be tied for first with Carlsen. I guess I'm assuming Magnus is going to get it done. Maybe I shouldn't do that. He is taking on a World Rapid champion in Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So, all right, well, we've talked about whether Magnus will keep winning, will the birthday boy rebound. When it comes to talking about Magnus and Hikaru, we caught up with Magnus to give him a little bit of Hikaru trivia. A lot of people saw the video that came out a couple weeks ago where Hikaru was run through a series of questions about Magnus. Now it's Magnus's turn to see how much he knows about the guy who's celebrating his birthday today. And let's see what we got up to in Norway. You ready for some Hikaru Nakamura trivia?
Sure.
All right. What's your favorite Hikaru Nakamura video?
I don't know if I have any specific favorite, but anytime like he starts losing and he's tilting, that's the most enjoyable for me.
Okay.
Oh, no! No! All right. What month was Hikaru Nakamura born in?
December, I'm gonna guess 9th.
Wow, got it, ding, ding, ding. What country was Hikaru Nakamura born in?
I think Hikaru was born in Japan.
What city of Japan?
Osaka.
Okay, we're killing it. How many siblings does Hikaru have?
I know that Hikaru has a brother who plays chess. I'm gonna guess that he has one more sibling.
No, no, he only has one.
Only one.
And what's his brother's name?
Asuka.
There you go. What happened first? You winning the Norwegian Chess Championship or Hikaru winning the US Chess Championship?
Well, Hikaru is 3 years older than I am, and I know he won the US Championship fairly young, and I did lose the playoff twice, so I'm gonna guess that he won it first.
That's correct. What year did he win it?
Say probably 2003 or 2004. 2003.
2004. He had it though. Before Chess.com, Hikaru was the highest rated player on the Internet Chess Club with 2 usernames, 2 handles. Do you know what those 2 usernames were?
That has to be Smallville and Capilano Bridge.
Nailed it. Bonus if you can name his username on Play Chess.
No, I'm not going to remember that.
Star Wars.
Star Wars, yeah, that's true. I definitely played Star Wars.
Hikaru has authored 1 chess book. Do you know the title?
I have the book that he's authored. It's about bullet chess. I think it's called like 1 Minute to Checkmate or something. Yeah.
Wow.
With like Bruce Harper and stuff.
Yeah, you're nailing it. Okay. What is Hikaru Nakamura's peak FIDE rating?
Well, he was number 2 in the world, where a lot of people were pretty high rated. So I think it's got to be well over 2800s. 2017?
Oh man, you are good. You were close. 2816.
28
point something. So that was pretty good. All right. Which of these events has Hikaru Nakamura won 5 of? The Speed Chess Championship, the Gibraltar Chess Festival, and the US Chess Championship.
I think that's the trick question. I think he's won all of them at least 5 times.
Only 2. Did win Gibraltar 5 times.
Only 4?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was a trick question.
Yeah.
Doing our best here. Who did Hikaru beat to win his first US championship?
Some reason the name that pops up is Kaidanov, so I'm gonna go with that.
Ildar Ibragimov. Yeah, there you go.
Close enough.
No one would have known that one, I think. All right. Which TV show has Hikaru Nakamura made a cameo appearance on?
I think Hikaru made a cameo on Billions.
That's right.
Because they could not get me. Which is a true story, by the way.
What is it?
They got him because they couldn't get me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There you go. I love that. All right. Last question. When commentating on the XQC Moist Critical match, how many moves was that game over in? Who was Hikaru's co-commentator? And what was Hikaru Nakamura's final thing he said right before the checkmate?
I mean, that's the Scotch game, right? Like, there was probably made on F2. How does it go? C3, bishop C5. Yeah, probably 5 moves then.
I think that was that 4 moves? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It was 6 moves instead of 4 moves.
Who was his co-commentator?
Who was that the first PogChamp?
First PogChamps? Too soon, Hikaru. That was the line.
Was it you?
No, Botez, Alexandra.
Okay, yeah.
We tried to stump you in the end, but we really didn't do a very good job. I wonder if Hikaru is going to do as well with Magnus Carlsen trivia. That was impressive.
Yeah, I feel like I did okay.
I have to say that in watching that, I really feel like we kind of tricked Magnus more than once. He was right on several of those. The Gibraltar one was really harsh, and the fact that he remembered Hikaru's peak rating of 2816 point something, he was basically right about that. But anyway, pretty fun to see. If those who didn't see the Hikaru video doing a similar version of trivia on Magnus back on Magnus's birthday on November 30th, you should check that out on one of our many different channels. But all right, it's time for us to play prediction again. Kaya, you're back at the desk for a reason.
Kaya.
Here we go. We're going to start again with Magnus Carlsen, now taking on Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Canty, your thoughts?
Gotta go with Carlsen. He's hot. I mean, he won the first match, and I want to consistently win here. Abdusattorov has lost the first match, so we definitely have to go with Magnus on this.
Okay.
I've seen Magnus back in the Players' Lounge here. He is so relaxed, in a good mood. Definitely Magnus Carlsen in this one.
Again, it's hard because Nodirbek losing that first very, very close match to Firouzja means he is up against it. But again, hard to pick against Magnus Carlsen at this point. So, all right, Magnus it is for me as well. Hikaru Nakamura is taking on MVL, the birthday boy looking to rebound. Your thoughts?
Danny, it's my birthday. I've got to go with me every time. Hikaru Nakamura.
All right.
I'm going to disagree. I still think MVL has some big things coming up in this tournament. I'll say MVL.
All right, that would be a big start if Hikaru Nakamura was 0-2. We'll see if MVL can take him down. I will take Hikaru to rebound in that one and move on to our next matchup. Fabiano Caruana taking on Alireza Firouzja. This is a match between two people who've won a huge one, I think, for their ultimate finish here in the round-robin stage. Your thoughts?
Slight edge on Fabi. Just feeling good after the Armageddon. You just say, I'm good. I can breathe a little bit more. So I'm going to take the Fabi for this.
Yeah.
I'm going to agree with you. Fabiano Caruana.
Okay.
Fabiano Caruana. I'm going to take Fabiano Caruana as well. I think I picked Fabi. I actually don't remember who I picked.
Check the screen there. It says.
Oh, I did. Okay,
yeah,
I actually don't remember. I'm sorry
it.
about that. That's live television right there. But it tells you that this, because I think this one could go either way for sure, right?
Yeah.
Firouzja also in fine form right now, looking fresh. Not maybe as fresh as Fabi though. I'm going to take Caruana, and then finally we have the last matchup: Wesley So.
Wesley So solid.
Wesley So solid.
To go with So.
Have to go with Wesley. So here he is becoming one of the favorites in the tournament, if you ask me.
I'm also going to take Wesley. I think that, unfortunately for Denis Lazavik, it's a little bit of out of the frying pan into the fire here. Wesley So I think will also start 2-0 after beating Hikaru already. So, all right. These are just our predictions. We want to know what you think in chat. I don't know if there's any kind of poll going, but let us know your thoughts. Of course, a lot of these matches could go either way as the players file in. We're going to file out right now. As we get set for round 2 from Toronto, we'll be joining you in chat. We're going to send this thing back to Oslo with Tanya and the boys. Tanya and the boys, if you can hear us, take it away.
Thanks, Daddy James. Kaya's round 2 is about to begin, and we did see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the background there, perhaps getting a listen in on those predictions. Well, he did lose his first round to Fabiano Caruana, and there he is. He already has to start thinking about this game as he's playing against the mighty Hikaru, both with a first round loss. What do we expect in this one?
Well, I don't think anyone had that in their bingo card, that both Maxime and Hikaru would lose their opening round matchups, but that's the nature of this field. What to expect when Maxime and Hikaru play? Chaos, fiery chess. These two are super aggressive. They need to start getting some wins. Both of them need a win here because you can't afford to drop both your matches on the first day.
Yeah, both have shown glimpses, even if things went against them in round 1. Hikaru was tenacious, hung around in there. If it wasn't for that first kind of rush of blood to the head, kind of avoiding the draw there against Wesley in the first game, Hikaru might well have taken that. And Maxime, likewise, did get a win against Caruana, and in the end, Armageddon is a bit of a lottery. But yeah, tough one to call. This might be the closest match of this round.
Oof. This is going to be an exciting one, and there we have the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, who did make it look easy in round 1, and Kaya did catch up with Magnus after his round 1 victory.
Magnus Carlsen did the job against Denis Lazavik. Are you happy with how this went, Magnus?
Yeah, I'm obviously happy with the results. I think the games were decent, but not great. I think he played well. He only, failed to find the best continuations when he was down on time in the first game, and that, is not always so easy. So I think in general, he played quite well, and he also put a little bit of pressure on me in the second game. So I think, I think he did well. I did, okay, just about enough to win the match, and that's what I'll take with me.
We'll have a little bit of a break now because there will be Armageddon, actually. What will you do now? Will you follow that? Will you prepare? What's going to happen?
Yeah, I'll follow it, but I'll prepare as well.
Because you do have Abdusattorov coming up in your next match. What should we expect from that one?
Yeah, I think Abdusattorov is really tough. He's hard to break down, and he fights well when he has bad positions. So it's not easy. You always need to be vigilant when you play him. But I've beaten him before, so I hope to do it again.
Definitely. Do you see the chances are very big for you to come out of day 1 with 2 match wins?
Well, they're better after I won 1.
50-50. All right, Magnus, thank you so much. Best of luck in the next one. And back to you guys.
Magnus Carlsen there, looking to get in that second win as well. He does play against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Of course, both Magnus and Nodirbek have had some fantastic games between each other. And it's going to be an exciting battle, as we are going to have our first moves in just a few seconds as the players are ready to go. And we go into the playing arena, handshakes, and we're off.
Round 2, let's do this. And okay, quick start to the game between Nakamura and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Nakamura employing the same opening he tried against Wesley So in game 1, the Trompovsky attack. Unorthodox stuff, not often seen at this level. And both players desperate, Robert, desperate for the win in this one.
And this has shades of the World Chess Championship match back in 2016. It started with a Trumpovsky, and Magnus, of course, he ended that remaining the world champion. But it's rich. It's not well studied at the highest level because it's not so common. But these players, they look at every single line under the sun, especially Hikaru, who plays so many games of chess. He's going for something that Maxime is not as familiar with as, say, a Grunfeld, which you talked about, Maxime being a leading expert.
Yeah, interesting strategy. Surprise effect, valued extremely highly by these players. And Nakamura forcing Maxime here to be the first one into the tank.
And you've got to be into the tank because Hikaru's just grabbed a pawn, and now he's hinting at holding on to that pawn for a long, long time. That last move with the A pawn moving forward, the B pawn is about to move forward to defend the C5. And in these positions, it's all about black eventually proving compensation based on the activity in the center.
Yeah, that being said, I mentioned it earlier today, every time I see Maxime play black, he's a pawn down. And here he does have severe compensation, actually, serious compensation, active pieces potentially, bishop pair, pawn center, and some pressure now. Yeah, big pressure on the queen side.
And you see that Hikaru develops his knight out, giving up this pawn on b4, so he's willing to return his extra pawn. There are definitely tactics in the air that he is relying on. But for Maxime, I don't see the danger in the position. And for himself, he better not overlook something because Hikaru wouldn't play down this variation unless he had something up his sleeve.
Yeah, do you think Maxime has looked at this as well? It's just breakneck speed, rushing up to this moment and all forcing stuff, level material yet again. And now a check. The black king hit by white's bishop. This is really direct stuff. It could go really badly wrong, as you mentioned, Robert, if Maxime isn't aware of what he should be doing. He needs to block this check. Do not move that black king. It'll be too exposed in the center. Big moment already.
But there is an issue for Maxime that he's trying to resolve right now. Is if you normally block a check with your bishop, but then after the white bishop captures, if the black queen captures back, there's a check on the final rank. That looks scary. Maybe there's nothing more to it than a single check. But we actually see Maxime allow queen to a8, and it's played by Hikaru, and king e7. Wow. What are we looking at here?
This is incredible, Tanya.
I was just going to say, this has got to be preparation. We're looking at some preparation. You don't just make the move king to e7, a capture on d7 with your queen, put that bishop to block there, allowing this line, unless you're familiar with this. Would that be an accurate judgment, David? Do you think Maxime knows this position?
I think Hikaru definitely does, judging by the fact he's kind of mic drop, just got up from the board there. Maxime probably is aware as well. It's all been very forcing stuff, but normally you take a bit of time at least, especially if you know your opponent has kind of cooked this up at home. You smell a rat, you sit there looking for options, you try and dodge their preparation, but Maxime's confidently played down this line. He spent a couple of minutes, yes, but now the first real think of the game.
The first real think, and it is quite a moment, because you're thinking about grabbing that c2 pawn. But yes, you grab the pawn, but how is that knight ever coming back? Knight takes pawn, the king just sidesteps. I don't believe Maxime will go for that. He did pause, but eventually does retreat with the knight. The knight on c2 would have been trapped.
That's right. Don't get overly greedy if you are Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He instead retreats his knight, puts it on the rim where it's aiming back towards that c5 pawn. So we see both players here. This has been an interesting opening thus far. Both players seem well aware of the intricacies. I will say, though, that black king on e7, it's safe for now, but it can come under fire, and particularly the f5 square. Those knights would love to jump in on the light squares because black has a dark square bishop. Inherent to having a bishop, you can't compete for one color complex, so the f5 square does look juicy for the white knights.
Yeah, I would say objectively level, Maxime should have everything under control, but looks in practical terms so difficult to play for black. And wow, it's now move 16. Hikaru has barely paused for breath.
Just look at the speed with which Hikaru is playing this position. I mean, he did not even blink before retreating the move to a2 and giving up another pawn.
And Hikaru looked up. You know he's in his preparation still. He's trying to remember it. But Maxime himself does appear to be in his preparation. You don't play these moves this quickly unless you've looked at it. But I'm looking at the eval bar, and that's going up and up in Hikaru's favor. And I would say, practically speaking, this looks great for Hikaru. He's given up just one pawn. His king is tucked at home on g1, castled safely. The rook that just castled with can go over to the queen side to help out in an attack. And that f5 square, that is going to be a vulnerable one for Maxime, who's still playing quickly. I'm unsure how confident he is, though, that his position is good.
Robert, I hate it. I hate what Maxime's doing. I think he should just slow down now before it's too late. Simply White's knights are coming in. Black's king is going to come under heavy fire. I mean, yes, you're a pawn up, but you have a weakness on b7 that will drop anyway, so that's not a long-term factor. And I think Maxime, he's trying to kind of bluff his way here. He's trying to say to Hikaru, yes, you've prepared, I've prepared too. But sometimes you just have to kind of pause. You have to dig deep, and just before the momentum starts to shift, you have to really go into defensive mode. I think Maxime might get punished very quickly in this game.
Well, Maxime just left his chair, and I'm wondering if somehow he's done such deep preparation that even though the engine favors White right now, that if you continue down the main lines, pieces get traded, maybe you get into an end game where White is up one pawn but can't make progress. Maxime does have that kind of depth to his preparation, and right now it looks really scary, but Maxime just left, and maybe he's trying to leave his rook and go from h8, depart on all the way over there, slide his king back to f8 and say, you have no attack, I am up a pawn, prove it.
It's either great preparation by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave or a complete bluff by him. The speed with which he's been playing, is it deception or does he know this position? That is the big question for all of us in the studio. And as Robert pointed out, White is dreaming of getting that knight to f5. It takes 2 moves to do that. And for Maxime, it takes 2 moves to get the king to safety.
I don't know what engine he's been studying this opening with, but the engine I have in front of me says White is just completely winning already. So bizarre stuff to play this quickly, this sharply. Complicated chess, and it looks like it's going to favor White. Wow, big result if that does happen. But of course, plenty of hard work ahead for Hikaru. Converting advantages is one thing, especially when you're a pawn down. If the attack doesn't work, things could turn very quickly. But impressive confidence from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave either way. I want to learn from him. Just his body language, so positive, despite the fact he's in trouble.
I share your fears and concerns. I would not like to have this position from Black, but I also trust Maxime to be able to hold difficult positions. And the most tempting move to me is just jumping with the knight up over to g3, going into the f5 square. But I do think Black is just in time to bring the rook out from the corner and slide his own king back. So this is interesting. All games in this event, every single match promises excitement.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Hikaru Nakamura, a big round for these two players who did lose their first game. So it's extremely important to get that confidence back, to get going on the scoreboard. Now, the two players who did win their first round are facing each other. It is Fabiano Caruana taking on Alireza Firouzja. And there we've got them on our screens. And it looks like Fabi's the one who's in a think right now. Is there a favorite in this matchup, Robert?
You're asking a very difficult question. I would say that Fabiano's had the better year of chess, but we spoke to Alireza, and he was saying, I took this year to focus on me. I wanted to get into different social circumstances. I wanted to just explore other things outside of chess. But next year, he said, he promises in 2024, he will be playing much more chess. So he's still focused. Right now in this position, I would say I like White's pawns. All of these pawns on the 4th rank. We may have a 5th pawn joining if that pawn pushes up 1 square to d4. But I do like this position for Fabiano. I also know from experience that he's well-versed in these types of ideas and structures.
Yeah, that being said, Firouzja as well. From the White side, I see him as one of the world's leading experts on the Italian game. This is the Italian opening. And yes, a set of light squared bishops have been traded off. Yes, it's a bit quieter right now, but Firouzja, I'm wondering how he activates his pieces. Maybe the black queen needs to move. Maybe that black rook in the corner gets into the game, and black is active too. So White has the space, White has the beautiful pawn structure, but no real weaknesses in the black camp. Objectively, roughly balanced, still a long way to go. How would you guys be approaching this type of position? Is it about maneuvering? Is it calculation time already?
I think it very well might be, right? You mentioned, Robert, that you like White's position. For me, I think that Black has set up quite a bit of play already. I love that bishop on a7, that's eyeing the diagonal. The rook is already lifted to e6. I'm dreaming of it landing on g6 at some moments. The knight on h5 and g6 eyeing the f4 square. David, I agree with you. It's calculation time. And having played, these kind of positions with the black pieces, I feel that Alireza should be happy with the opening outcome. Now, is there anything direct in this position?
That's the big question. And always when your opponent has a king that can potentially be targeted, you should look at going for it as quickly as possible. And one question, you mentioned sliding that rook, the rook lift, the theme of the day so far. Can Black throw a knight into the f4 square? and say, I'm clearing the path for a rook. If you take me, I will replace that with another knight. I'm not sure whether black even flicks in a check first of all, maybe you do. And once the other knight lands, suddenly it's 3 pieces. 3 is the magic number here. 1 rook check, threatened. You're threatening to take this pawn with the black bishop. You're threatening to maybe deliver a checkmate within 2 moves with the black queen. This looks scary. This looks very scary. How does white survive this this attack?
It looks scary, but if I trust somebody to have studied scary lines, Fabiano is definitely at the top of the list. But I'm with you. This, to my eyes, looks like black has a blossoming attack that might end the game very quickly. So we'll see if Alireza does go for this, because it's quite committal. I mean, you see the engine saying it's about level, but when you give up material and the engine says it's equal, that might mean you either have a repetition by force or you have to prove it move after move, and over an extended period of time, we quite often see mistakes made by the attacking player.
Yeah, so I do envisage a long think here from Firouzja. It is that committal, as you mentioned, Robert, and no way back. You're essentially saying, I'm sacrificing, I'm going to checkmate you, or I'm going to lose on material. And that type of decision is, well, it takes courage, and it's a really tough one. I think he might go for it. It is his style, Alireza.
It really is, right? He's known for his creative, aggressive play, and it is the moment he's paused. And the fact that he's gone into a think, this has got to be the move that you're looking at, because otherwise you just blitz out a normal move like queen to d7 or queen to f6. But I think if black plays slow here, white gets the time to bring that knight from f1 to e3, block out the diagonal, and then you've lost this moment to actually go for the direct line that you were pointing out, David. And I noticed the eval bar didn't move after sacrificing the knight. So it looks like it improves. Huge moment. Will Alireza Firouzja go for the critical knight to f4? Or will he take it safe here? We will check in on that. And right now, this is the view of the playing arena. The tension is high as the players get into round 2. And we will move on to Wesley So, who plays with the white pieces after his win against Hikaru Nakamura, against the 17-year-old Denis Lazavik. And wow, a lot has happened here. My first feeling, I always like black in these positions.
Yeah, Wesley So, it feels like Nakamura woke the bear, poked the bear, and suddenly Wesley's taking risks, because what Wesley's done is very committal. It's knights against bishops. Yes, white has a better pawn structure, everything connected. Black has 2 sets of doubled pawns on the C file and F file, some weak squares as well. But yeah, the potential of black's pieces here, especially that white king in the corner, he's got to be feeling nervous, Wesley.
The best part, I would say, though, of Denis Lazavik's game is his clock. He's actually ahead on time, and Magnus made a point of this in those interviews, saying Denis is a great player. He can hang with everyone here except when he gets in time trouble. So the fact that he actually is the one in the lead on the clock, I think that bodes well for his chances. And on the other hand, I would say that for Wesley, he's like, let's make this a long game. I'm one of the most precise players in chess history, so let me give you a terrible pawn structure, double F pawns, double C pawns. The bishop pair, it's not really reigning supreme across the board, and those knights can hop into f5 at some moment as long as you cover up your king side. So I do think that Wesley's playing a long battle here.
Yeah, a long battle, and this last move, it hints at a couple of different plans. White could start throwing pawns towards the black king. You could start pushing the B pawn, maybe break in the center with the D pawn. Either way, he's saying to Denis, how do you improve black's position? Black's bishops look perfectly poised, like you say, not quite doing that much work, but how to improve them? Big question. Black's queen, how do you improve her? Black's rooks, I think they're pretty much optimally placed right now. No natural moves. And here might be where Denis starts to burn some of his clock. And yeah, I don't know who to pick. I think ultimately it's balanced. And okay, it's just about who maneuvers their pieces better, who does better with their minor pieces. Denis, mysterious move. But I think the idea is to create a escape square for Black's dark squared bishop. The bishop can retreat now back to a7. It's going to be hard to break through against that black king. A lot of pawns around it, a lot of shelter there. And yeah, a long game guaranteed in this one, as you mentioned, Robert.
I hear you guys. I'm still liking the bishop pair. I'm still liking the open G line. I'm still liking a potential f5 someday far away. I do like the bishop pair here, but for Denis Lazavik, it will be critical to not go down on the clock, and we will keep an eye out on this one. Wesley taking a bit of a think. Will he start expanding this position on the queen side? Will he go for the break on f4? This is a big moment for him. I want to check in on the Hikaru game, as that one is really heating up. I've got my eye out on that one, and it seems like the f5 square is quite the theme of the day today.
Yeah, White has landed a knight on f5 in that game, as White will likely do in this game at some point in the near future. Wesley's knights look poised. f5 is a nice outpost for those pieces, but still some vulnerable squares around White's king, so you can't rush. And yeah, maybe we jump over to that game that you mentioned, Tanya. Hikaru, can he bounce back? That preparation, I was critical of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but that one looks still actually in the balance. Looks like Maxime playing confidently, playing quickly. He has stabilized. And in these positions, he's still a pawn up as well.
So even if it was bad prep, sometimes you feel confident thinking you're in prep. Like maybe he wasn't actually in the line that he thought he was in, but you feel that confidence, like, oh, I know what I'm doing. And then after the game, if you lose, like, okay, I misremembered. So Maxime still remains a pawn ahead. His king is in the center of the board. All of his pieces seem to be defending one another. And Hikaru needs to prove that he has enough compensation, which I do believe he does, for the sacrifice pawn. But for now, Maxime, he looks very cozy in that Secret Lab chair.
Yeah, I've seen that body language too often. Maxime is one of the top players I've faced the most with the same generation. And ever since he was young, he would have this pose. You know when he's confident. You know when he thinks he's doing well. And it seems to be one of those times. Maxime happy to be a pawn up. I've also been on the wrong end of his bluffs. Sometimes he's not doing so well, but he still acts the same. And here, it's just about whether Hikaru can break through. One beautiful piece. We mentioned that white knight on f5, but the rest of the pieces not quite contributing as much right now. And it feels like Hikaru needs to speed up in terms of activating his pieces. Black has really done a good job of covering everything.
I like Black's position. I don't see the attack. I think that Black has everything under control. The c3 pawn, it's eyed by that queen over there. The knight on a6 can slide back to c7 to be a defensive piece, and also jump forward to c5 if it needs to get into the middle of the board. So I think that Hikaru surely has some good options here. He's got some good squares. But at least the way the game is going and the way Maxime looks right now, I'm starting to like his chances with the black pieces, especially when you consider the clock situation.
Yeah, I'm going to admit, I'm going to eat my words. I was wrong. Maxime playing so quickly in the opening. Maybe he knew what we didn't. Maybe he'd seen a bit deeper and realized, yes, the computer favors white, but only with a series of difficult, accurate moves. And Hikaru, okay, showing some indecision. That white rook landed on b1 very recently, just a few moves ago. Now it's kind of zigzagged. Well, it's just dropped back in the same direction. Staring at the black d5 pawn, but there's a knight in the way. That d5 pawn can be protected. Hikaru showing a sign of, yeah, maybe nerves getting to him.
The tournament is that strong. You can't take a single move off because these players will punish you if you make a mistake. And Maxime, he is doing very well right now as he is a pawn to the good. His king is not really in danger at the moment. It can be later in this game. So I think he should be happy with the position he's been able to obtain. And of all the people who lost in the first game, Maxime, he probably had the best match overall.
He did take it to Armageddon after making a comeback in with that Game 2 win against Fabiano Caruana. And right now, looking confident, getting that initiative going, playing with speed right now. Up on the clock as well, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Crazy things happening on the Fabiano Alireza board. We will come back to this one, but let's check in and go straight to the sacrifice that David was talking about. Alireza Firouzja has gone for it. The knight did land on f4 after the big think, and it is Fabi right now who's got some critical decisions to be made with his king in the open.
Fabulous Fabi. He is facing a checkmate in one threat right now. Firouzja did sacrifice a knight and is now threatening to jump with his queen to take on h3. That would be the end of the game. But Fabiano does have two ways to deal with this. Either a knight can land on f5, theme of the day, as Tanya mentioned, or the other white knight can drop back to g1. That looks a bit shaky, retreating. Oof, I would not be showing too much faith on that one, but he does retreat rather than jumping forward and blocking that black queen. And now tactics in the air.
That was surprising. The engine hates the move. And knight f5, that looked like a natural jump forward. After knight to g1, is that suggestion rook takes knight as the top move? That's not an easy move to play because there's no direct checkmate. But the problem is white is lacking defenders in front of his king.
Robert, I don't know if you guys noticed it, but Alireza just leaned back the moment knight g1 was played. He is thinking about rook takes knight with the queen jumping into h3. We're going to see that on the board. I have no doubts.
Yeah, rook takes knight. Let's follow through with that variation. Removing the key defender, pouncing now on h3. That's guaranteed. White's king has to retreat and take this rook. And now suddenly a monster threat of bishop takes knight, removing the final defender and delivering a nasty mate on g2. And at first I thought, okay, you can just block the black bishop with a move like pawn to c5. Now, if this knight stays on the board, no checkmate, but black simply plays a calm move like h5. And white is stuck. White can never defend the king, and simple plan, rook lift, rook across to e8, and once the rook slides across, it comes to g6. Game over, within 3 moves. This is so hard from a human point of view.
Yeah, you say simple plan. Once you get to that position, you're right, it is simple. If the pawn's on h5, black doesn't go rook e8, rook e6, rook e6, checkmate, thank you very much. But to see all of that in your head when there's so many options for white, that is the tricky part. Not to mention that instead of c5, queen g4 also comes to mind. You have to calculate so much in this position.
And I think that's the key point. The move h5 that you pointed out to me, I was like, wait, that's a mysterious move. Why not get the rook into the play already? But you want to take away the key g4 square, stopping the queen from coming in, offering the trade. Rook takes knight is on the board. We're going to see this being played out.
This is just genius from Firouzja. He needs to see this h5 move, however. Let's go to the live position. He's going to play queen takes h3. That's the most logical follow-up. I don't think you need to consider anything else. Knight takes pawn, potentially, but there we go. The most natural move, threatening bishop takes knight with a checkmate. Queen to g4, we did mention as an alternative, Robert. And now this would be met by bishop takes knight, removing the defender of white's queen. And after queen takes queen...
I see what he missed. Ooh. Knight takes queen. And after you go, if you go king to g2, there's knight f4 check, and you save both of your pieces. And if you go king to h2 instead of king to g2, knight takes f2, rook takes e3, knight g4 check. So there is this fork at the end that saves black, because white was up, a lot of material, but black is able to win this rook with interest. So this is such a deep line. Alireza Firouzja, he is a calculating monster right now, and he's holding nothing back.
Wow, this is beautiful. Geometrically, everything works for black. If you cannot play queen g4, eliminate black's best defender there, black's best attacker even, then simply no way to guard your king long term. White's king is doomed. And I think you might have to just trade queens off, give up the white knight, and hope to survive in that endgame. But that is horrible for white. And Caruana, big trouble.
Big trouble here for Fabi, and we often see that this is really the way if you want to get your chances against the world's best players, against the world #1 or the world #2 here. Fabiano Caruana, who looks impossible to beat right now, just getting them in these complicated positions from the very start. And to me, it all comes down to that decision of going in with knight to f4. David, when you suggested that move, we saw the eval bar say that white is doing fine, but it poses so many practical problems, which even the world's best players can often not navigate through.
Exactly. That's my advice to players in general. Even if you're playing someone higher rated than you, even if you're playing someone significantly more experienced, attack them. That's how you win games, essentially. That's making the opponent uncomfortable. They want to be respected. They want you to play slowly. They want to kind of have the time to dictate the pace, to impose their will on the position. But if you attack them, good things can happen, and here Firouzja has backed it up with solid calculation.
And sometimes those top players, they miss the 6th move of a line, and that's exactly what's happening to Fabi. So full credit to Alireza Firouzja. He's holding nothing back, and I think for Fabi, he's looking at his current position. Does he go for David's c5, which cuts off the bishop from the knight on e3? He can go for that. Queen g4, that looks so miserable, but maybe there are decent chances to survive that. You will have a rook for a knight, but for that exchange down the black, we'll have like 3 pawns for it. So it's too much material.
And as things are heating up in this match, let's head over to where the action is happening. We've got Danny with us to talk more about this big game. Danny, what's going on?
I just couldn't sit on the sideline any longer with all the action happening. First, Firouzja sacks on g7 and knight f5 is the killer blow against Nodirbek. Now he sacks a knight on f4. He doesn't value his knights. He's gone full tau.
This is amazing stuff, Danny, and he really doesn't stop. Like you said, gives up the knight, gives up the rook, and we've been talking about this. Is this the way to play against the world's best to try to win the game?
I think it's the way you want to play if you want to win this thing. I mean, he probably heard me saying that Fabi was my pick. I think I maybe pissed him off a little bit or something, because Firouzja is coming out like a wrecking ball. If he wins this game as black, I mean, you get white on the second game, even harder to imagine him not starting with 2-0. So I think Firouzja is bringing the heat, and I love it.
Danny, we heard from Fabiano after his Armageddon win. What was Firouzja like in between the matches?
He was chill. He was hanging out in the lobby. Everybody's headed back up to their room once they had the break between the rounds. But no, I mean, Firouzja is calm, and I said this after having dinner next to him last night, that he seems focused and he seems poised, and it's been interesting to just think about Firouzja's career in terms of everything that he's been through over the last couple of years, you know, being dubbed by Magnus as the only guy he would play a world championship against, really struggling in the candidates, and in some ways, maybe it's taken a little bit to find his footing, but you got a vibe. You got a vibe from Firouzja last night, and I'm excited to see if this continues.
Yeah, Danny, you mentioned the up and down couple of years that Firouzja's had after reaching number 2 in the world. Do you think he could be a dark horse to win the event even?
Why not, right? I mean, Magnus himself was basically dubbing him his successor. If this guy shows up playing the type of chess that we know Firouzja is capable of, regardless of the fact that maybe he didn't play in as many events this year as a guy like Fabiano did, the fact is that we know what he's capable of, and if you're winning games with the black pieces against a guy who's been as hot as Caruana, this is I don't think anybody else in that room is looking at this and they're happy seeing the fire coming out of Firouzja.
It is fire on the board, Danny. You're going to love the way the game has progressed. It's exactly the line that we were looking at in the studio. We will check in with you soon. Thank you for joining us, and have fun in Toronto and keep us updated with everything that goes on there.
Thanks for letting me jump in.
Danny, with all the news coming in from the players, and he mentioned that Alireza was quite chill between breaks, and he's playing he's got no chill in this game. I mean, the line that David pointed out, H5 on the board, no more Queen G4. I'm liking Black's chances more and more. What a game this has been so far.
He's a whole rook down, but he's playing like nothing happened. He's just going single-mindedly, one-track mind here for that white king.
David, this is exactly the plan that you mentioned. Get the pawn to h5, stop that queen from coming to g4, and with all the chill that Danny's been talking about, simply get the rook, the final piece, into the attack. Rook e6, rook g6 coming up next.
But look at Fabi being resourceful. He gave up his rook for a knight, saying, please take my rook. That gets rid of one of the most imposing attackers in the position, and white is already had a rook for just 2 pawns. So he says, please take my rook. That's not going to happen. Then he slides his queen on over to f1. Please trade queens with me. I need to save my king. And I think Alireza needs to play the move queen to f3 here. Slide that queen over. The engine, it went back up a little bit for white, but it does look very scary with that rook lift coming e6 to g6. I don't really know how to continue this attack perfectly, but I do know that white is in grave danger and may have some only moves.
Yeah, still looks extremely scary for white, and objectively, the evaluation bar's still on black side there. The engine here, I think I would play the same, Robert. The engine says, of course, don't trade queens. Queen f3, good as well, but even stronger, knight takes rook. Getting rid of an attacker, not obvious, I think, because the knight looks so valuable there, but now slide your rook up, and white is just powerless. White has to, for example, walk into a self-pin, dropping the queen back, and then dropping the knight back to block this check. But now you can start simply munching on pawns, start taking this pawn, for example, even a move such as a5, unleash the bishop, and white is pretty much stalemated. White is stuck forever at the right time. Start pushing this pawn forward, use it as a battering ram, and just eliminate the remaining defender on g2. This is just game over, but not obvious, this first move especially, to trade off when you're going for the attack.
I'm going to push back on that. I don't see Alireza Firouzja trading queens here. I think he's going to go for this idea, and he's picked up the rook, David. We are going to see this attack through. Immediately plays the move rook to e6, now touching the 1 minute mark, and really nicely pointed out by you. Once he's got all the pieces of white clamped up, defending the white king, you think about opening up that bishop on a7. The final piece will join the attack. Alireza playing flawlessly.
It looks brutal for Fabi to defend, and this is the complete opposite of the game between Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. That is a very peaceful affair. It looks very level, slightly better for Magnus, but all eyes are on this game here, because if Firouzja can do what he did to Fabi at the candidates back in 2022, he had a terrible event, but suddenly in the last round, Firouzja crushed Fabi from the black side. He's trying to do the same, and I don't know how you defend. Your points are very well taken here. The rook lift coming in, white's going to be all sorts of tangled up.
Yeah, and meanwhile, I was going to say that this is by far the most exciting game of the round. Suddenly, Lazavik blunders in one move in what was a level position. So we might have to check in on that one a bit later. But right now, Firouzja, he is the one making the magic happen. Fabiano, he has to just go passive. He has to curl up into a ball, try to defend these next few moves. But Black should, with best play, be winning.
Maybe with even less than best play be winning in this position. You've got all the forces into the attack and Fabiano Caruana playing the best chess of his life for Alireza to be able to do this with the black pieces in about 25 moves. Yes, it's not over. There's still a job to be finished here. But incredible play so far. Do you think it's about Alireza's style of play and his creativity, his very often just fearless, I can't think of another word, when it comes to attack, that perhaps gives him these chances against someone like Fabi?
And Fabi does quite well against Alireza overall. He's scored some big wins against him, including in the Grand Swiss back in 2021, and he beat him in the first half of the candidates in 2022. But Alireza is combative, and we heard Fabi say that. He was like, he brings a fight every single game. Fabi considers himself in the same vein. And the fight is just being brought to white because white's pieces are all sorts of defensive here. The queen on f1, stopping a checkmate on g2. But now, how do you actually win this game for black? Because even if you take on c5, white will bring that rook into the game. And he starts with h4. And the engine creeped up a little bit for white, but still heavily in black's favor.
Yeah, how much do you think a role the clock will play here? Will that help white defend, or will that help Firouzja in his attacking ambitions here?
Well, you're up a piece for white, that's the good news, but you might just lose in a couple moves because the queen moves pawn to h3. It's looking very dangerous. I think that's going to help Firouzja more.
Easier to attack than defend, right? With the clock ticking and 30 seconds. Fabiano, he's living life on the edge, both on board and clock. It looks desperate. You have to try and bring the white rook across to defend, but simple two-move concept. Move the black queen, push the h-pawn, as you say.
I think what white is counting on is that when you move the queen, the white king steps up on h2, or probably h2, where you just sidestep the pin, stopping the idea of h3. So that is a defensive resource still possible for Fabi, taking advantage of that queen leaving control of the h-file. And Alireza pauses. And goes on the other side of the board.
a5, what a move.
What a classy move there. He's simply breaking that black bishop out of jail. He's going to add an attacking piece, and that will overwhelm white's defenses. As soon as the black bishop's out, look at that white king. It's going to be stared down. Just full board awareness there. Fantastic.
And now I think there are tactics in black's favor because he dragged that bishop up to c3. Queen f3 goes queen g4. But the point is that rook on c1 is loose in many lines. I thought queen f3 was the way to go, but it's clear that queen g4 is also very strong.
White king has to move out of the pin on the g-file. And, okay, what's he going to do? He's pushing, kicking that white knight away. At the very minimum, there will be a perpetual check here for black. You can give a bunch of checks with the black queen. White's king, how is it going to survive simply? Still no checkmate. White's knight is holding the key g2 square. You need that black bishop to join the attack somehow. How do you get through? How do you break through here, land a killer punch?
Wow, and you've got to do all of that with under 10 seconds on the clock. And he gives a check, and I don't believe that he's going to repeat in this position. He goes for it.
Yeah, he takes that pawn c5. David asks, how do you break that bishop into the action? You take the pawn in its path. And if white tries to keep the position closed, you push the pawn forward. You need to get rid of this knight on e3.
And here we go. Firouzja gives another couple of checks. Now he gets his bishop out, and that white knight is going to disappear. It's threatened right now. If black plays bishop takes knight, it is game over. White collapses.
Fabi playing that move with just 2 seconds on the clock, and it's handshakes as he resigns. Alireza Firouzja with the black pieces. A flawlessly executed attack takes the lead in their match. What a performance.
What a game. What a dominant display from Firouzja. From start to finish, he brought it to Fabi. He was not going to get a closed position and get pressed. He's just destroyed Fabiano in that game.
Game of the tournament so far. Early days, but this just fantastic stuff. And here we see Nakamura deep in action now against Vachier-Lagrave. This one we joined a lot earlier. This is now kind of middle game, end game phase, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on the back foot. He's defending, retreating the black queen, both sides under the 1 minute mark. What is happening here?
A lot of indecision there, panic there by Hikaru as he wasn't sure which piece to move. They're playing on seconds. Hikaru with 7 seconds on the clock. Maxime, 7 seconds on the clock. You want to get that knight into f5, but is there enough time? The rook was hanging.
And look at Maxime. He's trying to trade off that rook, and the rooks are gone. And, oh, no, the queen got stuck again on c8. The engine went crazy, but that queen did recapture. Isn't black just up a couple pawns here?
Black is 2 pawns up. You're right, Robert. And that should normally be decisive. But queen and knight often do so well against queen and bishop. And the white queen, the white knight do have squares. Black's king not too safe in the corner. So anything could happen. But, ooh, wow. Nakamura picking up the queen, putting it back, panicking. The clock is ticking. I've never seen him this nervous before.
Yeah, maybe it's the birthday jitters. I mean, he is not having a good time today. Wesley So took him down, and right now against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's on the back foot, and he's barely getting his moves off.
He's still a few pawns down as well. He's giving some checks with the white knight, landing his queen now, but the black king is running. Maxime should be winning this game. He should be taking it. Wow. Okay, he needs to go for checkmate. Look at the shake of the head there, Nakamura. He is not happy at all.
Oh,
he's
never seen Hikaru like this. And the king just runs. The king just runs, and it's all extra pawns. It's all Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. One's been picked up, but it is that B pawn that's going to be decisive.
And what has happened there? He's just dropped his bishop, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, suddenly, and it's game on again. A big blunder on the board. Ignore the live board there in the corner. It's chaos on the physical OTB board here right now. Suddenly it's a 3-result game. White has an extra knight. Black has a bunch of pawns running. But Nakamura, just as he was shaking his head, Vachier-Lagrave blundered. And wow, twists and turns, hard to predict now.
And maybe with the inserted board incorrect, we can zoom in on the actual board to see what's happening, because apparent that Maxime made a mistake giving Hikaru a new chance. And Hikaru, he needs to make the most of it because he's off to a bad start. He's been struggling. But when your opponent blunders, you need to capitalize.
And he has a chance to repeat the moves, Hikaru. Look at the body language. Is he going to bail out with a draw? He can keep checking the black king.
He's doing it.
Handshake, a peace agreement in what was one of the most chaotic games of the event.
Absolute drama. The Champions Chess Finals, as this one ends in a draw. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was winning, then blunders a piece and eventually ends with a repetition. And we see him and Wesley So as they watch the action on Magnus Carlsen taking on Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Moves are coming in quick. What is our update on this one?
Wow, this one, the moves are coming along quickly, but Magnus, he has an advantage in practical terms. Is it enough to turn it into a full point? It looks like Nodirbek is trying to hold a fortress. White has a king, knight, and pawns. Black has a king, bishop, and pawns. And level material, is there a breakthrough? 2 endgame experts. And let's try and get that board up. There we see it. It's going to be hard to break through Black's defenses here. It should be a draw with best play.
Yeah, the knight is clearly better than the bishop because the bishop has to just move back and forth, can't attack a single piece with all of white's pieces on light squares, but the knight can't get in. If that knight could get to e6, could jump via c5 and e6, then we'd be talking about a win for white, but black is just defending everything. There is no path forward.
Black's bishop just needs to remain on this diagonal to control all those squares of the knight to come into that e6 square that you pointed out. Magnus might get in a trick with the knight coming to h6 instead. It's never going to be captured.
Yeah, and you can tell Magnus's body language. Suddenly, he relaxed a bit. He doesn't look too excited anymore. He did set a small trap there. He was threatening to take a pawn with the white knight. White's g6 pawn promoting is the only winning idea. But ultimately, Black holding everything together. And Black's king actually snaking around now. Should still be a draw. Neither side able to make progress.
If anyone can push this endgame, it has to be white with that pawn structure and the knight playing. It might be a repetition at this point with the knight jumping into g4, but Magnus Carlsen once more, he continues to try. And has Nodirbek, after that first round loss, got a sweatshirt change going on in this one?
I didn't even notice, but you know, some players are very superstitious, and so with the writing on the wall, he brings his bishop back to e7. He's gonna go back and forth. He's in no issue, no problem for Black whatsoever. There's only one thing that White can do, try to attack the pawns, and Black just defends every single one.
So Magnus is heading to the h5 square to target the g7 pawn and threaten the sacrifice on f6. But once it does get to h5, Black just shuffles with the king.
Yeah, and even the worst bishop can be a good defender, and there we see it is a draw.
Fantastic hold there, confident hold there by Nodirbek Abdusattorov with a draw with the black pieces. He will be going ahead against Magnus Carlsen. With white in round 2, he should be very pleased with this game.
You're always pleased when you draw against Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces, and I think Magnus is going to be a bit disappointed. We know their history between these two. I know Nodirbek has scored a big win against Magnus in the past, but game 2, it's a 2-game match. I think Magnus will just have to calm himself, and if he holds steady, then we'll go to Armageddon.
Well, there is one more game to be played in all the matches before potential Armageddons to come up. And of course, the action does continue in this one. David, what were the big highlights?
I think it was that chaotic fight between Hikaru Nakamura and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I just want to show a action replay of how that finished, how Maxime let the win slip from his grasp here. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, as black, should be winning. A simple plan would be to push the B pawn forward to promotion. Once it reaches B1, of course, that would be game over. Simple and strong. Instead, Hikaru was allowed back into the game by a careless slip. Maxime saw a pawn on F2 and he took a pawn, but loose pieces drop off, as we mentioned, and this walked into a simple double attack. Queen to F5 was a check, hitting the king, hitting the bishop, and a couple of moves later, after another check, winning a pawn, Hikaru was able to take the bishop, and in the end, the game fizzled out to a draw. Hikaru maybe could have pushed it on a bit more, but I think relief was the name of the game for him, and in the end, a fair result after a topsy-turvy encounter.
Absolutely, and the match remains level in that one, as it does against with Nodirbek and Magnus Carlsen. Meanwhile, Wesley and Firouzja take the win in their matches. Fabiano Caruana and Denis Lazavik have to win on demand to take it to Armageddon. And what a game it was by Alireza Firouzja against Fabi in round 1. Just a flawless attack. Sacrificing the knight, sacrificing the rook. Let's hear it from the winner of round 1, as Kaya is with Alireza.
Here with man of the moment, Alireza Firouzja with the black pieces, winning against Fabiano. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, it was a very tense game. I think he didn't play very precisely in the opening, and this sacrifice is very typical. So it's very difficult to play this in rapid game with white.
Take us through that beautiful knight f4 sacrifice that you did play.
Yeah, it's very typical. I lost many games myself like this, so it's a very typical one, but it's a bit unexpected. So I think he's still okay, but he has to play very precisely. So
you're on fire. Have we underestimated how well you will play here?
Yeah, I mean, if I play my best, I think I have chances always. So. Lately, the results are not so good in other tournaments, but now I'm trying to be back in shape. So.
Looks like you are. One more game against Fabiano. You will have the white pieces. What kind of strategy will you have there?
Yeah, of course, he has to play very sharp lines. I will play solid, and I just need draw, so I'll try my best, but still anything could happen.
Awesome to follow your games. Thank you so much, Alireza, and good luck. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Kaya. And Alireza, well, the job isn't finished yet. He's expecting a sharp line, sharp play by Fabiano Caruana. But sharpness is where Alireza also thrives, Robert. It's also the kind of positions that he enjoys playing.
Yeah, there's something a little bit uncomfortable when you only need a draw. Sometimes you play it too safe, even when the position calls for some tactics. But Alireza, he thrives in the tactical territory. He just proved that in game 1. So I don't think he should be worried getting the white pieces against Fabiano here in game 2.
Yeah, for me, it's just nice how honest the players are, how relaxed they are. He's basically giving away his match strategy. He's saying, I'm going to play solid. Therefore, Fabiano should be able to guess which openings he's going for. Maybe Berlin. But yeah, these players bringing their best. And I mean, we're off to a fiery start. This whole day, full of excitement, so many decisive games. And that was the highlight so far.
Yeah. I thought that was just a brilliant game with the black pieces against Fabi to finish it off like that. And it's not about making the objectively best move, right? You just play something which forces your opponent to think and often go wrong, giving the opportunity to your opponent to go wrong. How important is that in these time formats?
It's essential, and that's why certain players excel at blitz, rapid chess, even bullet chess. You've got to set the traps, you've got to set the practical problems, and often the opponent won't react in the best way. You have to be ready for that, you have to be sharp, and when it came to calculation, Firouzja was able to back it all up. So yeah, definitely a key skill in rapid.
And Alireza said that in that interview with Kaya. He was like, well, it might be objectively okay, but it's not a good position to play from the white side when you have no time on the clock. And he showed why it was not easy to play for white. He won the game, but Alireza's in just phenomenal shape right now.
Yeah, even Caruana, top of his game, fantastic year, was unable to defend that whirlwind of an attack. That's how strong it was, how practical it was.
Just amazing play we're seeing on day one. Fighting, ambitious chess all around. And there is another big game coming up as some players are playing catch up. Chess.com is partnering with Displayed. Beautiful collection of chess posters printed on chic and durable metal. 9 gorgeous display designs from our CCT collections. Mittens is back and you can bring her into your home with a poster. Explore designs from Chessable, Chess Kit and more. Use the command Displayed in chat or head over to displayed.com/chess to shop now using the code CHESS at checkout to claim a discounted price. Don't go anywhere, as we will be back with Game 2.
Ah, what a beautiful day. Huh? What in the world? Checkers is attacking! They're everywhere! Ah! We have to fight! Ah! Take that, Checkers! Ah!
Hey! What are you doing? Those are my discs!
Do you work for Checkers?
No, I work for Discraft.
Why are you attacking me?
I'm not. I'm here at a disc golf course throwing discs.
Those aren't Checkers?
No. These are prototypes of new discs for Paul Macbeth, and you're in my way, and you ruined a bunch of them.
Who's Paul Macbeth?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, man. First of all, I'm a huge fan. Second of all, I am so sorry. The green pawn can get a little out of control sometimes, and, well, you know, honestly, in his defense, there's a very long history between chess and checkers that I could tell you about if you've got a few hours.
Danny, I really don't have the time right now.
Okay. No. Yep, I get it. I feel you on that. Can we replace the discs?
Right now, with the holiday season and the disc costing thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, I don't think there's much you can do.
Okay. There's got to be something, man. Anything.
Actually, I think there is something.
Chess.com is a proud sponsor of the inaugural Chess.com Invitational presented by Discraft. Join Paul Macbeth and Chess.com's Danny and Eric from February 23rd to the 25th in Brooksville, Florida. This is the disc golf tournament you don't want to miss.
So disc golf, huh? Yeah, it's like you take a disc and you're just like... So that's basically what you do. Can I try? I mean, sure. Yeah, it's like that, but you're like trying to throw to like that basket hundreds of feet away. It's not like that. I mean, okay. I mean, not really. You kind of want to like, behind you, you want to like explode through. It's like, whoosh.
Okay.
Kind of like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Did they all go in like that?
That was amazing.
Pawns work.
Anyone who has played even a small amount of chess, especially online, is familiar with the concept of an opening trap. We've all fallen for one at some point or another. In many cases, a failed opening trap will leave you with a terrible position, but not always. We've compiled 10 opening traps that are not only guaranteed to work, but if your opponent doesn't fall for them exactly, you'll still have a decent position. Number 2, Legal's Mate. This opening trap, if your opponent cooperates, can lead to one of the most beautiful and famous checkmates in chess. Named after Sire de Legal, it dates back all the way to the 18th century. It occurs in an Italian game, and in this position we play knight c3. Black might play bishop g4, pinning the knight to white's queen, and we can play h3, forcing black to make a decision about the light-squared bishop. If they retreat with bishop h5, this allows the brilliant knight takes e5, where a free queen is offered. If black takes the bait and grabs the queen, can you spot the famous mate in 2? That's right. Bishop takes f7, king e7, which is forced, knight d5 mate. So, If our opponent does not take the queen bait, is this a dubious position? Not at all. Black's best response is knight takes e5, allowing white to win the light-squared bishop with queen takes h5, and after black takes the bishop on c4, white can win the piece right back with a queen check on b5, picking up the knight on the following turn no matter what black's response is. White is up a pawn with control of the center, a great place to be out of the opening. Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a Chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
On Twitch drops during the CCT Finals. Watch 4 cumulative hours of chess on Chess24 or chess channels and unlock free 14 days of diamond membership on Chess.com. Connect your account at go.chess.com/connect to redeem and enjoy 2 weeks of premium features. And for now, you don't want to miss out on a game 2 that is about to come up of round 2 on our day 1. And we've got Denis Lazavik right now with the white pieces, and we have got liftoff in the other games as Denis waits for his opponent to arrive.
Where is Wesley? That's the big question right now. Wesley won the first game, but yet to arrive in the playing hall. There we see him jump up onto the stage. But we're beginning with, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Hikaru Nakamura. And Hikaru plays a line of the Petrov. Is it the Damiano variation where black basically blunders a pawn, but there are tricks involved?
Yeah, this is an opening that used to be considered terrible, but suddenly has found a little bit of a renaissance. You know, it's regained some popularity, and I think the reason why is it's quite forcing. So if you are going to suffer in some positions, you might want to force the issue. So you're like, oh, I'm slightly worse, but I know what's going on. Other times you struggle to even find an idea. So it seems like Hikaru, all that playing on the internet, all those tiered lists of openings, he's found one that he likes in a position that he just wants to hold against Maxime.
Yeah, and shout out to Kamil Plichter, who did a chessball course, I believe, on this exact variation of the Petrov defense. And yeah, white is, for now, a knight ahead, a knight up. But that knight is pinned in the center on e5. It will drop, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave clearly hasn't looked into too much detail in this one, and he is the first to pause. This is one that I was told, I was 5 years old, you know, it's terrible for black. Don't even need to look at it, don't need to analyze it, and I haven't looked at it since. So I'm in the same boat as Maxime. Hikaru, though, has done his homework.
And he's got more time than what he started with. Blitzing it out and that last move by Maxime. He does pick the pawn in return for giving up the knight. That's an extra pawn out of the opening. Where is Black's compensation in these openings?
There will be quick development. So when you're up a pawn, and in this case it's going to be a pawn on e5, when the black knight gets out, it already attacks the pawn. So black has a very clear plan. I'm going to start going after your extra pawn. I'm going to develop, and white has to spend some time protecting that pawn, sometimes in awkward ways. So I look at this position, I would not want to play it myself from the black side, but I can tell you, Hikaru, he studied this line. He knows that he can get into a position where he feels like a draw is the likeliest outcome.
Yeah, and if that white pawn on e5 does disappear, it's basically symmetrical. A draw would be extremely likely to occur. And right now, Maxime needs to decide what to do to defend that pawn, either with white's f-pawn, white's dark-squared bishop can come out to f4 as well, or to just let it fall, let it drop, and try to prioritize quick development as well. White's knight can come out, white's bishops both can spring forward. Either way, as the evaluation bar says, it's within the realms of equality, but white is the one who has to choose the path, the route that this game will take.
I would be so tempted as white to actually defend that e5 pawn, and I see Maxime has gone for the other way, that he just trades it off. To me, knight c3 looks like a draw offer.
Until you see this move potentially threatening the c7 square, but black gives a check, and okay, a trade of bishops now. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's banking on the fact that white's king will be fine in the center now that the queens are off the board. White's king has the c3 square to hide, for example. Black's king also forced to put itself on a bit of an odd square, and suddenly Maxime's blitzing again.
Yeah, Maxime is just making every single move in an instant, and his last few moves have made sense. He attacked the c7 pawn, he traded off bishops when he was in check, he now kicks that knight out of the center, and the knight goes to g4. So this is a bit of a committal strategy from Maxime. When you push pawns forward, you leave some squares behind, but at this moment, that king on d8, is that a good piece defending the loose pawn c7, or can it be victim to an attack along the d-file?
Yeah, white needs to get those rooks centralized. White needs to connect rooks. Black needs to connect rooks. It's very symmetrical, very drawish, but white has the first move here. White can potentially create some threats. Maxime's going for his bishop, attacking a pawn. Small margins here, I think a draw the most likely, but Maxime's still the one asking the questions.
Wow. So even though the game looks pretty level, there is still fight on in this one. We will check in with this. Let's head over to Alireza Firouzja, who with a spectacular win in game one against Fabi, took the lead in his match. Fabi has to win on demand to take it to Armageddon. Fabi playing with the black pieces. How, where will he create his chances? And we've got some interesting opening approach here by Fabi.
He's playing provocatively. We see what the engine says. It's very obviously better for white in this opening. Looks like one of my online blitz games. But the point is, he's just trying to muddy the water. So they both know white is better here, but how do you actually improve your position? You're going to castle kingside. That rook on h8 now has a newly open line staring in that direction. Are you going to push a pawn in the center, or does that actually allow black to maybe close down the center and attack on one of the flanks? So these questions are not always easy to answer, even if both players recognize that white is ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned the word provocative, Robert. That's often just breaking the rules, giving the opponent the center, giving the opponent easy development. Here, giving the opponent the bishop pair as well. Often what we're taught not to do in the opening, but you are giving the opponent an unfamiliar situation. And Firouzja, he's got so much choice. That's why he's been burning time on the clock. He's already 3 minutes down, and this one definitely won't fizzle out to an easy draw. So step one achieved, you've got the game, you've got a position, and already we see the evaluation bar slide down. Firouzja now clearly playing with the draw in mind. He wants these central pawns to be traded off now. He wants the queens on the d-file potentially to disappear as well. And I don't like this decision. It looks like white could have just developed very naturally. But instead, suddenly things are getting a bit more concrete. And Fabi, I think that will make him a bit happy here.
Alireza Firouzja playing the match situation more than the board with that last move, e5, trying to get some trades in. He needs only a draw for the match victory, and if Fabiano tries to avoid the trade on e5 and moves the knight, white's own knight will jump on to e4, the central square, putting more pressure on d6, forcing Fabi into the trades, which is what Alireza wants right now. In his interview to Kaya, he said that he's expecting Fabi to go into some sharp lines. But looking at the position, the bishop pair, the opening up off the center, to me it looks like the only player who can play sharp here is white.
Well, he played with some ambiguity, right? There was no direct counter from Fabi. He just moved his pieces about. And now I think that I knew he wasn't going to trade queens, but I was going to say even if he had traded queens, I still think there was life left in the position. And the reason why is because this e5 pawn, if he instead of captured and traded queens on d1, then this e5 pawn at some point will be needed to be defended. And if you push that pawn up to f4, then you can play g5 as black and just try to collapse that structure in the center. I'm not saying that black is better, but at least it gives him an opportunity to have an asymmetrical pawn structure. So the game itself, I think, looks like a Scandinavian, and it's one of these positions where black is super duper solid and white has a bishop pair and more space.
Yeah, I do like this bishop on g2, I must admit, long term, if the center ever opens up, if you can somehow kind of lever forward with this pawn to d5 and blow open the center, white's bishops will thrive. But for now, it's imbalanced enough, and it's still not clear where white's king goes. Will it feel entirely safe on the king side on g1 with black's rooks on this semi-open file, as Robert pointed out earlier? Still some questions to be answered. Firouzja now, he's hesitating from taking this pawn. I'm wondering whether he first brings his knight back to f6. At least this pawn isn't running away on d6 anytime soon. Yeah, it's going to be a very cagey position, but still life left. And Fabiano, I think he'll be feeling positive about these developments, despite the fact that objectively white might still hold an advantage. Still, the pawn structure not symmetrical, and chances later on.
Position is heating up and the clocks are leveling out right now. A big decision for Fabi. Does he take the pawn immediately or does he move the knight away to continue with development? I think either ways white wants to get the pieces on the center. He comes back with the knight to f6, at least controlling the e4 square.
Yeah, the pawn on d6 isn't going anywhere. He knows he can pick it up on the next turn, and he is taking away that knight e4 jump from white. So I think Fabi is playing this well. I also like the fact that he's doing well on the clock. He's got 12 minutes. Alireza, on the other hand, is down under 11. The position is favorable for white. None of us are going to dispute that fact, but I just think that in terms of getting chances from the black side, this is a pretty ideal type of position in the early going.
Should we guess where the kings are going? Which way is white? Is white going to slide to the right, slide to the left? Who's going to castle kingside, queenside?
We already have a result coming in. Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, Hikaru Nakamura just ended in a draw. That's one Armageddon confirmed.
Wow, so that opening we actually saw the majority of the game in the end. Nakamura just played 2 or 3 accurate moves and draw agreed. They're waiting now to submit their Armageddon bids.
Right off the game, the players are required to give in writing their bids for the clock, for the time. How much time are they willing to bargain for the black pieces? And right now, Hikaru and Maxime, we saw them on their seats. Are they thinking about their bid? Are they thinking about whether they want black or white? What do you think? What is going to be the strategy in that one?
I don't know.
I think Hikaru wants black. That has been his kind of consistent preference throughout this season of the Champions Chess Tour, at least online. And his draw there with black was effortless. But you never know. You never know. Maxime, I think, is more dangerous with white, so that might cause some hesitation.
And you should be a goldfish and, forget those mistakes. But when he had the white pieces against Maxime, he was in trouble throughout that game before Maxime blundered away the advantage, and then the game ended in a draw. So I think for Hikaru, he's willing to bid a low amount of time. He wants that draw odds.
We will find out, and with the quickness with which a draw was reached in that game too, it's clear that both wanted to take it to the Armageddon, which means more fun for us. And Magnus Carlsen there, having a little bit of a peek on what just happened, but then back to his board as it is his move against Nodirbek. We will do a deep dive on this one. I do see, has white's rook jumped into black's camp?
White's rook is on a6, just near the clock over there on the queen side, on the far side of the board. It has been a very classical opening, both sides kind of playing very logical moves in this Spanish. The Roy Lopez opening, and Magnus here showing a mark of respect to his young opponent by playing pretty much his World Championship repertoire. Magnus Carlsen, he's played this before in high-profile games when he wants to lock things down, when he just wants to survive and be solid. Here we see bishops leaving the board. Who would you guys prefer here? I would say white maybe, because of the pawn center, but black has some trumps as well.
I'm picking Armageddon in this one.
I think Armageddon is the likely result here. The position remains closed for now. There are no weaknesses to target for either side. And I like what you said there, David, that it does feel like Magnus has the utmost respect for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. How could he not? The kid has beaten him before. Can I still call him a kid? He's like 19 years old. It feels like they stay teenagers forever. But Nodirbek, I mean, he's growing before our eyes. He's played so many online events. He's taken his talents in person, winning the World Rapid a few years ago. So he can beat Magnus Carlsen. He's done it before. And in this position, I don't think that's likely, just by the nature of it. It's not too much tension. I think this should be a draw, and I don't think Magnus is too worried.
Yeah, I love this old photo of Nodirbek when he was 9, 10 years old with Magnus. He was a fan initially, then he rose through the ranks and has beaten Magnus, maybe in the two most high-profile, high-stake encounters between these two, at the World Rapid Championship in 21 and in Vachier-Lagrave. And both of those were queen endgames. This one's a middle game. I don't see anything too wrong, too weak with Magnus's position. No real targets in the black camp. But it looks like at least Nodirbek, he's going to be happy with how this match has gone. Relatively painless draw with black in the first one, and here with white. If he can somehow apply pressure, he'll start to get confident. Yeah, still roughly balanced though, for now.
Balanced bid when you're playing against Magnus. It's not over till it's over. Magnus will make Nodirbek Abdusattorov try to earn that draw in this position. Speaking of their previous encounters, I think another moment that was there at the Tata Steel Vachier-Lagrave, where Nodirbek had this fantastic run. He actually beat Magnus in that tournament, but at the end, it was Anish who won it after Nodirbek lost the last round. And Magnus was one of the first to go on and sort of Nodirbek finish second, but just tell him that, you know, it's fine. And I remember that moment. So these two have so much respect. He also congratulated him after that phenomenal performance overall. But right now, they're over the board. And it's that story of when your idols become your rivals for Nodirbek.
Yeah, you can't idolize them too much. You can't show too much respect. But here, clearly, both players just a bit cagey. It's all about mind games, all about psychology, because on the board, they've been playing perfect chess up to this point.
And another player who has been playing perfect chess today is Wesley So. And he is up against the youngest player of the Champions Chess Tour final, Denis Lazavik. If you're a fan of the underdog story, then Denis Lazavik is the one to watch out for. What a platform this is. He started the day with a loss against Magnus, but Magnus was very appreciative of his play and said that he did put up a big fight. And now it is against Wesley. What do we make of his chances in this one?
Well, he lost the first game to Wesley, and Wesley's been in some of the best form of the tournament. He beat Hikaru in the opening match, and I look at this position and I say, let me do a quick count. Math may not be my profession, but I do think that black is up a pawn here. And in compensation for that pawn, white has a lot of pressure down the c file. That knight on c4 is ready to move at any moment. The bishop is loose, the knight behind it, the queen behind all of those minor pieces. So I do think that white does have compensation, and Wesley needs to be careful here because things can start getting a little tricky.
I feel sorry for Denis. He's been thrown in at the deep end, facing Magnus in the first match of the day. He was so close there, so close, but not close enough in the end to holding that draw. In the end, going down to a match defeat against Wesley in the first game of this round. He was so close again. He did everything perfectly. He was close to achieving the draw and then blundered in one move. And both matches he started with the black. Now he needs to win with white. And he's taking risks. He's given up a pawn as he needs to do. He needs to create something and balance it somehow. And yeah, the more I look at it, Robert, the more I think you're right. There is compensation, and black does need to be accurate. Black's bishop on c8, the light square bishop, still needs to come out. No obvious moves here, and some loose pieces in the black camp. This one really in the balance, hanging on a knife edge right now. If Wesley's accurate, he should be fine, of course. Maybe even more than fine, but I don't see a way. I don't see an obvious way yet.
And Wesley's in for a deep think. We see he's been spending over 4 minutes on this turn. He recognizes the magnitude of the moment, that he cannot just play a quick choice and then find himself defending the rest of the game. And so for Wesley So, he's one of the most accurate players in chess history. He knows when the situation calls for a deep think. It's a tough moment, though, because if he retreats his bishop, which is in the queen's sight, then that knight still moves out of the queen's passing. Bishop a7, knight c4 to e5, and yeah, you can play bishop d7 to defend that c6 square, but that doesn't look very good because d4 will hang in some of these positions, and there are so many pins and tactics in the air.
Yeah, suddenly look at those white pieces. Queen, rook lined up, knight perfectly poised in the center, bishops fianchettoed, and their X-ray vision exerting extreme pressure. And Wesley, in the end, does play a move, bishop to d7, roughly balanced. And yeah, for now, let's take a step back and see whether Denis can find compensation for that sacrificed pawn.
Denis Lazavik trying to create his chances by sacrificing a pawn for initiative against a player who's considered the hardest to beat amongst the very best in the world. Wesley So needs only a draw for this one, and we are going to keep our eyes out on this one. Meanwhile, we're going to check in with our crew in Toronto as James is joining us with an update. James, what's the atmosphere like in Toronto right now?
The atmosphere in Toronto is absolutely crazy. It's fun out here, guys, of course. There's so much chess, right? We have the food, everything's good. But, of course, right now, on the chessboard, things are very explosive. As we saw Firouzja, especially in the round one, there was able to take out Fabiano, which is really, really strong there, of course, especially as he was sacrificing pieces and etc. We saw MVL as well as he's playing. I mean, guys, there's so much chess going on. So I'm excited. I'm just here in Toronto watching you guys all the way in Oslo. So it's been very, very fun. What about you guys over there?
Oh, we're having an awesome time calling the action as well and seeing all the updates that you guys are bringing us from the onside. And what about Denis Lazavik? We've been talking so much about him, James, here. This is such a big opportunity for him. How is he feeling? And he starts the day with Magnus. Now he's up against Wesley. Did you manage to catch hold of him? What's going on with his mindset right now?
Yeah, of course. In the first round of when I'm able to draw Magnus in any format, I'm going to feel good. So, of course, hey, he lost the match, but he did actually, end up drawing Magnus. So that feels good at the end of the day. That's exactly what I would be feeling like. I drew Magnus. I just got to keep playing and keep hoping for the best. Obviously, Wesley's giving it to him. But at the same time, look, I got to play this one thing at a time. I am the lowest seed. I got to go out here and play. I've won Title Tuesdays before. I've played these guys before. I just got to get out of my own head and play the 64 squares.
Absolutely. It's got to be feeling good if you're able to hold Magnus in this one. Now, with such short turnaround time between these games, James, between game one and game two of the round, what do the players get up to?
Actually, they come out and they stretch a little bit. You can see some emotions. They grab some snacks. They get some water, right? Me and Fabi did a couple push-ups. Kidding, we probably do that later. But of course, at the same time, the guys, they just get right into the right mindset. You can tell everybody around here is very focused. And of course, Arbiter's doing a great job of, hey, got to get back to the games. Fair play check is on point. I mean, everybody here is just really serious, right? It's a very serious vibe here. A lot of money on the line, a lot of pride on the line too as well. I mean, did you see first prize, Tanya? Were you paying attention to the cash money that is in first place? Of course, there's a lot of focus here and lots of emotions, but they don't wear it too much on the face. In fact, I saw Firouzja being very, very calm. As you can just tell, he's walking around, got the swag going, got the I'm Mr. Gucci Reza, feeling good. You can tell he's in the right mindset here. Everyone else too as well. So nice atmosphere, great vibes all together.
James, I must admit, you're giving me massive FOMO right now. It looks like a great time out there in Toronto. What's been the highlight for you so far? I know it's still early days, but what's been the moment you've enjoyed the most?
You know what? Actually, the chess part. I love Toronto. It's nice out here, and I'm a Toronto. In fact, they said take out the other T. That's how they know I'm not from here. But at the same time here, it's been very fun. I love everything about Toronto, but the chess part has been the greatest. In fact, really seeing that Firouzja game was probably the biggest thing for me. Is two games, in fact, sacrificing on both games, which is really insane. Playing great chess, great form here, dark horse in a way. We had some picks, of course, as we saw some people wanted to pick Firouzja there, but they're like, oh, Magnus first, Hikaru, Wesley, and not so much Firouzja, of course. So we're starting to see that, and especially if he can close out the match. I mean, he's really going to be on good fire and good form. Great to see the chess.
Absolutely, James. Well, we're here in Oslo. It's definitely Toronto for us, as we're calling the action from here. And I want to ask you, before you go, there's been a quick drop between Maxime and Hikaru. We go into an Armageddon between these two. Have you seen them? What are they up to right now?
Yeah, with that Armageddon, of course, I actually saw how Hikaru looked in the cam. We all saw it. I'm sure chat was going crazy. He's like, Hikaru looks bored, kind of thing. And just kind of sitting around and having a good time, right? But the Armageddon is not anything but a good time there. I'm not sure who actually won the Armageddon there. I think it was Hikaru, but if Hikaru wins the Armageddon, I'm thinking he'll probably take black there. He'll take black, and then hopefully hope for the best here. Obviously, move very fast. That's why he went to the Armageddon. He was very comfortable going in that second game through the Petrov and just, all right, cool, to go through the motions, do our thing, get to Armageddon real fast, because I am, speed champion, also MVL being a speed champion too as well, but I'll get those two results, especially if I draw or win with black. So, best of luck to both.
Thanks, James, and we will check in with you in some time, and it's been fantastic having this chat with you. Meanwhile, some fantastic decisions being taken on the board. Knight takes that side pawn. It's a little bit of a tactic based on the B pawn advancing next to fork the bishop and the knight. What is our evaluation after this whole tactical sequence?
Black cannot be worse here. So black was up a pawn to begin with, now is up a full piece, but there's a fork. So this pawn on b4 is hitting both the knight and the bishop, gaining the material back. But if black just slides the bishop back to defend the queen, a queen trade likely on tap. I think that Denis somehow needs to get out of it, but there's no way to do so, because if he moves his queen, then knight jumps back into c6 or c4, and suddenly black is up material. So this is a position where the queens are coming off, and I don't think Denis has any chance to win.
Yeah, just to show that point, Robert, if the queens do disappear, you could probably take in either direction here with black, with the bishop or the rook, but at the very end, we would see a position that is just totally level. For example, black can park bishop on a4. Everything's coming off the board. Rooks will be eliminated. It's too symmetrical, too drawish. And of course, a draw favours Wesley. So in the match, he actually plays a more ambitious move if we backtrack to the current position, e5 instead. He's going to try and hang on to this pawn even. And for example, if white takes this bishop, then black actually has a beautiful square on c6. He'll park a bishop or a knight on this square. And it's these central pawns. It looks like Wesley so has the advantage now. He could play a move such as bishop to c6. And yeah, I really don't think Lazavik is likely to win this game anymore. Simply a blocked out bishop. Black has beautiful central pawns and advantage Wesley.
Advantage Wesley, things looking good. Denis Lazavik in big trouble, and it looks like he will not be able to take this one to Armageddon. Meanwhile, the other player trying to take it to Armageddon is reigning US champion Fabiano Caruana after his first round loss against Alireza Firouzja. Some very committal decisions by Fabi in the opening, with the black pieces trying to create those chances that he needs. This is what we have currently on the board. The bishop pair still alive. Meanwhile, Fabi trying to create play against the queenside pawn. There is an attack on c4, which has been defended. The f line open, the bishop pair still on. I'm still liking white's position.
White objectively is better. I've never for a second doubted that, but I do still believe that it's the type of position where black can get a win. White has to go wrong for that to happen, but it's a messy position, no clarity. It's not like you can just trade into an endgame. So right now, Fabi is using the clock as his 17th piece. James, we just had him on the show. He loves to say the clock is a weapon, use it as the last piece, and I think that is going to be important as Alireza is about to dip down to 3 minutes.
Yeah, he'll have more than half an eye on the clock right now, Fabiano, because actually black's position is so solid, it's hard for white to break through. So it's guaranteed almost at this point that Firouzja will be burning more time. I do like, however, this dodge of the rook trade, saying, no, I'm not exchanging rooks, because black's rook on f5 does make a bit of an odd impression. It's almost trapped. White's light squared bishop can easily target it. That being said, still a long game ahead, still plenty of tension, and 3 minutes against 5 minutes. You need to use that. You need to hustle the opponent here. Fabi drops back, big threat. The black queen, bishop lined up now on the diagonal. White's g3 pawn threatened. And white's king just reminding Firouzja here that he's not entirely safe. He needs to take a precaution now. He's about to touch the white queen, I believe. Oh no, he drops his bishop back instead, defending. But still, you could see how the fear of ghosts might be put into him here, and retreating. A bit loose now for white. I'm expecting the black knight to retreat, and still game on.
White's got a big threat of the c-pawn moving forward with the fork, so we are expecting a knight move, and it does retreat. It might be time for white's bishops to start attacking that black rook on f5. I do love the bishop pair, and there we see bishop lands on e4. Hitting that rook on f5. Not too many squares for the rook.
You might play knight e7 and give the rook up. That way your knight gets into the position and start going after the white king. I like rook a5 better because it doesn't give white the most obvious of choices in response. The bishop is just chasing the rook. The rook can, in fact, slide back along the a file. And why I still believe Fabiano has some chances to win this game, he's worse on, according to the evaluation bar, we've said it all game, but where is the clear plan for white? It seems like black is quite solid.
Yeah, at some point, Firouzja might just lose patience and try to break through in the center, push white's d pawn forward. But you have to time it well. If black can keep things blocked, if black can keep things closed, then the clock will play an even bigger role. And anyone who's played the French defense, the Caro-Kann defense, knows this position, it's bad, you're worse, but you're not dead. And that's all Fabiano can hope for right now.
And Fabi impressively continues to play fast. He's got a clear plan of bringing the knight in, and the bishop moves to d2. And I saw a reaction from you there, Robert. What happened?
It just looks strange to me, but I get what he's going for. He wants bishop f4, but the rook on d3, bishop on d2, pieces are now all doing their part. And I am looking for Fabi at some moment to try to strike with his f-pawn. He needs to rip open the king side. Instead, he plays rook d8 first. He's keeping the status quo. Can hardly fault him for that, as Alireza down to 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
I like it. Fabiano just biding his time. Black's rook has done a real journey here, got on a real adventure, round to f5, back to a5, a8, d8. He's just kind of waiting, just lurking, and all the time, Firouzja's clock is dropping down and down and further down, and knight f5, momentum black, it feels that way.
I would prefer to have Black's position. I mean, now you see the g3 pawn is threatened, d4 is under attack. If you take this knight on f5, no longer does white have the bishop pair, and that d4 pawn will be loose, and I think that that pawn that would replace the knight on f5 is looking very strong. Will that just happen?
Yeah, this is all happening, and Black's rook suddenly has a beautiful open file to look at. I'm looking at this white king, and I'm thinking Firouzja might be in trouble long term. No matter what happens, no matter what disappears off the board, this king is not safe anymore while queens remain.
This is clearly nice for Black, because the king on g8, ultra safe, the king on g2, a bit exposed, and the d4 pawn is loose, which is why the rook came to d1, but now rook e8, rook e4. I can see Black progressing here, making very natural, improving moves. I would be very concerned if I'm Alireza, especially with the clock down under minute 45.
He doesn't allow the move rook to e4, and challenging on the e file. He wants to try and trade off as many of those heavy pieces as possible. It is a lot about king safety. Fabi is going to try and grind this out. But I do like this move rook to e3 to try and trade off the pressure on the e file.
It's a good idea. You don't want that rook landing on e4, but you could see how this game, the trajectory of it, is going in Fabi's direction. Now he plays queen d7, a very natural, slight queen adjustment to protect the rook. You're threatening to trade, bring your next rook to e8, and take over the board's only fully open file. Look at Alireza's clock as well, down under minute 30. I think Fabiano's executed this game to perfection.
Wow. And we are getting an update that there has been a result on the Wesley Lazavik game in that one. And it looks like Wesley has wrapped up his match.
Yeah, Wesley, for the second match in a row, both matches today, he's agreed a draw in a favourable position. Wesley had a big advantage against Lazavik there. Lazavik offering a draw, accepting he loses the match, but gets another half point. And it's FIDE rated, this rapid tournament. Lazavik gaining there. But Wesley, he's got to be the happiest player of this round so far. And in the meantime, Firouzja does lose patience. He does play d5. And there we see Wesley, the victor, watching the match with interest as things heat up.
Big moves happening on the board in this one. And it looks like Fabi is really going for it. And you mentioned it, the turnaround. It's been move by from Fabiano, and f4 on the board, eyeing that g4 square. If a white does get greedy with the f4 pawn, you can't take it. Rook takes rook, queen lands in with a massive check.
We get too focused on the evaluation bar often when we watch chess games, but the way this game has been going from the start has been in Fabiano's direction, in my opinion. And you see, look at his queen going f5. Says, take my pawn on f4, go for that extra pawn. There's going to be some checks on c2. This looks very scary for white, and Alireza's clock, there's less than a minute there.
Yeah, you can tell it's hustle mode from Fabiano. He senses weakness. He's just blitzing. Still 3.5 minutes. He's playing complicated moves quickly. And often that's better than playing the best moves slowly. And right now, Firouzja down 30 seconds. He needs to guard the second rank. White's king is really vulnerable to checks right now. He uses his rook to block the black queen's entry into the white position, into the heart of white's camp. But it feels shaky. This is really hanging by a thread for white right now.
But what's really helping Alireza is that passed pawn on d5, because what black ideally wants to do is bring the rook to join the queen in the attack. But as soon as your rook leaves that last rank, that pawn goes up one square and will try to continue pressing forward. So Alireza, he's holding on by a thread, but that d pawn is maybe the saving grace.
He should still be saving it. Objectively, he hasn't done too much wrong. Yes, momentum has been turning in black's favor, but still breaking through against this white king as pieces disappear. Not easy, and Fabiano now hits one of white's pawns. White's b2 pawn on the queen side now, vulnerable, but maybe not the most important factor in this position.
But look at the clock. Now down to about 20 seconds is Firouzja, and he moves his rook back. So the eval bar has stayed towards the center. He's making the correct moves, but we'll see if Fabi can trick him here.
Really impressive how Fabi keeps up the pressure on the position and on the clock as well. The objective evaluation doesn't matter at all. He does capture the G3 pawn. Does White have time to take it back? Because then there are a few checks coming in.
Yeah, White's king is weak. Maybe you use this black pawn as a double agent. You use it as a shield for White's king. And he's banking everything on that ace card, this D6 pawn. He's pushing forward for glory now, and at the very least, it will deflect black's pieces.
And what Fabiano may want to rely on is at some moment a queen trade could be good for him because that pawn is extended quite far. You can maybe chase it down, but that doesn't look like it's the case. The queen on F3 perfectly located. The king on G2 is actually safe. That umbrella pawn is shielding it from any sort of checks. So I think that Alireza, he's doing everything correct here, and I don't actually see what Fabi does from here.
Excellent defense there by Alireza, playing on seconds, and Fabi comes in with that queen. He has to win, so he has to create his chances, attacking the rook. The queen now steps back. A check can be given on E4, but White will simply go forward with his king, capturing the G3 pawn.
Yeah, the White king is out in the open now, but black cannot land a check with his rook. Black's rook, unfortunately, it wants to be the piece delivering the killer blow, but it can't kind of bypass its own queen, and black's rook will be forced passive within one move if White just gets the time to push the d-pawn one more square. And I think he just doesn't have time. He cannot coordinate his pieces perfectly for the attack.
Just the perfect time for Alireza, because if that rook could jump over the queen, as you're saying, rook E3 check would be devastating for the White king. So it looks like Alireza, he may be down to 15 seconds, but he's one of the best blitz players in the world. He's doing well.
Incredible nerves there by Alireza to just go forward with that king in a heavy piece, major piece position here. Queen E3 check, queen E5 check, so many checks on the board, but it just feels like he has this understanding that as long as that rook remains behind the queen, the king is safe. The most that black can do is repeat with checks.
Yeah, don't try this at home. Don't put the White king out in the open on G3 when you're facing heavy pieces, queens and rooks. But this is one of the exceptions for Firouzja. Due to the White passed d-pawn, due to how far advanced it is, he's holding things together with active defense.
I think there's some tricky moves that Fabi can go for. If he slides his queen along the 4th rank, maybe he is threatening rook E3 check. So if he just goes, I don't know, queen C4, queen B4, one of those type of moves, you're attacking some pawns on the queen side and threatening that rook check, which could land a checkmating attack against the vulnerable White king.
Yeah, it's far from over. It's definitely not settled yet. Firouzja not entirely safe, but he's been doing so well this far. And yeah, I think one of those moves, Robert, he needs to try something, queen back to F5, queen somewhere, get that black rook into the game.
And I think it's clear that Fabi realizes that there isn't anything concrete in the position, but he's looking for the most dangerous option, the most difficult to counter, which might provoke a mistake by Alireza. But look at the speed with which Alireza reacted to that queen move, offering a trade. And in this position, a rook pawn ending is fine for White.
Yes, certainly will be. And Fabiano, he's desperate to make this the 3rd Armageddon match of the round because Magnus and Abdusattorov drew their match. And look, it goes queen C5. He wants queen G1 check. And Alireza says, yeah, check me. That's not scary. But now this D7 pawn hasn't gone too far. At some point, queen C7 check followed by rook takes D7 will be in the air.
And he defends it. He centralizes the queen. If the queens are traded off, does black have time to come in with the king to the center? Fabi says, not trading that off, going for the king. But it's only checks because the rook is tied down to D8.
Yeah, it's just like having an empty board. A queen alone cannot deliver checkmate. A queen needs some backup, some assistance, and he's doing everything perfectly for Firouzja. He's bullying Fabiano here with the prospect of the queens coming off the board, and black's rook just cannot play a part. It's hard to envisage any way of breaking through here, but he's trying, and now the clocks are the main factor in this position.
And what just happened there was a check on H1, and Firouzja, he's down under 10 seconds. So this game, it still has plenty of life left in it, but Alireza's pawn on D7, it's just too powerful. It's restricting the black rook, and Fabi's pawns may be pressing forward over there on the queen side, but to what end?
Yeah, to what end? And right now, okay, Fabi, he's going for those queenside pawns. He's trying to destabilize White somewhat. Queen to D4. The live board has frozen, so let's focus on the board in front of the players right now, but still everything under control, everything protected from Firouzja. And Fabiano desperately trying to create threats. A pawn drops and...
He tricked him. It's check and rook takes D7 now because if the rook takes the rook, the queen was hanging. There has to be a mating attack against the White king.
Suddenly White's d-pawn, the pride and joy of his position, has disappeared. This has to be mate. As you say, no shelter. White's king is hiding in plain sight here, out in the open, in the center of the board.
Rook E7 check, because if the queen takes it, there was queen E1. Instead, he gets queen G1 check. But there simply must be a mating attack against that king. Where is it going to hide?
Yeah, Robert, I think you spotted a win, an immediate win for Fabiano, but he's still doing the business here. Black's king super safe. White just has to try and blockade, not allow Black's rook to give a check. Any check is fatal.
Queen F1, where's that king going? Queen C1 check, forcing the king back, and then, he goes here instead, and there's going to be a rook
king
check.
C2 because the queen is hanging on B4 then.
Oh, he has to go forward, Firouzja, but look at that white king out in the open.
Oh, he steals the pawn with check. That's one pawn.
Another pawn will soon drop. Every move is a check, giving white no time to breathe.
Amazing defense by Alireza until it wasn't. Till that very last moment and just collapsing under pressure. And now he's got to play a move, but he's almost giving up.
Yeah, he is really upset with himself right now. And I think that Fabi just got to give a few checks here. He can also, at some point, even think about trading rooks and taking the G5 pawn because he'll have so many extra pawns. But Fabi, he wants to deliver a checkmate.
There we go. It's more checks, but Fabiano doesn't have too much time either and still failing to find the knockout punch. Where is it? White's king dancing back and forth. Black has all the queen checks in the world. You've got to be careful not to repeat the position either.
That's a nice try.
Forcing the white king forward to defend the white rook. Black just needs to coordinate. Use the black rook too.
He's going to give it check.
Queen C2, Queen C2, that's a big check.
Ooh.
Where's that king going? It might have to go up, but then he can play rook C7 to coordinate his... Oh, with his rook H4 check.
Yeah, suddenly the disappearance of white's H-pawn opens up a line against the black king, so black has to keep giving checks.
And he trades rooks. He's going to take this pawn on G5.
But then you give up the A4 pawn.
Oh, my goodness. Now all of a
This is
sudden...
messy.
But B2 is hanging. But there might be a draw. Queen H4 to D8.
Oh, he's got to be careful now.
A perpetual being threatened by white. A check on H4 and a check on D8. So you don't have time to pick up the B2 pawn. Instead, he does go for pushing his own pawn, defending the H4 square.
It was a great move by Fabiano because he recognized it's not about the quantity of pawns, about the quality. You want to push those pawns forward and try to get a new queen. Alireza will quickly try to push pawns of his own, but Fabiano, that G pawn, that could be a very good asset for him.
This is still a race, and Fabi now picks up the B2 pawn. Fabi has to win this game to force an Armageddon, and a little indecisiveness there by Alireza will cost him the A4 pawn, but F7 is hanging. Watch out.
He's still in it, but he nearly let nerves get the better of him there. King D3. Fabiano should give a bunch of checks, gain a bit of time on the clock, and then decide what to do about this pawn on F7. He comes back, a check, and protects.
Good move there, protecting with a check, not allowing white to push the A-pawn, but white's king is so close to black's passes. This is not clear at all.
And black's king is very far away. Normally, when you're ahead 2 pawns, you trade queens to win the game. But any queen trade would be great for white because of how advanced that pawn is away from black's pieces. Can that pawn queen F6 check and take on A6?
Wow, what does he miss? That pawn is just hanging.
I think he just missed it. Look at that.
Look at the reaction there from Firouzja, a shake of the head. He knows now he is losing.
He has to take on F7.
But then there might be a queen check, queen E2 check, and if you trade queens, black should win the king and pawn in a game.
And you've got to go back to G1,
Queen
only
E3,
move.
it's there. He trades the queens by force.
And it will be the F3 square where the queen will land on, trading
second.
into a lost king pawn ending, and it's handshakes. Fabiano Caruana does it. He takes it to Armageddon.
What a ferocious comeback from Caruana. He was relentless in his attacking motifs, and all of a sudden, we have a third Armageddon. Firouzja had it in his hand, but for Fabiano, give him all the credit in the world.
Amazing play there by Fabi. He just kept building up the pressure till Firouzja collapsed, and he's still thinking about it, but there's no time to think as the players have to give in their Armageddon bids, and we see Fabi will go into his second Armageddon of the day right there, signing it off. We've got 3 big Armageddons coming up. What a round this has been.
What a game this was. What a marathon. 94 moves, packed full of quality in the end. Let's listen in as the players make their preparations for Armageddon.
And there we see the arbiter, Judith. She is informing the players of when the Armageddons will start. We've got 3 big ones coming up for Alireza Firouzja. He did everything he could to defend that position. But Fabi, just amazing, incredible play there. Just kept going, kept putting the pressure, asking the questions until it was too much for Alireza, David.
Yeah, 3 draws in this round, but this was clearly the highlight. Bouncing back in a must-win situation with black is the hardest thing to do in chess, and he did it, Fabiano Caruana, with a bit of help from the opponent in the end. Firouzja had defended a horrible position so well for so long, But in the end, it was just this slip, pawn to a6, the blunder, putting the pawn on a vulnerable square, allowing a double attack, a check, and ultimately, after this pawn dropped, yes, he could take on f7, but the forced queen exchange was decisive. And just to explain why Firouzja resigned in this final position, after the queen trade, black has to play the very accurate move, king to h5, a diagonal opposition here. If the white king steps forward, the black king steps forward, and the pawn simply pushes. If, likewise, the white king steps across, you have to step across with your king, gain the opposition, force the white king out the way, and you can bully white backwards. Eventually, this pawn would step forward and promote. Endgame 101, but classy stuff.
And from a distance, it's so natural for Alireza to think that trading the queens would result in a draw, but then a king h5 diagonal opposition. You always want to initiate the opposition in king and pawn endgames. Fabiano, he just had that. He earns the tied match. And 3 Armageddons, I keep saying it, but I am so excited.
The action is only getting started. 3 Armageddons out of 4 games. Just unbelievable. And there we have it. It was only Wesley who was able to wrap it up in 2 games. Magnus Abdusattorov goes into an Armageddon. Fabiano Caruana against Firouzja with that comeback win. Also going into an Armageddon, and it is going to be Hikaru Nakamura, the 5 times US champion, taking on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, also in the big Armageddon. And there he is. It is going to be more chess for these two in just a few moments. Get ready.
The Chess World Championship has been a prestigious title for well over 100 years, but oftentimes the prize money was lackluster. Chess in the 19th century developed without an international governing body. World championships were negotiated between players, with challengers expected to raise large enough stakes to entice a title holder to compete. The first official World Championship in 1886 had a substantial prize purse, fitting for an inaugural event. Subsequent championships failed to generate substantial purses. It would take 35 years for the World Championship's prize purse to surpass the amount raised for the first championship. Something magical happened in chess. A new challenger from the United States pierced the Iron Curtain and threatened to end Soviet dominance of the sport. Bobby Fischer won the candidates matches in 1971, earning him the right to play Spassky for the world title. Fischer was different than other players of the time. He didn't just want to be the best player, or the most dominant, or even the most famous. He wanted to be paid. Fischer grew up in abject poverty in Brooklyn, New York, and was highly motivated by money and earning what he believed chess players were worth. The storylines were interesting and diverse. USA versus the USSR. West versus East. Capitalism versus communism. The world was ready to see these two superpowers battle it out on the chess table. Fischer's demands continued to impact almost every variable of the event, including the location, the chessboard and pieces, and of course, the prize purse. Fischer even had the audacity to demand a share of the ticket sales and broadcast royalties for the players. At one point, it looked like the event might not even happen. Fischer claimed the prize money was too low, despite it already being the highest in history. Fischer's calculated moves paid off when a wealthy business owner doubled the prize purse, raising it to $250,000 or $1.7 million today. Fischer and Spassky shared a prize purse bigger than all the previous World Championship prizes combined. After their match, Boris Spassky stated to the press how grateful he was for Bobby Fischer and how the money from this event was going to change his life. Bobby Fischer single-handedly raised the profile and catapulted chess into a mainstream sport followed by millions of people. Fischer had ensured that not only he and Spassky, but every World Championship competitor after them earned a deserving prize. Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, GothamChess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on Chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your Chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from Chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
Get ready to compete in tomorrow's Lo-Fi Girl Arena. We're hosting 2 Blitz Arenas tomorrow, December the 10th, with big prizes for the top 3 finishers, including a limited edition Chess.com Lo-Fi Girl Vinyl. You must join the Lo-Fi Girl Club on Chess.com to register for the arena. So use the command Lo-Fi in chat to enter. And right now, it looks like the players have joined the Armageddon Club because we've got 3 big Armageddons coming up. And we've also got the bids coming on with between Hikaru Nakamura and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And something that we've never seen before just happened. That's Hikaru submitting his bid. And he bursts out laughing as they realize that they submitted the exact same bid. Have we ever seen anything like this in the chess world?
No, I don't think we have. And they were laughing because the odds are not very high that they would bid the same exact number. But that's how much these players know about each other, that even when it comes to bidding, they're right on the dot.
Unreal. What are the odds of submitting the exact same time for the Armageddon bid? Unreal stuff is happening in Toronto, and Kaya did catch up with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to ask him his bidding strategy.
I am here with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave getting ready for Armageddon. I haven't seen your bids, but I'm hearing rumors you guys tied the bids. Is that correct?
Yeah, we tied the bid the first time.
How random and incredible is that?
Yeah, I guess we both thought like which time we should get, more or less, and somehow this happened.
And I don't know how the bidding ended. You maybe can tell me.
We don't know. We did a second bid this time. It was correct, but we don't know. We will come back later to know.
So you are as blank as me. You do not know what's going to happen here. But how do you feel about this one ending up in Armageddon now against the speed demon, Hikaru Nakamura?
I'll just play. I'll try to be better prepared now for the next game, and we'll see how it goes.
Are you nervous?
Not really.
Cool Frenchman. Thank you and good luck, Maxime. All right, we don't know the bids, you guys. This will be exciting. Back to Oslo.
Kaya, we are so excited about this one as the players are ready to go. Hikaru starts with the black pieces. Maxime, very cool and calm in his interview with Kaya, saying he's super chill about things. It looks like Hikaru perhaps won that bid because we see him with the black pieces, and there we have it. That was the winning bid by Hikaru Nakamura eventually at 9 minutes and 39 seconds. So he starts with black. He needs a draw to win the match. Meanwhile, Maxime bidding at 10 minutes and 2 seconds. So he would be happy with the white pieces. It's still a bit on the higher side.
Yeah, he'll get 15 minutes with the white pieces. Hikaru will be over 5 minutes behind on the clock. So it's a nice time advantage, but draw odds, I think they compensate for one another.
I'm still thinking about the fact that these two players got the exact same bid on the first try.
It really reminds me of the time earlier this season when Magnus Carlsen got inside Hikaru's head and bid 1 second under winning the bid that time. These players, they know each other so well. And here's the second Armageddon match between Alireza Firouzja with white against Fabiano Caruana.
Oh, 1 second apart. Very little separates these two.
Amazing stuff. We saw Hikaru and MVL bid the same amount, and here just a second apart, and it is Fabi who won the bid with 1 second. And against the black pieces, Alireza with white, and the time advantage will have to win. And the third Armageddon, Magnus Carlsen gets white. Did Nodirbek out-strategize him with his bid? It was Nodirbek who did win the bid and starts with black.
But look at Magnus's bid. David, I'm curious what you think. You know Magnus super well. 10 minutes, 28 seconds. He probably won the white pieces.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm gobsmacked, actually, especially the way the games went. Magnus didn't really have any chances in the earlier games. To be that confident, to bid that high and want the white pieces to win on demand now shows extreme confidence from the Norwegian here. Magnus, he means business.
Ooh, and look at that stare by Nodirbek. It looks like he's equally confident with the black pieces there. He's got to win on... Magnus has got to win on demand. Nodirbek needs a draw, but he starts with the time odds. We're ready to go. It's going to be 3 Armageddons.
I think the most nerve-wracking part for the players is just this moment here. They're seated in their chairs. The games are about to begin. But for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he is one of the coolest customers you could possibly imagine. He is not afraid of the man sitting across from him.
Yeah, he's got ice in his veins, Abdusattorov, and okay, he'll need them to work well in order to secure the draw necessary here. 5-minute disadvantage and black against the world number 1 is all stacked against him. And I think the one thing that's guaranteed, Magnus will try something a bit spicy in the opening. He needs to surprise early on.
Magnus Carlsen has been adventurous with his opening choices in the Champions Chess. Will we see another surprise by Magnus early on? And we see there Maxime with white. What will be his opening choice in a must-win game? And it's handshakes, and we're off with the Armageddon.
We're off with the Armageddon. We see a handshake in Magnus against Abdusattorov, and it looks like an E4 opening here.
And something else we notice is somebody checking off move numbers. And why is that important, everybody? At move 60, their increment begins. They get 1 second added per move. So you see people standing with score sheets just checking off each move that's played.
Important stuff, and the players will be looking over. They will be seeking reassurance later that they are gaining that increment at move 60. And in the meantime, some very quick moves, almost a replica of their earlier game. Magnus here, I'm really surprised, I've got to say, playing right down the line that gave Nodirbek a draw earlier in the day. I think he just wants another long maneuvering battle, Magnus Carlsen, but no surprises here. Nothing new under the sun in this one, as both players getting off to a fast start.
It seems like they're very familiar with one another, and you see Nodirbek doing his patented stare. He looks up at Magnus saying, "What do you want from me?" Now Magnus is the one on the clock. So Tanya, in the early stages, it seems like, even if we haven't looked at the position yet, advantage in favor of Nodirbek.
Especially because Magnus is the first to slow down. And the one thing when you're playing against Magnus is you cannot allow that to get into your head, the fact that you're playing against world number 1. And I think that's exactly what this younger generation does so well. And of course, one of them, Nodirbek. I just don't think that Magnus has that same effect on the younger generation as he does in with some of his own compatriots and his colleagues. And this is our other Armageddon, which is underway. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Hikaru Nakamura, and we're seeing quite a non-standard position in this one.
Yeah, bizarre position, but it has arisen from the same exact opening from earlier today. This variation of the Petrov defense, which has a dubious reputation. Black is yet again a pawn down, but with threats on the board, with tricks in the air. And this does hint that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave spent the break after that quick draw in the previous game, going back to his hotel room, checking out, doing some research, and coming up with a new idea. But Hikaru, again, the first to make his opponent think.
I'm surprised that Hikaru repeated the same line just because it feels like it has a dubious reputation, and Hikaru's maybe trying to prove everyone wrong. This actually is something that can be held at the highest level. And I think Maxime just moved his king over. There was a knight on b4 hitting his c2 pawn. He slid his king to d1. He's saying, I don't need the right to castle. I'm up a pawn.
Yeah, he's up a pawn, and in the meantime, the other game ongoing is Alireza Firouzja against Fabiano Caruana. Fabi with the wind in his sails right now after that win on demand with Black. He's Black again. It's a different opening this time, far more solid opening from Fabiano, but yeah, he needs to speed up. It is Firouzja with the clock advantage.
Let's remind everyone watching, the players playing with the black pieces need only a draw to win the match. And with white, you've got to win in the Armageddon.
And for Fabiano, we heard him speak to Kaya earlier today. He's saying, well, if I had the white pieces, I wouldn't know what to play because I have to win. With black, I feel like I have a good understanding, a good repertoire. And against Alireza, who now is forced to win from the white side, I think Fabi and the early going, probably not too unhappy, but I just saw a rook move up the board.
Wow, rook lift, it's the theme of the day. We've said it multiple times, and this is a kind of accelerated rook lift in that one with a white rook landing on h5, but we'll get to that. This is Magnus Carlsen against Abdusattorov, and quiet stuff. I did check, we're now at move 20. For the first 16 moves, this was an exact replica of their earlier game, but Nodirbek was the first one to launch a surprise, putting the black knight on b6, forcing Magnus to think, and in the meantime, we look at the clock. It's about a 3.5 minute difference here, so less than it was to start the game. It looks like Abdusattorov in his comfort zone.
There's some tactical opportunities for sure later in the game if white plays knight d5, opening up that bishop to slice across the board. But what I like about Magnus's position is the knight on b6 is restricted by that pawn on b3. A pawn 3 squares away from a knight usually wins that showdown. And you see, Nodirbek, he is thinking on Magnus's clock.
Yeah, he's thinking on Magnus's clock, and I think the last move that he made is the rook lift to d7. We see it on our live board right now. And Magnus is the one with head in hands trying to figure out a way forward. And I think the idea that Nodirbek has here is to try to transfer the queen to the king side with queen e8 and queen g6. And that's why Magnus is going for this queen side break, creating chances on the other flank.
Yeah, he's trying to open up the position, trying to at least for the first time make Abdusattorov think here. It's starting to get tactical. It's really coming to life, this position. I've said it before, Armageddon chess, there's 2 strategies with white. Either you go really direct, really test your opponent from the off, or you keep as many pieces on the board as possible and only later change the pace of the game. Magnus has gone for that latter strategy. Finally, he is initiating some tension, some threats. Robert mentioned a white knight planting itself in the center on the d5 square, and Abdusattorov, he has to act energetically to fend off that threat.
But the problem is he doesn't have so much time because he may have to make a critical moment and only spend 30 seconds, where in a classical game he might spend 30 minutes. I mean, we see this position here, knight e3 to d5. That looks extremely tempting as white's next turn because you are just throwing your knight in the opponent's rook's face. Please, please, please take me on that square and open up some diagonals and files for my pieces. This type of position, it looks very difficult for black. The eval bar may not be as impressed as I am, but I think Magnus feels comfortable right now with the white pieces.
Wow, and he's landed a knight. I'm really surprised Abdusattorov allowed this one. But, okay, he's trying to trade off pieces. Later, he'll try and evict this knight with a pawn. And Magnus, meanwhile, preventing that. He's putting pressure on this black knight to stop the black c-pawn from ever moving. This knight, it looks like a granite statue right now in the center of the board. It's super powerful, and pressure on black. This one looks easy to play for white, but really far from clear what Abdusattorov should be doing.
I don't like black's position, and you may want to play c6, you're not going to get that anytime soon, as you mentioned. So I feel like white has the easier plan. Moves like bishop to a5, the bishop on d2, not doing so much on its current square. So I really like Magnus' position, and his 4-minute lead on the clock is also something I appreciate. Nearly 5 at this point.
Yeah, still far from decisive. Black is solid enough for now, but no easy moves. Translates into burning time on the clock, and not sure what's happening here, but this is the other game. This is the other clash between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Hikaru Nakamura on the board.
Also a crazy position. What on earth is happening in this one?
You would think that black needed to win this game, just looking at the position where white is a pawn ahead. I count 6 pawns for white, only 5 for black, but white does not have the right to castle. So that was the position between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Hikaru Nakamura. We're getting the game back here between Magnus and Abdusattorov. I really like Magnus' position still. I don't see a plan for black. I think that being under 7 minutes and being under some duress here, Magnus in great shape.
Yeah, Magnus in great shape. He's now pausing, and then he'll switch up the pace, speed up once he's decided upon a plan. Multiple moves. Bishop to a5 I quite like from Robert. You could push the white a pawn forward. Black's knight is really unstable right now. You can trade off dark squared bishops potentially, but Magnus spoiled for choice, big time advantage. And I think a bit of a favorite right now in this clash at least. Still quiet, but if things liven up, it should favor white.
Yeah, huge favorite, I would say. I really like this position for white. I think Nodirbek, you can see his body language. He's trying to be stoic and say, I've got this, but I'm just looking at it, and I don't really see black's plan, where some of white's moves do seem much easier. And bishop a5, one of the, he might stop on b4 before eventually going to a5, but I think that black has a difficult time dealing with some of these threats, and you can never really take on d5 that just helps white.
But a minute and a half on this move, that's quite a long thing. You've got to play on the clock as well, especially with Nodirbek's moves, ideas not being so clear for him. It's critical for Magnus to keep the pressure on.
Long think, strong think, maybe, if he comes up with a good move. But yeah, Magnus in the tank right now. And I like Nodirbek, how he was giving Magnus a bit of a stare from time to time. He looks at the board, he stares at Magnus. He looks at the board, stares at Magnus. The mind games now head in hands. Abdusattorov, he's realizing that Magnus, a bit unsure about how to proceed in the end, pushing his a-pawn, very logical. A trademark of Carlsen's, pushing his flank pawns like this. But still good for white.
Love that move, because I kept looking at a bishop move. He says, let me kick that knight out of b6. We've already established that black does not want to take that knight on d5 to help white improve the pawn structure. And I'm going to play a5 next to kick your knight out of the b6 square. Really, really like how Magnus is doing this.
Yeah, simple plan and a strong plan. Just to highlight, Robert, if knight takes knight, then actually you could take in either direction right now. But at the very minimum, you can take like this, land a queen on c4, backward pawn, big targets, big advantage.
Wow. Some pressure on Nodirbek in the current position. If black does try to stop the threat, you don't want to really happily put your own pawn on a5, because it can become such a big target for that bishop on d2 as well. A long-term weakness. So some difficult decisions here to be made by Nodirbek. Does he allow Magnus's pawn to advance to a5 or create a weakness for himself by pushing the a-pawn? We will check in on this, but let's head over to our other Armageddon as Hikaru Nakamura faces Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The crazy position that popped up earlier. What on earth is going on in this one?
Wow, it is wild. I had to do a quick count here. White is still a pawn up. Hikaru sacrificed a pawn as early as move 3, move 4 in this game. But in return, black does have a relatively safe king for now. Black has the bishop pair. I'm not sure whose king is safer, actually, thinking about it now. But Maxime's last move, throwing the white b-pawn forward, this should not be touched. That pawn is poisoned. If a trade happens, white's rook on a1 would suddenly be activated. So Hikaru needs to refrain and not give in to that temptation. Instead, he needs to decide how to break the tension.
I'm sorry, I was listening to you, but I have to be honest. Fabiano Caruana uncorked maybe the move of the day in his game against Alireza Firouzja. It was an unbelievable move from him, and if we can bring that up at some point, that would be unreal, because you said that first Firouzja's win, that might have been the game of the day, but if Fabiano can take this third game in Armageddon, I think we'll be talking about a new game there. It was really, I see your face there. It's nasty.
Oh, wow, yeah. That is one of the most brilliant moves we'll see. But we'll come to that. In the meantime, let's focus on this one. And Nakamura, I'm really surprised. I actually thought he was going to maybe offer a trade of queens, because long-term black's bishop pair would gain in power if the queens disappear. But instead, he's going for that white king. He's trying to break open the d-file. And white's king sitting there in the center of the board, kind of breaking the coordination between white's rooks. It's a clear target. That being said, he's given up a second pawn, and black's king not looking entirely safe either. This is brave stuff from Hikaru Nakamura. I was going to say any other player, I'd call it reckless, but this is courageous stuff. And yeah, I'm not sure who I'd pick here. It's just in the balance. And clock times. Oof.
Yeah, the white queen looks aggressive, but it actually doesn't have another check. And the g2 pawn is loose. The black queen on c6 is eyeing that diagonal. The d3 pawn is loose. I think I would prefer black's position just because he only needs a draw, and I could see the white king being in danger.
Yeah, even if the queens come off, black has great compensation long term with the two bishops. So I think I would rather take Hikaru, but the clock times may play a factor later.
Absolute chaos on the board in both these matches that we've checked in with, and a big decision right now for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Both kings out in the open. It's really anyone's game, this one, but for white, you have to win on demand in the Armageddon. But let's head over to what Robert called the move of the day by Fabiano Caruana in a thrilling sequence, and we will deep dive into this one. David, what happened?
Yeah, we have to rewind. We have to backtrack and show an action replay. The current position, Fabiano is up material. He's up the exchange, rook for knight. White has an extra pawn, but not the most relevant factor. White's king very vulnerable as well. But let's jump in, let's deep dive and show a position just a few moves back. It was here where white down on material, but with good compensation. Some tension on the d-file. Black's queen uncomfortable. Black's king a bit of a target. White played knight to h4, threatening. Queen to g4, lining up on the very weak g6 pawn. And Robert, I think this is the move you mentioned. Deflection is the name of the game.
Yeah, I thought something went wrong. I thought there was another DGT error, but here rook e1 was played. That deserves at least 3 exclamation points. The whole point is that rook takes on e1, knight d3 check is a fork. You can't take that knight on d3 because the rook on c8 pins the pawn that otherwise would capture the knight. It was such a beautiful shot from Fabiano that was only available after the white knight just jumped out to h4. So to be able to see that, understand the tactics in the position, Fabiano, he's trying to earn this match victory.
That's always the most satisfying tactic, right? Sacrifice on an empty square. So unexpected. White's rook is the glue holding everything together, so deflect it away and win the game. This would have been a family fork, a royal fork, and would have been decisive. Instead, Firouzja had to simply backtrack with his queen, a really sad move. Rooks came off the board, and now if we catch up with the current position, black's material advantage should be decisive. Simply taking this pawn looks very, very juicy. Maybe there are options, but black ahead of material and big favorite to win this game.
Fabi's chess just keeps on giving. I mean, with the kind of stuff that we saw in game 2 of round 2, his comeback victory, and rook e1 there, completely in control. Whoa. And you can see that there is some desperation here by Alireza. He goes for knight takes pawn, and there's a big trick. If black was to capture that knight, a huge discover check on f4, winning the queen. So Fabi needs to avoid that.
Yeah, we have to jump back in because it's crazy. As you mentioned, Tanya, poison knight, king takes knight would walk onto a vulnerable square, discovered check, and the queen would drop next move. This would be disastrous for black. So you cannot take this knight. What do you do instead? Wow, another deflection tactic.
Oh my goodness. This is so beautiful because knight e2 check, if the queen takes it, now the black queen will take the knight on d5, and knight on g6 is hanging, and after knight f4, can I actually play the queen e5 here and say, let's get those queens off the board? I'm up a rook for just a knight and pawn. It's too much material. With queen a1 check, the knight hanging, everything in the air, black is clearly the side in charge.
Yeah, and if you don't take this knight, there are problems as well. What has he gone for? He has hoovered it off the board. If king to b2, I think he might have tried the beautiful knight to c3, forcing the knights off the board, forcing the queens off the board, and at the very end, you pocket this knight, winning endgame for black. Tactics galore. This is Fabiano showing off, freestyling, and most likely winning this game.
Knight comes in with a fork, but black at least has a check on g5 to get out of that. But look at that. Fabi just so on point. He doesn't care. He just pins that knight on e7. This looks like game over for Alireza. This looks like match over.
You can take the queen, and then you lose your queen on g. You go knight f5 check, saying, please take my knight. I'll get your rook. That's good for white. But after knight f5 check, the king simply slides back to a square like f8, protecting the rook. I mean, Fabiano has done everything exquisitely starting in game 2 of this match.
Fabi today just looks like a player. How do you and where do you fight against him? I mean, just all his games have been incredible. Alireza did win that first game, getting those tactics in. It's just impressive stuff by Fabiano all day long.
Yeah, this game in particular, it's a masterclass in counterattacking, in kind of accelerating your own threats, ignoring the opponent's threats, picking off loose pieces. Here, white's queen is undefended, so you can pin, win. It's just one to study for everyone at home. All of these tactics, it's kind of blow after blow after blow, never retreating, never backing down. And he deserves this win if he takes it.
And it's not just the tactical, the attacking portion, but even strategically, just outplaying Alireza in that game 2 that we saw, the comeback win by Fabi. And this Armageddon just so on point. His Armageddon against Maxime earlier in the day. Just incredible play there. And Queen has moved up to E3. Black, can you actually just go offer a trade on G5? Is that an option? Is there a way to take advantage of the pin on the knight?
Actually, I really like this move from Firouzja. Both players bringing their A game here. Queen E3 does threaten to take the black queen. White's knight, if it kind of retreats now, takes the black queen, would then defend its own queen. Knight to F5 still in the air as a threat. Black's king not entirely safe. Queen to G5, you mentioned, Tania, can be blocked by White's F pawn. Still not over. So despite, I mean, this must be frustrating for Fabiano, playing some of the best tactics of the day. It's still not winning yet, but this is, I think, the classiest approach.
Very classy. Just the calm queen E5. Now the queen trade is offered. The knight on E7 is loose. Now knight F5 check is what we've been talking about, but I think the black king can even go up the board to G6. And with the queens off the board, there's just no chance that black loses this game on the board. I'm looking at the clock. Fabi, 2 minutes left. He's on move 34. So there is a chance that he can get in time trouble.
And knights are tricky. You've got to watch out for those forks as well. So it's not over. He can pick up the B7 pawn, but Fabi wants to just move the rook to the B file, then picking up the B4 pawn. It's all about the clock right now. That is Alireza's hope. Alireza is really playing resourceful. Some incredible stuff, but Fabi, just look at the confidence. He just marches up with the king. I think he's going to do this. He's going to get the job done in this one.
Yeah, he's winning. It's not a question. It's just the clock.
Yeah.
2 minutes. Online, I think he would win this every time, but over the board, it's just physically hard to get that many moves down. He needs to reach move 60, as we mentioned, to get that increment, the 1 second increment, I believe, but no guarantee you get there. This one will go on a long time, but it looks like Fabiano should be in time.
And he has got plenty of time per move, a few seconds, so he does have sufficient time to get this match victory. All he needs is a draw, and it looks like in the other matches, there is chaos there too. So all 3 Armageddon games, they brought the fire.
Absolutely, and Fabi there, he did check with the arbiter what move number I think that was. That is crucial because after move 60, they get an additional 1 second on the clock. Fabi playing fast, trying to trade out the pawns, but it looks like that does favor White in this position.
It does favor White if White were wanting to draw this, but unfortunately you need to win. And for Firouzja, every pawn that disappears means you're unfortunately further and further away from winning this game. Even a knight fork at some point, if all the pawns disappear, won't be sufficient. I think here Fabiano is just aiming to trade everything off. He doesn't even want to win. Why go for that when you don't need to? Just bring the rook around. You've got to be careful where you place it, but bring the rook around and go for those pawns. He's doing it with the king instead.
Wow. All right, this looks like Fabi's got everything under control. Let's head over to our other Armageddon. We do see the eval bar seems to say that Magnus is getting the job done on his board. Magnus taking on Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Magnus has to win as he is playing with the white pieces. And we see there head in hands for Nodirbek.
I also see no pieces for black. Like, I see what he's doing, but I don't see where his pieces are. And it looks like it's a rook endgame, actually, where white is 2 pawns ahead. This has shades of Carlsen Lazavik from the first match.
Yeah, big shades there. He was 2 pawns up as well, and not all rook endgames are drawn. This is an exception as well. White simply has too many connected pawns, too many passed pawns, and this at the elevated level these players play at is elementary stuff. White's king is simply going to join the party now. He's going to centralize Magnus. He's the king of endgames, as everyone knows. And okay, first he targets this weak black e-pawn. As long as he leaves himself with 2 extra pawns, ideally connected, Magnus is guaranteed to win this one. And look at the clock as well. Hope slipping away, hope fading now for Abdusattorov. Hopefully we get time later. There were some highlights, some tactics earlier in this game, but Magnus, full control.
When is Magnus not in control?
It's rare. Occasionally happens.
Occasionally happens, but not today as he takes down another youngster. What a day it's been for Magnus Carlsen. What a start it's been for Magnus taking it in the Armageddon against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. A confident win with a white there. We still have action on in the other boards.
Yeah, some big action, actually, dramatic stuff elsewhere as Magnus wraps up his win here. And I have no doubt he's going to go and check out those other boards right now.
And we should go check out the other boards as there we see Magnus walking past and having a look at the other Armageddons. And Hikaru against Maxime. I saw a little head shake there by Hikaru.
Hikaru looks very upset with himself. It's something we've seen multiple times. He just hit himself in the head.
Wow.
Whoa. It's the Hikaru face when he misses something.
He has missed a few things. He's now missing a knight. White is simply a whole piece up. Maxime should be winning this. Hikaru, he's just playing a few more moves here. Oh, suddenly he's sped up. Suddenly a change in body language. The hustle mode is on. This is a check. The Black King moves.
But that hustle mode lasted for a whole of one move, and now again despair on Hikaru.
Well, sometimes you try to will yourself back into a game, and Hikaru, he's not even looking at the board anymore. He is ready to throw in the towel, it would appear. And that was a check. And look at Maxime bring his rook back, because Hikaru does have a passed pawn. We see it one square away from promotion, but we might not see the pawn on the board anymore after that move.
Yeah. White simply has an extra knight. White has an extra pawn. No sources of counterplay left to Black anymore. Hikaru, he's going to keep pieces on. He's going to hope somehow that he wins that White knight, or somehow gets a few checks against the White King, but hope fading in this one as well.
He continues to react, and this has been a disastrous day for Hikaru, losing the first match and now on the brink of defeat of the second one on his birthday.
I was about to say, it's not just any day, it's Hikaru's birthday, and it is difficult to play on your birthday. We've all had that experience where you're distracted because you just want to celebrate, but you have a big event in hand, and for Hikaru, you see the pain on his face.
That's not the face of a man who is celebrating anything today. Hikaru looks like he's on the brink of giving up, but it's really not over till handshakes with him. We know how resourceful he can get. Any chances at all in this one, David?
Normally, I would say no, but it is Hikaru Nakamura. He's saved worse than this multiple times throughout his career. Here we get a closer look at the clock, and unfortunately, it's 21 seconds for Hikaru, almost 2 minutes for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and I think that means there's minimal hope. Another check, the White Knight dancing around the board, drops back to a nice defensive post, and more checks. Black's remaining pawn disappears, and with it, I think, the game.
Yeah, that's the disappearance of the pawn and all hope for Hikaru Nakamura. He's down a piece, he's down 2 pawns, and I think he's just willing himself to make a move. I mean, this is painful. And
it was self-induced. We will rewind and look at the game later, but Hikaru was playing stubborn defense, and he went for a trick, and you see the handshake. He can't believe it. He's beside himself.
And it is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave who takes the win against Hikaru Nakamura, and you can see the relief in him. He's got to be feeling good after taking down one of the most difficult, toughest opponents to beat. So resourceful, even in a lost position. Magnus does it, Maxime does it. And what happened on our third Armageddon? Fabiano Caruana. He drew his game with the black pieces, so he gets the job done as well against Alireza.
Seemed like we had some very great games on fireworks, but Fabiano, we knew he had it under control. Magnus, he seemed to be in good shape, but that game, we just saw Hikaru Nakamura shaking his head. He's disgusted with how it went, and as I said, it was self-induced. It's an unfortunate situation on his birthday.
Yes. Hikaru Nakamura with 2 losses, but things are just getting started here. It's just day 1. Let's take a look at our results of round 2, and there we have it. Maxime winning in the Armageddon, Magnus winning in the Armageddon, Fabi drawing his game, taking the Armageddon, and then it was only Wesley who managed to wrap it up in just 2 games. What a day we've had, what a round 2 we've had, and at the end of day 1, this is where we are with Wesley Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, the top of the leaderboard with 2 victories. Alireza and Maxime getting 1 win on day 1, while Nodirbek, Hikaru, Denis yet to get started on the leaderboard. David, what a round this was.
What a round, what a start, just fast starts. Everyone playing ambitious chess. It's not about how you start, however, it's about how you finish. And still plenty of games ahead, plenty of days ahead, so hope for Hikaru. But yeah, it's been full of twists and turns, full of blunders in that last round, full of brilliant moves as well. And in the end, I think it is about that self-induced, that self-inflicted moment. And let's highlight the moment where Hikaru let it slip. Here, with Black, he is a couple of pawns down, but he has the most important pawn in the position, Hikaru Nakamura, 1 square away from promotion. And the most natural move, rook to h1, probably would have got him the desired result and would have guided this game towards safety. White here, in the next couple of moves, would be forced to give up some material by taking on g2, and black should be relatively safe. Hikaru thought he'd spotted a blunder, though. He went for the very ambitious bishop takes e6 check, but it backfired badly, and after rook takes bishop, a check, he suddenly realized that the white king can simply attack this black rook. No time now to take the rook on e6, and at the very end, white is simply a piece up. White's extra knight, he saved it, and first giving a check, deflecting the black king, taking this pawn. We saw the rest of this game, Maxime guiding it calmly, smoothly to victory. Nakamura, a hallucination, a blunder, and in the end, a loss.
A big win for Maxime in the Armageddon. And the other big win in the Armageddon was Magnus Carlsen. He's had a fantastic day one. And Kaya is with the world number one.
Here with Magnus Carlsen, that is 2 for 2 on day one. How do you feel?
I feel really good. You know, I didn't have any chances in the first 2 games, and winning on demand in Armageddon is always hard. And I don't think I got too promising a position, but I'm very happy with the way I managed to introduce a little bit of dynamism in the position. Suddenly there were tricks. He had to spend a little time, and he chose the wrong plan. And I think after that, when sort of my weak pawn on c4 got transposed into a very good one on d5, I think he was already in very bad shape.
Many people were shocked to see how high you went in the bidding. What was the thought behind that?
I thought you'd need more time over the board, first of all. And also, like, you shouldn't always bid low. Like, it's a bad strategy to be completely consistent in your bids. So that's one of the reasons why I went a bit lower.
So basically, so basically to be unpredictable for the rest of the tournament as well.
Yeah.
Well, what a day, Magnus. You win 2 out of 2 against Lazavik and Abdusattorov, but tomorrow is a huge day. You have Hikaru and Fabi tomorrow. Is that a day you've been looking forward to?
I didn't know whom I was playing tomorrow, but that's yeah. Obviously, that's on paper a very difficult day. Yeah. But you know, I got 2 wins in my bag, so that feels pretty good. So I have a little more room for error, for sure.
Do you think it could be an advantage that you did get to play some Armageddon here on day one to sort of get that game going?
Yeah, I think so. And the good thing for me is that I felt very, very calm playing. So I definitely have positive experiences from that, and it's certainly useful.
And in terms of all the other players, has anyone surprised you today? Is anyone looking stronger than maybe you would have thought?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Wesley winning 2 in a row looks good, but I think Alireza, yeah, well, he lost the second game, so I shouldn't say that. Yeah, I think for everybody else, it's been a bit up and down.
I hear rumors there's a Toronto Maple Leafs game going on tonight. Is that something you want to relax with and enjoy?
Probably not. I think Saturday games are pretty busy, but never say never.
Well, Magnus, congrats on a good first day and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Yep, that's Magnus Carlsen winning 2 matches here on day one.
2 wins for Magnus. Quite a good start on day one, playing against the 2 youngsters. What a dramatic day of chess we've had today. We saw some amazing Armageddon, some bids like we've never seen before. David, who impressed you the most on day one of the finals?
Oof, they might not have won both of their matches, but I'm going to say Alireza, just for some of those tactics. Actually, one player who did take some nice wins, Fabiano, just some of the tactics, the speed. The highlight for me was all those Armageddons. So much drama, so much content there, packed into one, and the chess was the winner today.
Fabiano's shown an incredible ability to rebound because he lost to Maxime, then won the Armageddon. He lost to Alireza, won 2 in a row, or drew the Armageddon, but to win the match. But I have to say Wesley so. We didn't talk about him very much because he was so dominant that we didn't get much gameplay from him. He won game 1, then quietly drew game 2 in both of them, and then he disappears. No Armageddons from him. So Wesley has been in great form.
Just amazing play by the players all around. And for me, it's got to be the Alireza win against Fabi. I mean, that was a fantastic game. Sacrificing a knight, sacrificing a rook, and then going on to checkmate Fabi's king in the middle of the board. Some fantastic play out there. And we've got a big day 2 coming up. Robert, what are we expecting? How are the players going to switch it up? And Hikaru, he hasn't scored yet. What are we expecting tomorrow from him?
Yeah, the players that are 0-2 already need to think, is it time that I have to go all in? Maybe I'll lose the match badly, but you need to win. So for players like Hikaru and, of course, Denis and Nodirbek, it might be the last time they really have a shot to catch some of the leaders.
Yeah, and the fantastic thing about this format is that everyone's strong, but that's a downside for some of the players. I mean, imagine Hikaru, tough start, tough birthday. Tomorrow he's playing Magnus. I mean, we have so much more to look forward to, and I'm hoping the players continue this vein, this energy that they've been showing us today.
So much to look forward to with a big day 2 coming up. It has been a dream start to the Champions Chess Tour final. And while we're going to sign out from our studio from Oslo, we're going to head to Toronto and joining Danny and James with Fabiano Caruana. What a day of chess we've had.
Thanks, Tanya, Robert, and David. We are here with the guy that I guess both of you, David and Robert, said maybe had the day for everyone here. You win 2 Armageddon matches with black. You got to be feeling pretty good right now.
Easy, baby, come on.
Yeah, especially after the second match. I mean, it was.
Yeah.
I was so close to losing the match. Of course, the second game was absolutely insane. I mean, I was happy I got a fight from the opening, but then so many twists and turns. I was definitely much worse at some point. Then I was probably checkmating him, and then I definitely messed that up as well, and it should have been a draw at some point, and that was crazy. So the Armageddon, I was just happy to be there.
Yeah.
But what do you say to yourself, Fabio, in rebound games like this, of course? I mean, it hurts to lose, obviously, but you have to bounce back and make it all the way through Armageddon. What kind of mindset do you go through with that?
I think experience helps a lot. I don't get overly emotional when I lose the first game of a match anymore because it's happened so many times that I'm a bit numb to it. And I think that's a good thing because you don't want to be really emotional whether you have to win the game or whether you have to... Actually, I would say I get a bit more nervous when I have to draw a game after winning my first one. And I mean, we saw that in the first match. I messed that one up against Maxime. But I think experience definitely helps in this format.
It's interesting because is it even harder to lose the game against Maxime, right? Would you rather be the one who wins to force Armageddon, or would you rather be the one who was up and then lost, right? Does mindset matter there?
I think it's very interesting. You'd assume, of course, that it's better to come back from a loss because you have those positive emotions. But the excitement can also get to you.
Right.
And like you're thinking, I'm back in it, and you get that like flood of good emotions, but also maybe a little bit too much excitement. So luckily, I didn't feel anything in the Armageddon game against Alireza. I just felt pretty calm, and I think it was a decent game. Like maybe he had some advantage at some point. He played super aggressively, Rook H5. It didn't feel right, but to refute something like that when you don't have increment and you have, like I probably had like 7 minutes at that point or 8 minutes, it's really tough. So. Yeah, he was definitely putting the pressure on, but at some point it just fell apart for him. I don't know exactly which moment, because I thought the exchange sack is still pretty unclear. But yeah, when I played Rook E1, that's the moment when I was thinking like it's almost over.
I know we're not going to show chess here, and it's unfair to the fans, but if anyone wants to go over the game on the Chess.com event server, it's nice to get a brilliant symbol.
You know what I'm saying?
Feels
Rookie
good,
one.
right?
Yeah.
Rook E1, everyone was falling out of their seat on that one. I think Robert almost slipped out of the chair there.
But I did have this one. I saw this one coming before.
Yeah.
So
how early did you see it? I know we're doing a little bit of chess, but everyone can what?
I mean, I saw that Rook E8. There are some ideas.
Okay.
Yeah, it already was like in my mind.
Yeah.
But like even a bit before when I played Rook C8, I was thinking like, okay, Knight D3 somewhere.
Yeah.
Because if his knight moves from D5, then somewhere there's Knight D3.
Right.
So that was already in my mind, and
Okay.
Rook E8 was with the idea of Knight H4.
Yep. The move there, Robert Paul moved it. I can't say I disagree. Congratulations. Let's talk about the rest of the period. We have you because I don't know who's waiting for you tomorrow morning.
Looks like we're back in the studio with some technical hiccups there, but we will get Fabi back on. But what a day it's been for Fabiano Caruana with the chess that he's shown.
Yeah, and it's a shame for him because he was just about to talk about that sick rook e1 move that he found. And I did almost fall in my chair in the studio when it happened. And for Fabi, he should be proud of the day that he had coming back. And tomorrow, it's another day. But as you said before, the games don't get any easier. Every opponent is super tough.
Yeah. These are, after all, the 8 best performers of the season playing in Toronto right now. And this is the action coming up. Tomorrow, round 3 starts with, look at that matchup. It is Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen. That's world number 2 playing world number 1. We've also got Alireza Firouzja against Hikaru, Denis Lazavik against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Maxime takes on Wesley. But guys, it's gotta be all eyes on Fabi versus Magnus.
Yeah, one of the players of 2023, continuing his great form, winning those 2 Armageddons today. Caruana, I mean, I want to go back to Fabi. I want to hear more about those victories against Magnus Carlsen. I mean, that is juicy to say the least. Firouzja against Nakamura, just a nice aperitif as well, a nice side dish, and yeah, just fantastic games, a lot to look forward to.
I'm going to pick a matchup that you may not expect. Lazavik against Abdusattorov. I think that will be a lot of fun. And considering both players lost their first 2 matches, one of them has to come out with a match win. That means they're right back in the thick of things. So for Nodirbek, you can't overlook the fact that Lazavik is super solid. You can't take it for granted. But one of these 2 will get right back in the hunt.
Oh, some juicy matchups coming up tomorrow. And of course, Fabi versus Magnus. They played a World Championship match together. So that's one that we're super excited about. And we're going to head back to Toronto to talk more with Fabiano Caruana.
We're back here in Toronto, back again with Fabiano. I'm going to go right back to the question I was trying to ask before the Oslo crew stole our thunder. So you've won 2 matches in comeback fashion. You got to keep your own adrenaline under control, and now you're playing Carlsen tomorrow. So how do you get yourself in the right mindset for that?
Oh, it was a long day. I'm just looking to rest a bit tonight. And
yeah. A little Clash Royale, maybe?
Maybe. We're in the same clan now.
We are.
Oh, can we always
that's
chat on there?
That's cute.
No, it's of course going to be a really tough match. I mean,
yeah.
There's never an easy time with Magnus, but every match is tough here. I don't think that I'm going to have a single easy match, and we already see like some favorites are struggling, some players are pulling ahead a bit.
Yeah.
I don't think that. I think it's too early to say what's going to happen, and also. I don't expect an easy match in any of these, so it's not like, it's not like, of course, Magnus is a huge challenge, but it's not like I'm expecting a break in any round.
Yeah. Obviously, it's easier said than done, but now that you are 2-0, is there a different X's and O's strategy, literally? Because all you really need is just to hold water, although I guess if, you got to go to Armageddon no matter what, so there's no real way to get out of the fire.
Yeah, I don't think there's, you can't play it safe here because you should be shooting for top 2 spots. And also, it's not like you can draw a game and coast or anything.
Yeah.
So, of course, you just try to win every match. It's not like that's very likely to happen, but you do your best every match. And I don't think there's like a meta strategy. Maybe. No, I can't imagine. Yeah, I can't imagine.
There's
anything.
no meta strategy because you got to win or go home. I love the format. There's no way to draw your way through this thing. You're going to get Armageddon. So hats off to the format right there. You answered the question. Good luck. Good luck.
Let's get it.
With some Clash Royale. We're going to pull up the standings here as Fabi gets the well-deserved rest that he wants to have. And right at the top, you see Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen with 2 points there. They are, in theory, sitting with slightly better tiebreaks than Fabiano right now because it took him 2 Armageddon victories to get his 2 points. But otherwise, all 3 of those players are looking pretty good. After that, you've got Firouzja and Vachier-Lagrave both with a single point apiece, having gotten to the Armageddon stage before losing. And then you have Abdusattorov, Hikaru Nakamura, and Denis Lazavik all looking for their first match victory. Obviously, I don't mean this disparagingly, but I think a lot of people knew that the younger players, Nodirbek and Lazavik, might struggle.
Right.
I'm not sure everyone anticipated Hikaru Nakamura being there, but because it is his birthday, even though he's maybe having a tough day right now, we're not going to let him end on a bad day. We've got this cake. We're hoping Hikaru is watching somewhere. I'm gonna put my hat on. Levy, would you like some of the cake?
Little Levy, hey
I'll
buddy.
Put you right over there.
There you go, buddy.
Give
Oh,
Levy a
look
hat.
at it, Levy.
Levy gets a hat.
Big buddy there.
And then I'm gonna get myself a hat without ruining my earpiece.
You know what I'm saying? That's cute. Look at that. Yeah.
Wait, you didn't think I would go all out on this? We're not done, bro.
Hold on. We need
Get one of these in your mouth. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, they don't make as much noise as I anticipated. This went differently in my head.
Yeah.
But either way, we do wish a very, very happy birthday to Hikaru Nakamura.
Happy birthday, bro.
I'm gonna. This is a pineapple cake, really custom. This is cake. This is not a pineapple. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that looks like a pineapple. It's chocolate. I don't know that I'm gonna do this well, so I'm gonna cut right there.
There we go.
Candy, you want a piece?
I'm gonna take a
Oh my
piece.
God,
Wow,
that's frosting in the middle.
Oh my goodness.
There you go. You get the first piece.
I'll take that right now.
Okay, and then I'm gonna blow out the candles here
Okay,
on behalf of Hikaru while you take a bite of that. And I guess if I blow out the candles, that probably is gonna blow out the lights on the show here in a minute. Happy birthday, Hikaru. Well
Happy
wishes
birthday.
for better results in future games. And yeah, for the whole crew here.
This boy hidden.
Is it good?
It's hidden right now.
Okay, it's good.
Boy hidden.
For the whole crew here, we've got plenty of chess up ahead this whole week in Toronto. The games have only just begun, and we cannot wait for more. So join us tomorrow. And for everyone here in Toronto,
you know,
I think this is it.
This is it for us.
We'll see you for day 2 of the 2023 Champions Chess Tour tomorrow. For everyone, the crew in Oslo, the crew here, have a great night. Tune in tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
He's going for more.
He's going for more in this position.
He's threatening mates again.
Wesley So, the magic continues in Toronto.
What a game start to finish. This just looked like an Alireza show, this one.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave actually resigns.
Offering the trade, rook takes, knight is on the board. We're going to see this being played out.
This is just genius from Fuja.
The Alireza Firouzja with the black pieces. A flawlessly executed attack.
And he went for a trick, and you see the handshake. He can't believe it. He's beside himself.